The moon hung low, casting long shadows over the barren land, where the whispers of ancient beings once roamed. In the quiet darkness of early civilizations, the fear of the unknown took shape. And among the most terrifying of these fears was the idea that the dead might not stay dead, that they could rise again, hungry, desperate, seeking the very lifeblood of the living. In the lands of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers carved through the earth, the first tales of vampiric entities began to stir. The people of this land believed that the soul, upon death, might not find peace. Something could go wrong, something so wrong that the dead might claw their way back to the world they once knew, but no longer as they were. One such entity was known as the Lamashtu, a terrible female demon. Mothers feared her above all. Lamashtu was said to sneak into homes, stealing newborns from their cradles. She didn't just kill them, she drank their blood, savoring the innocence that pulsed in their veins. Her presence was a suffocating dread, a shadow that could slip through walls and haunt the dreams of mothers forever. But it wasn't just newborns who were at risk. Another being, the Akimu, was feared for its restless thirst. The Akimu wasn't born a demon. No, it was once a person, just like any other. But when someone died a violent or improper death, their soul couldn't move on. Trapped between worlds, the Akimu roamed the land, driven by an insatiable need to drain the life force of those they encountered. There were stories of villagers hearing the soft cry of an Akimu in the night, a cry that started as a mere whisper but grew louder, more desperate, until it filled their hearts with terror. If you were unfortunate enough to hear it, you knew death wasn't far behind. Farther down the Nile, in the ancient lands of Egypt, the sun god Ra ruled the skies, and death was seen as a sacred passage to the afterlife. But even in this land of gods and monuments, the dead didn't always rest. Some came back, not as mummies wrapped in linen, but as something much more terrifying. The Ba, a part of the soul, was believed to linger after death. In some cases, the Ba could become twisted, filled with a hunger that nothing in the underworld could satisfy. When this happened, the Ba would return, not to be reunited with its body, but to feed on the living. There are tales of ancient Egyptians waking in the dead of night to see shadowy figures at the foot of their beds, silent and still, until their eyes gleamed with an unnatural hunger. The Ba didn't need food or water. It needed something far more vital than blood. Some claimed they could feel the life being pulled from them as if their very essence was slipping away, leaving them cold, hollow, and closer to death. In ancient Greece, where gods and monsters shared the same earth, people spoke of the Empusa, a creature that struck fear even into the bravest hearts. Empusa was a shapeshifter, a creature that could take the form of a beautiful woman to lure men to their doom. But her beauty was a mask. In reality, she had a single leg made of brass and was known for her grotesque, vampiric appetites. Empusa didn't simply kill her victims. She seduced them first, drawing them into her arms with promises of love and pleasure. Once they were under her spell, she revealed her true nature and feasted on their flesh, draining their blood until there was nothing left but a pale, lifeless shell. The Greeks believed that Empusa was sent by the goddess Hecate to prey on men as they slept. On nights when the moon was full, they told stories of travelers who were found in the morning, cold and bloodless, their eyes wide open in terror, their hearts no longer beating. As the centuries passed, these stories wove themselves into the very fabric of life in these ancient civilizations. The fear of death was natural, but the fear that death could be undone, that something worse than death could await you, was more horrifying than anything people could imagine. In Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, blood wasn't just a symbol of life. It was life. And the creatures that sought it out were feared because they had tasted death and wanted only to share it with the living. A mother in Mesopotamia would hold her child close as the wind howled outside, praying that Lamashtu's claws wouldn't scratch at her door. A farmer along the Nile might avoid the fields at dusk, fearing that the shadow of a Ba would follow him home, leaving him weaker with every step. And in Greece, a man traveling alone would glance over his shoulder, wary of the beautiful woman walking behind him, her footsteps too light, too quiet. These early vampire myths didn't come from nowhere. They were born from the deepest, most primal fear humans have, the fear that death might not be the end. That something hungry, something unnatural, might be waiting on the other side, eager to return. Blood has always been more than just a part of life. It is life itself. Throughout ancient mythology, blood was not just a red liquid that flowed through veins, it was sacred. It was the force that kept hearts beating, crops growing, and children born into the world. It was the connection between the living and the gods. But blood had a dark side, too. It could be taken away, stolen by those who fed off it, by creatures who knew that in draining it, they could control life and death. In the early days, when people looked to the skies and the earth for signs of the divine, blood was often seen as a bridge between the mortal world and something greater. For farmers, the blood of animals, spilled during sacred rites, was believed to nourish the soil and bring forth crops. For mothers, the blood lost during childbirth was seen as a sacrifice, an offering for new life to enter the world. Blood meant renewal. But if blood could give life, it could also take it away. That's where the fear came in. There were those who didn't give blood willingly. They were forced to, their life ripped from them by beings who craved it above all else. And no mythic figure embodied this dark hunger more than the vampire. In ancient Egypt, the Nile was the source of all life. It gave the people water, food, and fertility. But its yearly flood, though necessary for survival, reminded them of how thin the line was between life and death. Egyptian mythology spoke of Sekhmet, the lioness-headed goddess of war and destruction, who once went on a rampage, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. When her rage could not be quenched, she slaughtered humans in numbers so great that the earth was soaked in blood. Her hunger for it was endless. The other gods, fearing the destruction of humanity, tricked her by staining beer red to resemble blood. She drank it, believing it to be the blood she so craved, and was finally calmed. But the memory of her bloodlust haunted the Egyptians, a reminder of how easily life could be drained away by forces beyond their control. Across the Mediterranean, and Greece, blood was the thread that tied life and death together. The Greek myths were filled with stories of blood that brought both life and death, but none were as chilling as the tale of Empusa. She was a creature of the night, sent by Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, to feast on the blood of mortals. Empusa didn't just kill her victims. She seduced them first, offering the illusion of love and warmth, only to drain their blood while they slept, leaving them pale and lifeless. To the Greeks, this was more than just a gruesome tale. It was a warning of how easily life could be stolen, how the very essence that made a person alive could be pulled from their veins. The ancient world understood that blood was power. Warriors knew that spilling the blood of their enemies was not just a sign of victory, but a way of claiming the life force of those they defeated. To die in battle was to have your blood, and with it, your life, taken by another. The Celts, who lived in the forests of northern Europe, believed in the Morrigan, a goddess of war who hovered over battlefields, feasting on the blood of the slain. She was a raven, circling the dead, drinking their blood to fuel her own immortality. Warriors feared her, for her presence meant that not only would they die, but their blood, their essence, would be consumed, leaving nothing behind. In every corner of the ancient world, blood carried this dual meaning. It was both sacred and terrifying. It could create life, but it could just as easily destroy it. Nowhere was this more clearly seen than in the stories of vampires. These creatures weren't like other monsters. They didn't just kill. They didn't just haunt. They took the very thing that made someone human, their blood, their life. And they did it with a hunger that was never satisfied. For the people of Mesopotamia, who lived between the rivers and the vast deserts, blood was the source of fertility. The rivers brought life to their crops, and the blood of animals sacrificed to the gods was believed to ensure the continued fertility of the land. But just as they understood blood to be life-giving, they feared those who might take it away. The Akimu, a restless spirit, was said to thirst for the blood of the living. It wasn't born this way. It had been human once, but after a violent death, its soul became twisted. In its new form, it craved the life it had lost, seeking out the living to drain their blood, hoping to regain the vitality it once had. The idea of vampires, of creatures that lived on the blood of others, spread across ancient civilizations because blood itself was so central to life. But these creatures were feared not just because they killed, but because they took the very thing that made life possible. They didn't feast on flesh like a wolf or a lion. They drank the essence of a person, the life that flowed within them, leaving behind only a cold, empty shell. There's something deeply unsettling about the idea of having your blood taken. It's not just the fear of death. It's the fear of losing what makes you alive, the fear that something can pull the very core of your being from you. The vampire, more than any other creature of myth, embodies this fear. It doesn't just take life, it consumes it, bit by bit, drop by drop, until there's nothing left. And that's why, in ancient myths, blood was always seen as both sacred and dangerous. It was the source of life, but it could also be taken. Vampires lived in the shadows of these stories, reminding people that as much as blood gave life, it could just as easily be stolen away. In the silence of the night, when shadows stretched long and the world seemed to hold its breath, there were whispers of creatures older than time itself. These weren't the vampires that would later haunt the stories of dark castles and forgotten graves. These were the first nightmares, the demons and blood-drinking spirits that prowled the edges of ancient civilizations, hungry for more than just flesh. They were born from fear, the kind that wraps itself around your heart when the light fades and you're left alone with the unknown. Lilith was one such creature. Her name was spoken in hushed tones, especially among mothers who feared for their children. She was no ordinary demon. In the old stories, Lilith wasn't just a monster, she was once human, or at least something like it. Cast out from paradise, she wandered the earth, filled with rage and bitterness. Her fury was directed at the most innocent of beings, newborns. It was said that Lilith would slip into homes at night, her form shifting with the darkness, to steal the breath of infants, drinking their life force to sustain her cursed existence. Some claimed they could hear her soft, chilling laughter in the wind, a promise that she was always near, waiting. Waiting to strike when the moon was high, and the world was asleep. Her hunger was insatiable, but it wasn't for food. It was for the essence of life, the purity she had lost. She didn't just kill, she consumed. Mothers would tie amulets around their babies' wrists, carve protective symbols on their doors, and pray that Lilith's shadow wouldn't fall over their home. The fear was not just of death, but of something worse, having the very life stolen from their children by a creature born of vengeance. Then there was the Empusa, a creature of terrible beauty and deadly hunger. She didn't roam the night as a savage beast. No, her power lay in her ability to lure, to seduce, to make men believe they were safe, desired even. Her victims would never see the brass legs she kept hidden beneath her flowing robes, nor the fire that flickered in her eyes until it was too late. Empusa waited in the shadows, watching as men passed, waiting for the moment they would lower their guard. Once they did, she would appear as the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Her voice was soft, her touch warm. She would lead them away, promising love, but all the while, her true nature remained hidden. By the time her victims realized what she truly was, their strength would already be fading. They'd feel the sharpness of her teeth sinking into their skin, their blood draining, their life slipping away. Empusa didn't just take what she needed to survive, she devoured it, leaving nothing behind but cold bodies and terrified whispers. The men who were lucky enough to escape her spoke of the emptiness she left behind, a hollowness in their very souls, as if something vital had been stolen along with their blood. And then, there was Lamia, a queen once loved by the god Zeus. But love, in the world of gods and monsters, was a dangerous thing. Hera, Zeus's wife, discovered their affair and cursed Lamia in the cruelest way imaginable. She took Lamia's children from her, driving the once beautiful queen into madness. Lamia's grief twisted her into something monstrous. Her pain transformed into hunger, an unending, insatiable craving for the blood of other children. Lamia wandered the earth, no longer a mother, but a predator. Her eyes, once filled with love for her own children, now burned with the hunger of loss. She would wait in the dark corners of villages, her ears attuned to the soft sounds of sleeping children. When she struck, it was quick. She would take them in the dead of night, their small bodies limp in her arms as she fed on their blood, trying in vain to fill the emptiness left by her stolen children. But no matter how many lives she took, it was never enough. The hunger remained, and with it, the pain of her curse. Mothers, upon hearing Lamia's name, would clutch their children tighter, for they knew that grief and madness were powerful, and that no child was safe from a mother driven to bloodlust by her loss. These ancient spirits, Lilith, Empusa, and Lamia, were not the vampires we think of today, but they shared the same dark essence. They were creatures of the night, beings who fed not just on blood, but on life itself. Their hunger was more than physical, it was emotional, spiritual, born from their own curses and torment. They didn't just kill, they took something far deeper, leaving their victims empty, drained of not just life, but hope. In the quiet moments of ancient times, when firelight flickered and people gathered close to ward off the night, these names would be spoken with fear. Not because they were just tales, but because they represented something all too real, the terror that there were things in the dark that wanted more than just to end life, they wanted to consume it, to take what wasn't theirs and make it their own. It wasn't just blood they craved, but the essence of what made a person human. These pre-vampire entities were a reflection of the fears that haunted the people of those times, the fear that love could be twisted into something monstrous, that grief could turn a mother into a killer, that even the most innocent among them could be preyed upon by beings who once knew what it was to be human, but had lost their humanity along the way. In the shadows, Lilith still wandered, searching for the children she would never have. Empusa still waited, her beauty a mask for the hunger within. And Lamia still wept for her lost children, even as she drank the blood of others to dull the pain. They were the first of their kind, the forerunners of the vampires that would later stalk the night, but in many ways, they were far more terrifying. Because they reminded people that sometimes, the monsters came from pain, from loss, from love gone horribly wrong. And that was a fear that no amount of light could banish. The night had always been feared. In the silence, when the winds whispered through the trees, ancient tales of dark beings crept into the minds of people trying to keep warm by their fires. The earliest religious texts, too, carried these shadows, warnings of creatures who lived in the darkness, creatures who sought more than just flesh. They hungered for the very essence of life, the blood that sustained humanity. In the Jewish texts, there was a name that caused mothers to pull their children closer, Lilith. Her legend was born long before the vampire myths, yet her story echoed in the hearts of those who feared the night. Lilith was said to be Adam's first wife, a woman made not from his rib, but from the same dust as he. But Lilith, fierce and unwilling to submit, fled from Eden, and from then on, she wandered the earth as something no longer entirely human. She was believed to haunt the wilderness, targeting newborn children, especially boys. Her touch was said to be cold, her voice a soft lullaby that turned to a scream in the dead of night. She would come for the blood of the innocent, stealing their breath and draining their life before they even had a chance to cry. In early Christian traditions, the fear of such creatures found new names and shapes. There was the Strigoi, souls of the restless dead who rose from their graves to feed on the living. The Bible itself hinted at beings whose thirst for blood defied the natural order. The Old Testament, in the book of Leviticus, forbids the drinking of blood, warning that the life of every creature is in its blood. For the people of these times, blood was more than a symbol, it was sacred, and to drink it, to crave it, was an act of evil beyond comprehension. The warnings against such acts weren't just about purity, they spoke to a deeper fear that those who drank blood became something monstrous. The Strigoi, it was believed, were once human but became twisted by their insatiable hunger for life after death. Even more terrifying was the idea that these creatures did not come from the outside, they were once like us. The early Christian world trembled at the thought that the dead might not stay dead, that they might rise again, not to find peace, but to feast on the blood of those they once loved. The Strigoi would crawl from their graves at night, slipping through the cracks in the walls, creeping into homes, and drawing the blood of their families. The living prayed to be spared, but in the quiet of the dark, no one was safe. In Islamic texts, too, there were whispers of beings who sought to drain the essence of life from their victims. One such creature was the ghoul, a desert-dwelling spirit said to consume human flesh and blood. But the ghoul wasn't merely a mindless eater of flesh. It was intelligent, a trickster that could shapeshift, luring travelers into the vast, empty stretches of the desert with false promises of safety. Once the traveler was lost, far from the reach of help, the ghoul would reveal its true form, a terrifying, decaying figure with a thirst for blood that could never be sated. The desert, already feared for its harshness, became even more terrifying as stories of the ghoul spread. It was a place where life could be stolen in an instant, where the sand itself seemed to whisper the names of those who had been lost to the ghoul's hunger. In these ancient religious texts, blood was more than a physical substance, it was the very essence of life, a divine gift. To lose it, to have it taken from you, was to lose not just your life but your soul. And the creatures who took it, whether they were Lilith, the Strigoi, or the ghoul, were more than just monsters. They were symbols of the ultimate terror, the terror of being consumed, of being drained not just of life but of everything that made you human. The early texts spoke of another being, one that haunted the edges of Christian and Jewish traditions alike, the Aluka. A demon, a blood drinker, a creature whose very name meant leech in Hebrew. The Aluka was said to suck the life out of its victims, much like the vampires that would later haunt European folklore. But the Aluka was more than just a bloodthirsty creature. It was relentless, and once it fixed its gaze upon someone, there was no escape. The Aluka would attach itself to its victim, draining them slowly, painfully, leaving them weaker and weaker until their bodies gave out entirely. In these early religious stories, the line between life and death was thin, and the beings that crossed it were terrifying in their hunger. The fear of losing one's blood, and with it one's soul, was more than just a fear of death. It was a fear of being consumed by something evil, something that could take everything you were and leave nothing behind. The creatures in these tales didn't just kill. They fed on life itself, devouring it drop by drop until there was nothing left but an empty shell, a body drained of all its humanity. It wasn't just the blood they took. It was the light, the spark, the very soul of a person. In the eyes of those who believed these stories, there was nothing more terrifying than a being that could steal the essence of who you were, that could leave you as a hollow version of yourself, empty and lifeless. The warnings in these texts were clear. There are things in the world that crave life, things that will take it without mercy, things that will leave you cold and empty, a shadow of what you once were. As the winds howled outside and darkness fell, people huddled together, hoping the stories weren't true. But in the back of their minds, they knew. The night was full of unseen dangers, creatures whose hunger could never be satisfied. And in the silence, when the world seemed to hold its breath, they prayed that their blood would remain their own. Death was never truly the end. In the ancient world, it wasn't just a final breath, a closing of the eyes, it was the beginning of something unknown. The afterlife loomed large in the minds of those who lived thousands of years ago. But with that belief in life beyond death came an unsettling fear. What if the dead didn't stay where they were meant to? What if they returned, not as the peaceful souls they had once been, but as something darker, something hungry? In Egypt, where the sun rose each day like a promise of renewal, the afterlife was everything. Death wasn't something to fear, not exactly. It was a transition, a journey into the realm of the gods. Pharaohs built massive tombs, filled with treasures and food, to ensure that their souls would be comfortable in the world beyond. They believed that their bodies needed to be preserved for this journey, which is why the practice of mummification became so important. But there was a shadow lurking in those beliefs, a fear that the dead, if not properly cared for, could return. These weren't peaceful spirits. They were twisted versions of their former selves, filled with bitterness and anger, and worst of all, they were starving. They needed to feed, to draw life from the living. The Egyptians called these creatures Ammit, soul devourers. Though not exactly vampires, their hunger for life, for the very essence that kept people bound to the world, had eerie echoes of the blood-drinking creatures that would later appear in other myths. To the Egyptians, the thought of a restless soul rising from the dead, seeking to feed on the living, was enough to send shivers down their spines. The afterlife, if denied, could turn the peaceful dead into something monstrous. In Greece, the underworld was a place of shadows, a gray existence where souls wandered for eternity. But not all souls stayed quiet. The ancient Greeks believed that if a person died in a violent or unjust way, their soul might become restless. These souls would crawl back from the underworld, their thirst for revenge transforming into a thirst for life. One of the most feared creatures was the Vrikalakas, a being that rose from the grave, hungry for the blood of the living. It wasn't just a ghost. It was something worse, something that could physically harm those still tied to the world of the living. The Vrikalakas was not merely a myth whispered by frightened villagers, it was a terrifying presence, an embodiment of the Greeks' deepest fears about death and what lay beyond. A person who had not been given the proper burial rites, or someone who had died suddenly without justice, might rise again. They would knock on doors at night, calling out to the living. Those who answered the knock would soon fall ill, wasting away, their strength drained by the undead. Blood, once again, became the key. To the Greeks, it was the substance that kept the living tied to the earth. Without it, the line between life and death blurred, and the dead would return to take what they no longer had. In ancient China, the belief in spirits and the afterlife took a different form, but the fear was just as real. The dead, if not properly respected and cared for, could become something far more dangerous. They could become jiangshi, the hopping vampires, creatures that roamed the earth seeking the life force of the living. The Chinese believed that the soul was made up of two parts, the hun and the pa. Upon death, the hun ascended to the heavens, while the pa remained with the body. But if the burial was improper or if the death was violent, the pa could become restless. It would linger in the body, animating it, and the corpse would rise again, driven by an insatiable hunger for qi, the life energy found in all living things. The thought of a loved one's body rising from the grave, stiff and unnatural, eyes vacant, moving in jerky motions as it sought out the living, was enough to keep the bravest souls awake at night. The jiangshi wasn't like the human-shaped vampires that would later haunt European tales. It was grotesque, its skin pale and decaying, and it didn't drink blood. Instead, it absorbed the very essence of life from its victims, draining them until they were as lifeless as the corpse that hunted them. Death, in these cultures, was supposed to be a passage into another world, a world where the soul found peace. But when something went wrong, when the soul was denied its rest, the dead would return, twisted by their own hunger. These beings were a reflection of the fears that lived deep in the hearts of the people, the fear that death wasn't the end, that the afterlife might not be as peaceful as they had hoped. And worse, that the dead could come back, not as spirits seeking solace, but as creatures craving the life they had lost. Blood, life energy, the soul, these were not just symbols. They were real, vital forces that connected the living to the world and the dead to the afterlife. To lose them, to have them stolen by something that should not have existed anymore, was a nightmare that haunted the corners of ancient civilizations. Whether it was the soul-devouring Ammit of Egypt, the Vrikalakas of Greece, or the life-stealing jiangshi of China, the message was the same: death was supposed to be final, but sometimes it wasn't. The afterlife wasn't always a place of peace. For some, it was a place of hunger, a place where the dead waited, restless and starving, ready to rise from their graves and take what they could no longer possess, life. The living, clinging to their beliefs and rituals, tried to keep the dead at bay, but deep down, they knew that there was always the chance that something might go wrong. And when it did, when the dead returned, it wasn't just death they brought with them. It was the terrible, all-consuming hunger for life itself. On cold nights, when the wind howled through empty streets and the sky seemed darker than usual, whispers filled the air. Whispers of the dead, of graves disturbed, of bodies that didn't stay buried. There was a time when the fear of death was not just about leaving the world behind, but about what came after. The greater terror was that death might not hold you, that you could come back, twisted, filled with a hunger that no amount of living could satisfy. Long ago, people didn't just bury their dead out of respect, they did it out of fear. They knew the earth had to hold the body tight, to keep it there, to stop it from clawing its way back to the surface. Each culture, in its own way, built layers of protection around the grave, hoping to prevent something unspeakable from rising again. In Eastern Europe, where winters were brutal and the nights long, the fear of the undead was palpable. Villagers told stories of loved ones returning, but not as they once were. No, these were different, cold, lifeless bodies with a thirst for blood, bodies that were supposed to be resting in the peace of the afterlife. To protect themselves, they developed rituals. Before burying the dead, the villagers would drive a wooden stake through the chest of the body, pinning it to the ground. The stake, often made of oak or ash, wasn't just any tool. It was a weapon against the dead, a way to ensure that whatever was inside that body could never escape. The sharp wood would pierce the heart, the center of life itself, ensuring that the body could never rise again. But that wasn't always enough. In some cases, villagers would place heavy stones on the graves, piling them high until they were sure no human, living or dead, could lift them. It wasn't just about stopping the body, it was about trapping whatever unnatural force might try to break free. The weight of the stones pressed down on the coffin, holding the dead in place, a silent reminder that the grave was meant to be final. In Greece, where the Vrikolakas roamed the edges of their nightmares, burial rites took on an almost desperate intensity. If someone was suspected of being at risk of rising again, maybe they had died suddenly, or in some violent way, their body would be mutilated after death. It wasn't cruelty, not in the way we might think of it now. It was protection. Their hands and feet would be cut off to prevent them from walking, their heads severed from their bodies to keep them from thinking. And in some cases, they would bury the bodies face down, so that if the soul did try to return, it would dig deeper into the earth, away from the world of the living. In China, the fear of the jiangshi, those terrifying hopping corpses, led to a different kind of burial practice. It wasn't just about making sure the body stayed in the ground. The Chinese believed that improper burial could result in the body being possessed by a wandering spirit, causing it to rise and seek out the life force of the living. To prevent this, mirrors were often placed inside the coffin or near the grave. The idea was simple: spirits, particularly evil ones, hated their own reflection. If they saw themselves, they would flee, terrified by their own image. The mirror wasn't just a piece of glass, it was a shield, a barrier between the world of the dead and the living. In other regions, especially in the Balkans, garlic became a powerful weapon. Legend spoke of vampires being repelled by its scent, a sharp, pungent reminder of life. Before burying the dead, villagers would stuff the body's mouth with garlic, hoping that the stench of it would be enough to keep the vampire from returning. Garlic was placed around the neck, the wrists, and even around the grave itself. Its presence was both a warning and a guard, a way to make sure that the dead stayed where they belonged. There were stories, too, of more elaborate measures. In some cultures, bodies were decapitated before burial, the heads placed between the legs or far from the body, ensuring that even if the vampire tried to rise, it would be confused, lost without its head to guide it. In others, the body would be wrapped tightly in ropes or chains, bound to the ground, unable to move. The dead would be trapped, wrapped up in their own death, with no chance of escape. Not all vampire prevention rituals were so violent. In some parts of the world, coins were placed over the eyes of the dead, a symbol to pay their way into the afterlife. But there was more to it than that. The coins, heavy and cold, also served as a kind of lock, a way to keep the eyes shut, to stop the dead from looking back at the world they'd left behind. If they couldn't see the living, maybe they wouldn't try to come back for them. In the freezing landscapes of northern Europe, where the ground was too hard to dig during the long winters, the dead had to be stored above ground until the thaw. It was in these months of waiting that fear took root. What if the body, left unattended, found its way out of its temporary grave? To prevent this, great care was taken to ensure that the bodies were guarded. Sometimes, the dead were buried with iron nails driven through their feet and hands. Iron was believed to have protective powers, capable of trapping evil spirits and keeping the dead from returning. It was cold, strong, unyielding, everything the living needed to feel safe from the dangers of the night. There were also whispers of rituals involving fire. In extreme cases, when a vampire was suspected, the body would be exhumed and burned, reduced to ashes so that there was nothing left to rise again. The flames consumed the body, purifying it, turning it into smoke that drifted away with the wind. The living watched the fire, their faces lit by the glow, knowing that once the flames had died down, they would finally be safe. Each burial rite, every small precaution, carried with it the weight of centuries of fear. The dead had to stay dead. That was the only way the living could sleep peacefully at night. And so, they staked, they severed, they burned, they buried deep and placed heavy stones. Because in the end, it wasn't just about keeping the dead at rest. It was about survival. In the dim glow of flickering candles, shadows danced across stone walls, and the faithful knelt in silent prayer, seeking salvation. But beyond the warm glow of the church, the world was cold and full of dread. Death loomed large over medieval Europe, not just as an end, but as something more terrifying. The dead weren't always content to stay in their graves. Something unholy stirred beneath the ground, something that whispered of evil, of damnation. Christianity had spread its roots deep into the hearts and minds of medieval people, promising an eternal life in the presence of God for those who lived righteously. But it also spoke of horrors for those who strayed from the path. Hell, demons, and the devil became ever-present fears, and in that world of faith and fire, the vampire began to take shape, not just as a bloodthirsty creature, but as a sign of the damned. To those who lived in the shadow of the cross, resurrection wasn't always a miracle. There was a darker kind of rising, one that filled people with paralyzing fear. In the teachings of the church, Christ's resurrection was a triumph over death, a promise of life everlasting. But not all who came back did so in the light of God. Some, it was said, rose not by divine will but by the pull of something far more sinister. The vampire became a twisted reflection of this fear, the unholy, restless dead who had been denied peace, now returning to torment the living. Stories began to surface of bodies that didn't decompose, of corpses found bloated and flushed with blood, mouths smeared with fresh crimson. They had risen, people whispered, not by grace, but by something dark. The medieval world knew this wasn't just decay. It wasn't natural. The church had an explanation. These were the work of the devil, souls so corrupted in life that they had been denied entry into heaven, cursed to walk the earth, feeding off the living. Christianity didn't just see the vampire as a threat to life, it saw it as a threat to the soul. The vampire wasn't just a creature of the night, preying on blood, it was a mockery of the holy resurrection. It was a body, animated not by the Spirit of God, but by the dark forces that Christianity warned against. To come back from the dead in this way was seen as an act of rebellion against divine order, a terrifying proof that not all souls found their way to heaven. For the medieval mind, death was supposed to be a final rest, a passage into either salvation or eternal suffering. The vampire blurred those lines, and that terrified them. Stories of these creatures didn't just spread in hushed whispers, they became part of the collective consciousness, woven into sermons, preached from pulpits. The vampire became a symbol of sin, a living dead punished for its evil deeds in life. The church, in its growing power, played a significant role in shaping how people saw these creatures. Vampires weren't just a remnant of older, pagan beliefs, they were demons in the flesh. The devil, who tempted the living, could also corrupt the dead. And if someone had lived a life steeped in sin, greed, lust, murder, the church warned that even death wouldn't free them from the devil's grasp. The body could rise, animated by evil, and return to feast on the blood of the innocent. Across Europe, this fear of the vampire spread like wildfire. In the small, candlelit villages, where the night stretched endlessly, and the forests were dark and full of secrets, people looked to the church for protection. Holy water, crosses, and prayers became shields against the undead. The vampire, once a creature of folklore, was now tied to the larger cosmic battle between good and evil, between God and the devil. Exhumations were not uncommon. If a village suspected a body had risen, they would dig up the grave to find the truth. What they found was often enough to send chills down their spines, bodies that looked too well preserved, that seemed bloated, as if they had been feeding. It wasn't just superstition. To them, it was proof. The vampire was real, and it was the devil's work. Priests were called to consecrate graves, to bless the ground so the dead could not rise again. But sometimes, even that wasn't enough. In some cases, the heart of the corpse was cut out and burned, the ashes scattered to the wind. In others, the body was staked through the chest, the belief being that it would pin the creature to the earth, preventing it from rising once more. The stake was more than just a weapon, it was a cross in disguise, a symbol of Christianity's power over the darkness. The fear ran deep. People believed that certain sins in life could condemn someone to this fate. Those who died unbaptized, or who had committed grievous acts, might not rest in peace. Suicide, too, was seen as a sin so profound that the soul would be denied entry into heaven, and worse, might return as a vampire, trapped between life and death, hungry for the life they had lost. It wasn't just individuals who feared the vampire's return. Entire communities held their breath when someone suspicious died. If livestock fell sick or crops failed shortly after a person's death, suspicions would grow. If children or loved ones started to waste away, it was said that a vampire was feeding on their life force. The night became a time of dread, and families would hold vigils, staying awake, clutching holy relics, waiting for the light of dawn to break. In monasteries and cathedrals, monks would write of these occurrences, weaving them into the fabric of medieval belief. Vampires weren't just creatures of the body, they were creatures of the soul, twisted by evil, denied salvation. The Church's teachings gave shape to the fear, making it more than just folklore. The vampire was now a demon, a soul condemned by sin, and only the power of God could stop it. The medieval vampire, in many ways, was a reflection of the time's greatest fears: death, the afterlife, and the eternal battle between good and evil. It was more than just a blood-sucking creature. It was a reminder of the consequences of sin, a symbol of what happens when death is not the peaceful rest that the faithful hoped for, but a restless, hungry, cursed return to the world they had left behind. The air was thick with the scent of death. Homes once filled with laughter were now silent, their doors marked with the signs of sickness. The streets, once bustling with life, were eerily empty, except for the carts that came in the dead of night to collect the bodies. The plague had swept through, and nothing felt safe anymore. As the sun dipped below the horizon, families huddled inside their homes, trembling not just from fear of the disease, but from something else, something darker that lurked in the shadows of their minds. In times of plague, when sickness ravaged entire communities, explanations were hard to come by. Why did healthy people, full of life, suddenly waste away? How could entire families fall victim to a mysterious illness that left their bodies cold and drained of energy? In their desperation to understand, people reached for what they knew: stories of creatures that fed on life itself. The idea of the vampire took root in these moments of terror, growing alongside the fear of the invisible, the unstoppable. Tuberculosis, known as consumption in the past, was one of the most feared diseases. Its symptoms were haunting. The infected would waste away slowly, their bodies becoming pale, gaunt, and hollow. They coughed up blood, their breaths rattling in their chests as they struggled to cling to life. It wasn't hard to see how the vampire legend flourished during outbreaks of tuberculosis. People began to believe that something unnatural was at play, something more than just sickness. When a loved one died of consumption, the others in the household often followed, as if the dead were reaching out from the grave to drain the life from the living. This wasn't just seen as illness spreading, it was something more sinister. Families would dig up the graves of their recently deceased, finding bodies that seemed too fresh, too well preserved. They would discover blood still pooling in the mouth, lips stained with crimson. It was as if the dead had been feeding, as if they had returned to steal the life of those they had once loved. Panic spread faster than the disease itself. In some villages, desperate people took matters into their own hands. They would exhume the bodies of suspected vampires, often those who had died first in the family, the ones believed to be responsible for the deaths that followed. These corpses, found with what seemed to be fresh blood on their lips, were seen as proof. The solution was brutal but swift. Stakes were driven through the heart, mouths were filled with garlic, and the bodies were burned to ashes, all in the hope that it would stop the deaths. But tuberculosis wasn't the only disease that stirred the fear of vampires. Rabies, too, played a role in shaping these terrifying myths. Rabies spread through bites, turning animals and humans alike into creatures of madness. Those infected would become hypersensitive to light, sounds, and smells. They became delirious, sometimes aggressive, foaming at the mouth, their thirst unquenchable. In the depths of their illness, they would lash out, trying to bite those around them. It didn't take much imagination to link these symptoms to the behavior of a vampire. The idea of a rabid creature, hungry for the blood of others, attacking in the dead of night felt all too real for people who had seen their loved ones fall victim to rabies. The disease blurred the line between man and beast, creating a perfect storm of fear and superstition. The infection spread from animal to human, much like how the vampire was thought to pass its curse with a single bite. In the darkness of these plagues, the boundary between life and death seemed fragile. People who were sick and near death sometimes slipped into unconsciousness, their breathing shallow and their skin cold. But then, in the moments when they were thought to be dead, they would awaken, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with terror. To the medieval mind, this looked like something out of a nightmare. These were not mere illnesses, these were the signs of something unnatural, something that had taken root in the very bodies of their neighbors and loved ones. As the Black Death ravaged Europe, taking millions of lives, the vampire legend surged alongside it. People began to notice strange occurrences in the graveyards. Some bodies seemed to swell after death, their abdomens bloated, their faces flushed. This, too, was seen as evidence of vampirism. The freshly buried dead were accused of feasting on the blood of the living. The fear was so strong that even the sight of the body bloating with natural decomposition could trigger an outbreak of vampire hysteria. It didn't matter that this was a normal process of decay. What people saw was the terrifying possibility that their loved ones had not truly died. They had become something else, something hungry. Communities didn't wait for explanations. Graves were opened, and bodies were desecrated in an attempt to stop the spread of death. The dead were beheaded, their mouths stuffed with bricks or stones to prevent them from biting anyone else. Sometimes the heart was cut out and burned, the ashes scattered in the hope that it would break the vampire's hold over the living. The fear of the plague and the fear of vampires fed off one another, creating a cycle of panic and violence. The churchyards and cemeteries, where the dead were meant to rest in peace, became battlegrounds. Priests were called to bless graves, holy water was sprinkled, and crosses were placed over the dead to protect them, and the living, from the possibility of resurrection. The line between religious ritual and superstition blurred as people sought anything that might stop the spread of death. Even as medical understanding began to grow, the fear of vampires remained deeply rooted in the psyche of the people. Science could explain how diseases spread, but it couldn't soothe the primal terror of a loved one wasting away, pale and bloodless, in the night. The vampire, born out of misunderstanding and fear, thrived in the cracks of knowledge, where explanations were scarce and the unknown loomed large. For those living through the horrors of pandemics and plagues, the idea of the vampire wasn't just a story, it was a way to make sense of the inexplicable. It was a face to put on the fear that had no name, a reason for the relentless death that swept through homes and villages. The vampire became the embodiment of that which couldn't be controlled, the sickness, the pain, the loss. It gave people a target, something to fight against when everything else seemed hopeless. In the end, it wasn't just the plagues that shaped the vampire myth, it was the raw, desperate fear of death itself. A fear that the dead might not stay buried, that they could return, not as the loved ones they had once been, but as something far more terrifying, something insatiable. A creature that came not just to take life, but to feed on it. The cold wind howled through the forests, sweeping over the darkened hills of Eastern Europe. Beneath the moon's pale light, whispers passed between villagers huddled close to their hearths. They spoke of creatures who roamed the night, cursed souls who had returned from the grave, hungry for the blood of the living. Every creak of the wooden floors, every shadow that shifted in the flickering firelight, sent a shiver down their spines. In these lands, the vampire wasn't just a legend, it was a constant fear. In the shadowed regions of Romania, Hungary, and the Slavic territories, these creatures were not the romantic figures of modern tales. They were far more terrifying, their origins buried deep in the beliefs of these ancient peoples. Among the Romanians, they were called strigoi, restless spirits who rose from their graves to feast on the living. But this wasn't just a tale told to frighten children. For many, it was real. The Strigoi were said to have once been human, often people who had lived wicked lives, committed great sins, or died unnatural deaths. If someone died unbaptized, or if their body was improperly buried, they were at risk of rising as one of these creatures. In the dead of night, it was said, these figures would claw their way out of the earth, moving silently through the village, searching for the warmth of the living to sustain them. The first victims were often their own families. As the Strigoi drained their life, they grew stronger, leaving the once healthy-looking pale, sick, and weak. The horror of the Strigoi was felt not only in their thirst for blood but in the betrayal it represented. To the villagers, these creatures were not faceless monsters, they were loved ones. A father, a sister, a child, who, instead of resting peacefully in the grave, had returned as something unrecognizable, something dangerous. The idea of facing a person you once loved, now a soulless predator, sent terror into the hearts of even the bravest men. As night after night passed, and more people fell sick, suspicion grew. It was the dead, they whispered. It had to be. Families would visit the graves of those who had died recently, looking for signs that their loved ones were no longer at rest. They would dig up the bodies, and if the corpse looked too lifelike, too fresh, the answer was clear. The Strigoi had risen. Their chest would be pierced with a stake, their heart removed and burned, ensuring they could no longer return to torment the living. But Romania was not the only land haunted by such tales. In the Slavic regions, the vampire was known by many names, but the fear was the same. The Slavs spoke of creatures like the Nosferatu, a word that struck fear into the very core of those who heard it. Unlike the Strigoi, who were often described as human-like in appearance, the Nosferatu was monstrous, a thing of pure evil. It was not just a restless dead, but a being that had never known life, a demon that took on the appearance of a corpse to prey upon the innocent. The Nosferatu would creep through villages, its skin pale and leathery, its mouth dripping with the blood of its victims. It was not bound by the same rules as the Strigoi. This creature didn't return to its family first. It sought out the weakest, the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, draining them of their life force with a single bite. The stories of the Nosferatu were filled with gruesome details. Victims were found with their necks torn open, their bodies cold and drained of blood. These tales spread from village to village, until even the bravest warriors feared the approach of night. In Hungary, too, the vampire legend thrived. The Magyar people spoke of creatures who would rise from the grave, hunting in packs, their eyes glowing in the darkness. Like the Strigoi, they were often the spirits of the wicked, but unlike the solitary Strigoi, the Hungarian vampires were rarely alone. They would gather under the cover of night, attacking anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. These vampires were faster, more animalistic, tearing through their victims with ferocity before disappearing into the forests, leaving nothing but devastation behind. As the vampire legends took hold of the region, certain signs of a vampire's presence became clear. Cattle found mysteriously dead, their bodies drained of blood, was a sure sign that something unnatural was at play. And if someone who had recently died appeared in dreams, pale and sickly, it was taken as a warning that they had become one of the undead. The fear of these creatures ran so deep that entire communities would come together to prevent an outbreak of vampirism. Graves would be consecrated with holy water, crosses placed at the head of the tombs. Garlic was hung from doorways, windows, and even around the necks of children, as it was believed that the pungent smell would repel the undead. These weren't just superstitions, they were acts of survival in a world where every shadow seemed to hold danger. Even the way people buried their dead was influenced by the fear of vampires. In some places, bodies were buried face down, so that if they did rise, they would dig deeper into the earth instead of clawing their way to the surface. In other cases, sharp objects, like scythes or sickles, were placed in the coffin, hoping to trap or injure the creature should it attempt to escape its grave. But despite these precautions, the vampire legends grew stronger, passed down from generation to generation. Each telling seemed to make the creature more terrifying, more powerful. And as the myths spread beyond Eastern Europe, they began to take on new forms. The stories of the Strigoi and the Nosferatu would eventually inspire the vampire myths we recognize today, but in those days, the fear was very real, and the line between life and death felt impossibly thin. The people who lived in these lands didn't question whether vampires existed. They knew they did. They had seen the bodies, heard the footsteps outside their doors at night, and felt the cold breath of the undead on their skin. In the stillness of the night, as the world slept, they stayed awake, praying the sun would rise before the vampires could claim another soul. The moon hung low over the dark forests and rocky hills of the Balkans, casting long shadows over the villages below. It was said that in these lands, the dead did not always stay buried. Fear rippled through the homes as people whispered about the bloodsuckers, creatures that rose from their graves, thirsty for the blood of the living. To live in the Balkans meant accepting the uneasy truth that the line between life and death was not as solid as it seemed. And sometimes, the dead came back hungry. In the quiet, isolated villages of Serbia and Bulgaria, stories of vampires were woven into everyday life. They weren't just tales to frighten children, they were believed, passed from generation to generation like warnings carried on the wind. The creatures they spoke of were not distant nightmares, but neighbors, family members, people who had once shared their lives and now returned with dark, unnatural urges. One of the most feared among these creatures was the Serbian vampire. This being was not a stranger, but someone the villagers had once known, someone who had died only to rise again. The fear would start with a strange illness. One person would die, followed by another, and another. It wasn't long before whispers began. Perhaps the first to die hadn't stayed in the grave after all. In a desperate attempt to stop the spread of death, the graves would be opened, and the bodies inspected for signs of vampirism. What they found chilled them to the bone. Corpses that should have decayed remained strangely fresh, their skin swollen and flushed with color as if still full of life. There would be blood at the mouth, a telltale sign that the body had been feeding on the living. The villagers knew what had to be done. A stake would be driven through the heart of the suspected vampire, its body burned to ash to prevent any further attacks. But even with these brutal measures, the fear lingered. Once the idea of the undead had taken hold, it was hard to shake. Each night brought new terrors, and every shadow felt like the gaze of a bloodthirsty fiend. Bulgaria, the stories were just as grim. The vampire, or vampire as it was known, was often said to be created when someone died violently or without the proper burial rites. It could also happen if a body was left unattended too long before burial, giving the spirit a chance to return. These vampires were not the elegant creatures of modern fiction. They were grotesque, their bloated bodies moving with a twisted kind of life as they hunted in the night. The Bulgarians took many precautions to prevent vampirism. Garlic was hung from windows and doorways, and thorny roses were placed on graves to trap the vampire within. But sometimes, even these measures weren't enough. When people began to fall ill or animals were found drained of blood, it became clear that a vampire was on the loose. The village would gather, trembling with fear, to unearth the body they believed responsible. Stakes were used to pin the vampire to the earth, and fires burned brightly as the creature's remains were reduced to ash. The villagers knew they could not rest until the vampire was destroyed. It was a fight for their very lives. But it wasn't just Serbia and Bulgaria that suffered from the terror of vampires. Across the Balkans, from Bosnia to Croatia, people spoke of creatures that fed on the blood of the living, turning peaceful nights into nightmares. In some regions, the vampire was known as the Vrikolakas, a being created by improper burial or unresolved sin. These creatures were said to knock on doors at night, calling out to the people inside. Woe to the person who answered. They would soon fall ill, their life force slowly drained away as the vampire continued its silent hunt. The fear of vampires was so strong in the Balkans that it influenced the way people lived their daily lives. The dead were buried quickly and with great care, surrounded by objects meant to keep them in the grave. Families placed coins in the mouths of their dead, sometimes even driving stakes into their hearts before the body was buried, just in case. This wasn't just superstition, it was survival. To the people of the Balkans, the vampire wasn't just a myth. It was a very real threat. These fears didn't stay confined to the Balkans. As the centuries passed, stories of the Balkan vampires began to spread throughout Europe. Travelers returned with terrifying tales of bloodsuckers who rose from their graves, and soon these legends mixed with the folklore of other regions. In this way, the Balkan vampire became a cornerstone of European vampire lore. The Strigoi of Romania, the Nosferatu of Slavic legend, these creatures all shared a common ancestor in the vampires of the Balkans. Even today, the stories linger. Though modern science has explained away much of the fear that once gripped these villages, the legends remain, a reminder of a time when people lived in constant fear of what lurked in the dark. To hear the tale of a bloodsucker rising from its grave, hunting the living, is to feel a shiver run down your spine, no matter how many centuries have passed. For the people of the Balkans, these stories were more than just entertainment. They were warnings, lessons learned through generations of fear and survival. The vampire wasn't a distant figure from a fairy tale. It was a neighbor, a family member, someone you had once known and trusted. And that betrayal, that idea that someone you loved could return from the dead to harm you, made the fear all the more real. It's easy to see how these stories took hold, spreading through Europe and beyond. The idea of the vampire, the dead who refused to stay buried, the creature that fed on the blood of the living, resonated with something deep and primal. It spoke to the fear of death and the unknown, to the terror of losing control over life and death itself. In the villages of Serbia and Bulgaria, and the shadowed hills of the Balkans, the vampire wasn't just a story. It was a living nightmare, a constant threat that haunted the minds of those who heard the rustling of leaves outside their window or the creak of a floorboard in the dark. Even now, when the rational mind dismisses these tales as folklore, there's a part of us that still listens, still watches the shadows, and wonders what might be lurking there. The air in the cemetery was heavy, thick with a silence that clung to the trees like a shroud. It wasn't just the cold that made people shiver as they passed by the rows of graves in the dim light of dusk. It was the stories, whispered in homes and taverns across Western Europe, that told of creatures who refused to stay buried. In the dark corners of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, the dead didn't always rest in peace. Some came back, driven by an unnatural hunger, their presence lingering like a shadow that couldn't be escaped. In Germany, fear crept through the villages with the mention of the Naxxerer. This creature wasn't the elegant vampire of later centuries, but something more unsettling, a figure of slow, lingering death. It wasn't the bite of this being that drained the life from the living. Instead, the Naxxerer remained in its grave, devouring its own body. First, it would chew on its shroud or even gnaw at its own limbs, and with each bite, someone from its village would fall ill, their vitality sapped away. The dead had a grip on the living, and it was as if their own decaying body called others to the grave with them. Villagers lived in constant fear of this gruesome entity. The signs of a Naxxerer were subtle at first, a sickness that spread through a family or village, the dead appearing in dreams, calling their loved ones to join them. But soon enough, the villagers knew they were dealing with something far more sinister than disease. Graves were dug up, and bodies were examined for signs of activity. If a corpse was found with its mouth bloodied or its limbs gnawed, the villagers wasted no time. The head of the Naxxerer would be cut off, its heart removed, and its body burned. Only then could the living hope to escape the slow death that the creature brought with it. France, too, had its share of horrors. The Revenants, as they were known, were not creatures of folklore but part of daily life for many. In the Middle Ages, there were countless reports of dead men and women rising from their graves to haunt the living. These weren't just ghostly apparitions. Revenants were physical beings, corpses that returned from the dead with swollen bodies and blood on their lips. They would rise at night, their pale faces twisted in hunger, seeking out the living to torment them, sometimes even suffocating their victims in their sleep. What made the Revenants especially terrifying was how ordinary they had once been. A neighbor, a friend, or even a spouse could become one of these creatures if they had died with unfinished business or unresolved guilt. They would knock on doors in the dead of night, their presence filling the air with dread. People spoke of hearing heavy footsteps outside their homes, of waking up to find a figure standing at the foot of their bed, watching them with eyes that no longer held any warmth. The church played a significant role in addressing the fears surrounding revenants. Priests were often called to exorcise these creatures, performing rites over the bodies to ensure they stayed buried. But for those who believed in the power of the revenants, no amount of prayers could shake the feeling that something dark lingered just beyond the walls of their home. Families took matters into their own hands, dismembering corpses, driving iron stakes through their hearts, or burning the bodies to ashes to prevent them from returning. In the United Kingdom, the stories of revenants took on an even darker tone. The countryside was dotted with ancient burial sites, places where the past felt close enough to touch. It was said that those who died violently, or those whose bodies were left exposed to the elements, could come back as revenants. These beings were not only drawn by the thirst for blood but by an overwhelming need to exact revenge. They would stalk the living, appearing in the dead of night, sometimes in grotesque forms, bloated and rotting, as if death had refused to release its hold on them. One of the most feared revenants in English folklore was the one who was believed to return for vengeance. Those who had been wronged in life, who had been betrayed or murdered, would rise from their graves, consumed by anger. Their victims were often the ones responsible for their death, but in their wrath, the revenants didn't always discriminate. They spread fear and sickness wherever they went, their mere presence causing crops to wither, animals to fall dead, and the air itself to turn sour. The people of these lands did not take the threat of revenants lightly. Burial practices became more elaborate, designed to prevent the dead from returning. Corpses were buried with heavy stones on their chests or tied down with iron chains to keep them from rising. In some places, the heads of the dead were severed, or their bodies buried at crossroads, where it was believed their wandering spirits would be confused and unable to find their way back home. It wasn't just the peasants who feared the revenants. Even nobles and kings took these stories seriously. There are accounts of English kings ordering the destruction of graves suspected of harboring revenants, of entire villages being exorcised to rid them of the spirits that haunted the night. The fear was real, and it echoed in every corner of the land. As the years passed, the stories of vampires in Western Europe continued to evolve, but the heart of the legend remained the same. Whether it was the Naxxerer in Germany, slowly devouring its own body while draining the life from the living, or the revenants of France and the UK, rising from their graves to exact revenge, these creatures represented the fear of death, of losing control over life, and of the possibility that those we buried might not stay where we left them. Even now, in the quiet corners of the countryside, where the air is still and the trees seem to whisper, there's a lingering sense of something old, something that remembers these stories. The shadows grow longer as the sun sets, and the line between life and death blurs once more. Those who know the tales might find themselves looking over their shoulder, listening for the sound of footsteps that don't quite belong, and wondering if the dead have truly been laid to rest. On the moonlit shores of ancient Greece, where the sea whispered secrets to the wind and the mountains loomed like silent gods, fear clung to the night. It wasn't the battles of mortals or the wrath of deities that haunted these lands after dusk. It was something far darker, something that crawled out of forgotten graves with an insatiable hunger. The people called them the Vrikalakas and the Impuza, creatures that blurred the line between life and death, their presence staining the world with dread. In the villages, whispers of the Vrikalakas spread like wildfire. This creature was no ordinary specter. A soul, unable to find peace in death, it returned in a twisted form, its body bloated and swollen with unnatural vitality. By day, the corpse lay still in its grave, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Vrikalakas would stir. Its heart, if it could still be called one, would begin to beat again, and it would rise, its shadow stretching across the land, casting a pall over the night. The Vrikalakas was not content to haunt in silence. It would roam the streets, knocking on doors, calling out in the voices of the dead. Woe to those who answered, for their fate was sealed. Once invited in, the Vrikalakas would bring death, slowly draining life from its victim until they, too, succumbed to the pull of the grave. The fear of this creature was so pervasive that villagers would go to great lengths to prevent the dead from returning. Graves were covered in heavy stones, and iron nails were driven through the coffins. If the signs of the Vrikalakas were found, an unearthed grave, a body without decay, it was dug up and destroyed without hesitation. Fire was often the final answer, burning the corpse to ashes, as nothing less would end its reign of terror. But not all creatures of the night were bloated corpses. Some were far more sinister, weaving their way through the fabric of myth itself. The Empusa, a figure both feared and seductively dangerous, was said to be a servant of the goddess Hecate. This being was no mere phantom, it had a shape-shifting power that made it all the more terrifying. By day, it could walk among mortals, unnoticed, as a beautiful woman with flowing hair and mesmerizing eyes. But at night, its true form was revealed. One leg of brass and the other of a donkey, its beauty twisted into something monstrous as it hunted its prey. The Empusa would target men, luring them with its enchantments, appearing as a vision of desire. It would seduce them, drawing them in until their guard was down. And when they were at their most vulnerable, the Empusa would strike. It didn't kill quickly, that would be too merciful. Instead, it drained the life force slowly, leaving its victim a hollow shell, ravaged by exhaustion and sickness. The men, once strong and proud, would waste away, their strength and vitality stolen by the creature that had once appeared so alluring. It was said that the Empusa could only be driven away by the light of dawn or by invoking the names of the gods, as the divine alone could break its spell. These creatures weren't mere tales to scare children, they were woven into the very beliefs of the people. The Vrikalakas and the Empusa represented the unknown, the fear of death and what might lie beyond it. They were echoes of the ancient world, where the lines between the mortal and the divine were thin, and the dead didn't always stay dead. In classical antiquity, these stories grew from the understanding of the afterlife, where the soul could either ascend to the Elysian fields or linger in the dark corners of the earth, restless and hungry. As centuries passed, the belief in these creatures didn't fade, it adapted. The medieval Greeks still feared the Vrikalakas, but now, they saw it as a creature connected to sin, to the unclean dead. It was thought that those who had died without receiving proper rites or had led sinful lives were the most likely to become these beings. The church became involved, too, with priests often called upon to exorcise suspected Vrikalakas. Holy water, prayers, and blessings were all tools used to protect the living from the dead. Yet, for many, the only sure way to stop a Vrikalakas was through violence, staking its heart, beheading it, or burning its body until nothing remained. The Vrikalakas wasn't just a local horror, though. It traveled across borders, influencing vampire myths throughout Europe. In fact, it was one of the earliest figures to embody the idea of the undead consuming the living, a theme that would later give rise to the more familiar vampire of Western lore. But where the vampire of later centuries would often be depicted as a pale, aristocratic figure, the Vrikalakas remained something more primal, a creature tied to the earth, to death, and to decay. The Empusa, meanwhile, remained a reminder of the seductive danger that lurked in the shadows. Its power was not just in its ability to kill, but in its capacity to manipulate and deceive. The stories of men who fell under its spell were warnings, not just against the supernatural but against the dangers of desire itself. To give in to temptation was to risk more than just one's life, it was to risk one's soul. Even in modern Greece, the tales of the Vrikalakas and Empusa continue to echo. They are part of the landscape, ancient whispers carried on the wind, reminding the living to respect the dead and to be wary of what might lurk in the dark. The fear is not just of the physical creatures themselves, but of what they represent, the unknown, the loss of control, and the inescapable pull of death. In the quiet hours of the night, when the moon casts long shadows on the streets of a small village, there is still that lingering sense of unease. Perhaps it's just the wind rattling the shutters, or maybe it's something more. Something that stirs beneath the earth, waiting. In the cold, endless nights of the far north, where the wind howled like a mourning spirit and the mountains stood like silent guardians, there was an ancient fear that no warmth could chase away. It wasn't just the bitter bite of winter or the long months of darkness that sent shivers through the bones of the Norse. It was something far worse, something that could rise from the frozen ground long after it had been buried. The Draugr, the restless dead of Scandinavian legend, was a creature that could shake the bravest of men. It was said that death didn't always bring peace in the harsh lands of the Vikings. Some remained tied to the earth, unwilling or unable to let go, and what came back was not the person who had once lived. The Draugr was a twisted version of the soul that had passed. These beings returned with the strength of the grave, fueled by an insatiable anger or greed. They were swollen, pale corpses, often reeking of rot, with glowing eyes that burned with a fury no mortal could extinguish. When a person died in the Old Norse world, there was always a flicker of fear. Would they rest quietly in their grave, or would they become something more sinister? The Draugr was not content to lie still beneath the frozen earth. They could rise, their stiff limbs moving with unnatural power, capable of crushing bones or splitting the earth with ease. Tales of these undead often spoke of them guarding their treasure, gold, weapons, or other earthly goods they had coveted in life, now hoarded in death. They would attack any who dared to disturb their resting place, and their vengeance was swift and brutal. But the Draugr was more than a graveyard guardian. These creatures were said to wander the lands, hunting down those they had hated in life or preying upon the living out of sheer spite. They brought death wherever they went. The cold grip of their hands could drain the life from a man, leaving him as pale and lifeless as they were. Their touch spread disease, and some believed that the very breath of a Draugr carried with it the sting of death itself. Villages trembled at the thought of encountering a Draugr. Even the bravest Viking warriors, who feared little in battle, spoke in hushed voices when it came to these creatures. No shield, no sword, could protect a man from what crawled out of the grave. For many, the only solution was to prevent a loved one from becoming a Draugr in the first place. Burial practices were performed with great care. Bodies were often buried with iron nails driven through them or weighed down by heavy stones. Sometimes, they were decapitated, the head placed at their feet to ensure they could not rise again. Still, despite every precaution, the stories persisted. There were those who swore they had seen the dead walking. On nights when the air seemed unnaturally cold, or when livestock died without reason, the Draugr was blamed. If a village had been cursed with a Draugr, it wasn't enough to simply find the grave and rebury the body. The creature had to be destroyed. This often meant digging up the corpse, cutting off its head, and burning it to ashes. Only fire could purify the dead and rid the world of the Draugr's cursed existence. But the Draugr wasn't the only form the restless dead could take. Some spoke of the Hogby, another type of undead that haunted the burial mounds. While less malevolent than the Draugr, the Hogby was still a force to be reckoned with. They too guarded their treasures, and though they might not leave their burial sites as often as the Draugr, disturbing their rest was a mistake few lived to tell about. The Hogby would attack with the same relentless strength, unwilling to let go of the riches they had taken to the grave. The fear of these creatures wasn't born out of fantasy alone. In a land where survival was a constant battle, where death could come from a storm, a sword, or the ice itself, the idea of a force that could not be defeated by mere strength was a terror unlike any other. The Draugr represented everything that couldn't be controlled, the unpredictability of death, the fragility of life, and the possibility that even the grave might not be the end. Yet, not every story of the Draugr was one of destruction. Some spoke of the restless dead being defeated by the living. A brave soul, often a hero, could face the Draugr and bring it down. These tales gave a glimmer of hope, a belief that even in the darkest times, courage could prevail. But such victories were rare, and for every tale of triumph, there were dozens more of terror and death. As Viking warriors sailed across the seas and conquered new lands, the stories of the Draugr followed them. Wherever they went, the dead would not be forgotten. Even in distant lands, far from the cold shores of Scandinavia, the fear of the undead lingered. It shaped the way people thought about death and the afterlife, leaving a shadow that stretched across generations. The Draugr was not just a monster from legend. It was a reflection of the Norse way of life, a life full of struggle, where the line between the living and the dead was fragile, and where the cold, unforgiving nature of the world could turn even the most honorable man into something terrifying after death. In the long, dark winters of the north, when the fires burned low and the snow piled high, people would tell these stories, their voices barely more than whispers. The howl of the wind outside might just be the storm, or it might be something else. Something older. Something still hungry. The night was unnaturally still, the air heavy with a quiet tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Somewhere in the shadows, something stirred. It was not the rustling of leaves, nor the sound of a passing breeze. No, this was a different kind of movement, one that made the skin prickle and hearts race. In the darkness, hidden from the gaze of the moon, ancient terrors waited. In the heart of China, the tale of the Jiangshi is whispered, a creature both terrifying and tragic. Known as the hopping vampire, the Jiangshi was said to be a corpse reanimated by some dark force, its limbs stiff and decayed. What made it so chilling was not just its appearance, but the eerie way it moved, leaping after its prey, its arms rigidly outstretched. Unlike other vampires that drank blood, the Jiangshi sought to consume the very life essence of its victims, draining their qi, the vital energy believed to sustain life. And in the ancient villages where these stories were born, people believed that once a Jiangshi had you in its grasp, escape was impossible. The Jiangshi's existence was often blamed on improper burials or evil spirits. Some said they were the restless dead, unable to find peace because of some wrong done to them in life. Others believed that dark sorcery could reanimate the dead, turning them into Jiangshi. To protect themselves, people would scatter grains of rice or hang mirrors, believing the Jiangshi would become distracted by these objects and stop its deadly pursuit. Yet, despite all the protective rituals, the fear of the Jiangshi lingered in every shadow, and every corner where the night stretched long. Far from China, in the islands of the Philippines, another creature haunted the night, the aswang. Unlike the stiff, hopping Jiangshi, the aswang was a shapeshifter, a master of deception. By day, it might look like an ordinary person, blending into the crowd, living among the villagers. But by night, it transformed into something far more sinister, preying on the weak and vulnerable. Sometimes, it took the form of a beautiful woman, only to reveal its true nature when the darkness fell. The aswang craved human flesh, especially the flesh of the unborn. It was said to slip into homes in the dead of night, using its long, snake-like tongue to suck the life from sleeping infants. Mothers would clutch their babies close, praying that the aswang would pass over their homes, that the night would end without the sound of that dreaded slithering tongue. The very thought of it sent shivers down spines, and even today, in rural areas, stories of the aswang persist, passed down through generations as both a warning and a reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk in the night. In Malaysia and Indonesia, the terror came in a different form, **** the Penanggalan ****. By day, she appeared as an ordinary woman, but by night, she became something far more terrifying. Her head would detach from her body, trailing her internal organs behind her as she floated through the air in search of blood. The Penanggalan preyed on pregnant women and newborns, much like the aswang, slipping through cracks and windows to satiate her insatiable hunger. Imagine the horror of hearing a faint, wet sound in the distance, only to realize it was the slithering of a Penanggalan's entrails as she glided through the village, her head twisting and turning, searching for her next victim. The villagers would hang thorny branches around their homes, hoping to snag her organs and keep her at bay. But no one ever slept easily, for no matter how many thorns surrounded the house, the Penanggalan was cunning, and her hunger was relentless. Then there was the Langsuer, a spirit from Malaysian folklore. Said to be the restless soul of a woman who had died in childbirth, the Langsuer was driven by sorrow and rage. Her appearance was a grotesque mockery of her former beauty, long, unkempt hair, sharp teeth, and claw-like hands. But it wasn't her looks that terrified people the most. It was her cry, a haunting wail that echoed through the trees. To hear it meant certain death. The Langsuer would descend upon her victim with a fury born of her tragic death, feeding on their blood, draining the very life from their bodies. Each of these creatures, the Jiangshi, Aswang, Penanggalan, and Langsuer, were born from deep-rooted fears of death, of the unknown, of the darkness that fell each night. They were not just stories to scare children. They reflected real anxieties that people in these cultures lived with. The dead were not always at peace, and the night was full of dangers that no locked door or fire could keep away. The shared thread between all these legends is the idea of transformation, of something once human becoming something monstrous. It wasn't just the physical transformation that scared people, it was the loss of humanity. The Jiangshi, once a beloved family member, returned as a soulless, life-draining monster. The Aswang, who might have once been a trusted neighbor, could transform into a nightmare once the sun set. And the Penanggalan, who could walk among the living by day, hiding her gruesome nature, was a stark reminder that not everything is as it seems. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, people huddled close, whispering stories of these creatures, their eyes darting nervously to the darkened corners of the room. For in the silence, in the stillness of the night, who could say what lurked just beyond the flickering light? The thought that something might be watching, waiting, ready to strike, it was enough to keep hearts racing, enough to make even the bravest feel a cold chill run down their spine. And so, in the quiet hours, when sleep seemed impossible, they spoke of the only things that could protect them. Salt, garlic, thorns, each culture had its own remedies, its own way of warding off the creatures that haunted their nights. But deep down, there was always a sliver of doubt. What if the Jiangshi could find a way past the rice? What if the Penanggalan slipped through a gap in the thorns? What if the Aswang was already hiding, waiting for the moment to strike? In every creak of the floorboards, and every gust of wind, the fear of these creatures lingered, reminding them that sometimes, the things we fear the most are the ones we cannot see, until it's too late. The night sky over West Africa was vast and endless, the kind of dark that felt alive, pulsing with unseen energy. Villagers gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated in the orange glow, but the warmth of the flames did little to chase away the chill that crept up their spines. Every so often, one of them would glance over their shoulder, toward the dense thicket of trees at the edge of the village. It wasn't just the darkness that made them uneasy. It was something more. Something older, more sinister, something that had haunted their people for generations. In the silence, a soft, unnerving sound could almost be heard, the hum of a creature that moved through the air, unseen yet deeply feared. This was the world of the Ads, a vampiric entity that was said to take the form of a firefly, flitting through the night, slipping through cracks and windows. Harmless as it seemed, the Ads was far from innocent. Once it found its way into a home, it would transform, revealing its true nature, a malevolent spirit that preyed on human blood. It was said that the Ads could possess a person, turning them into something less than human, a creature consumed by an insatiable hunger for life itself. But the Ads' thirst wasn't for mere blood, it craved the very essence of its victims, their vitality, their spirit. To the people of West Africa, this was far more terrifying than any ordinary monster. The idea that something could drink away the core of who you were, leave you a hollow shell, was a fear deeper than death itself. Mothers would clutch their children close at night, listening for the faint buzz of wings, praying that the Ads would pass them by. The Ads wasn't a beast you could fight with weapons. No blade could cut it, no spear could pierce it. It was something you had to outsmart, to trap, and that was no easy task. Once in its human form, the Ads could blend in, masquerading as an ordinary person by day, waiting until nightfall to reveal its true, vampiric face. Villagers spoke of ways to capture it, but those who had tried often failed, and their stories ended in tragedy. The Ads was cunning, relentless, and always hungry. In the lush lands of Ghana, another dark figure loomed, the Abayefo. Unlike the Ads, the Abayefo wasn't just a single creature, it could be anyone, hiding among the villagers, concealing its true nature until it was ready to strike. The Abayefo was feared for its connection to witchcraft, and the story said that those who practiced dark magic could transform into this vampire-like being. By day, the Abayefo could live among the people, unnoticed and unsuspected, but when night fell, it revealed its hunger. What made the Abayefo particularly terrifying was its obsession with children. It would drain the life force of the young, sapping their strength, leaving them weak and sickly. Parents would wake to find their once healthy children pale and frail, their eyes dull, their laughter silenced by the weight of something unseen, something that had crept into their homes in the dead of night. The Abayefo wasn't just feared for its attacks on the body, but for what it symbolized, an evil hiding in plain sight. It was the fear that anyone could be a threat, that the neighbor you greeted in the morning, the person you trusted, could be the very one who haunted your family when the sun set. This uncertainty sowed distrust, and in some villages, it wasn't uncommon for accusations of witchcraft to tear communities apart. People were desperate to root out the Abayefo, to find the source of their children's suffering, but the more they searched, the deeper the paranoia grew. To ward off the Abayefo, villagers would perform rituals, burning incense, chanting prayers, and smearing protective oils on their doors and windows. They believed that certain herbs could repel the creature, keeping it at bay, but the fear never truly left. In every unexplained illness, every unexplained death, the shadow of the Abayefo lingered, a constant reminder of the unseen dangers that walked among them. Further east, in the lands of the U people, the Sasabonsum was whispered about in hushed tones. Unlike the Ads or the Abayefo, the Sasabonsum was not subtle. It was a towering, grotesque figure with bat-like wings, sharp teeth, and claws that could rend flesh with a single swipe. Legend said that the Sasabonsum lived deep in the forests, hanging from trees, waiting for unsuspecting travelers to pass by. With a swift movement, it would swoop down, grabbing its victim and carrying them off into the darkness, where they would never be seen again. But what made the Sasabonsum so terrifying wasn't just its physical strength or its bloodlust, it was the isolation of its hunting grounds. The forest was a place of mystery, a vast, untamed wilderness where no one could hear you scream. Those who ventured too far into its depths risked becoming the next victim of the Sasabonsum, and even those who survived would be haunted by the creature's presence, forever scarred by the terror they had encountered. Across the vast continent of Africa, these stories of vampiric creatures shared a common thread, a deep fear of the unknown, of things that lurked in the dark, waiting to prey on the living. Whether it was the Ads' stealthy approach, the Abayefo's cunning disguise, or the Sasabonsum's brute strength, each entity represented a different kind of horror, a different kind of loss. It wasn't just death that these creatures brought, it was the fear of losing oneself, of being consumed by something beyond comprehension. The people who told these stories didn't do so to entertain, they did so to protect themselves, to pass down the knowledge of how to survive in a world where the line between life and death, between the human and the monstrous, was always shifting. In the flickering light of their fires, they spoke of rituals and protections, of ways to keep the darkness at bay, but they also spoke of courage, of the strength it took to face the night, to confront the monsters, both real and imagined, that threatened their world. And as the fires burned low and the night grew darker, the villagers huddled closer, knowing that the stories they told weren't just stories, they were warnings. For in the shadows, somewhere out there, the Ads still hummed, the Abayefo still lurked, and the Sasabonsum still waited, wings poised, ready to strike. In the dense forests of ancient Mexico, long before the Spanish ever set foot on its soil, whispers floated through the air, filling the night with a quiet dread. Mothers held their children close, and the elders, with faces carved by the weight of years, told stories that made the heart race and the skin prickle. Among these stories was one that chilled the blood of every listener, the tale of the Tlahuelpuchi. The Tlahuelpuchi was no ordinary predator. It wasn't a beast lurking in the wild, nor a shadowy figure hiding in the trees. It was far worse, because it lived among the people. This creature, with the power to shift its form, was said to be a witch, born with the dark gift of transformation. By day, they were indistinguishable from the people they lived among, but by night, they became something terrifying, a blood drinker, preying on the innocent, particularly infants. The thought that a familiar face, perhaps even a relative, could suddenly morph into a creature of nightmares brought a terror that burrowed deep into the heart. A mother would wake in the middle of the night to find her baby cold, drained of life, with no wounds except 2 small punctures on the skin, barely visible, yet unmistakable. There were always whispers after such tragedies, someone in the village was a Tlahuelpuchi. Suspicion grew like a disease, spreading through families, pitting neighbors against one another. How could one protect against something that wore the face of someone you knew? The thought was maddening, and in the villages where these stories took root, no one was ever truly safe. To protect themselves, families placed garlic and sharp thorns around their homes, believing it would ward off the Tlahuelpuchi. They carried out sacred rituals, hoping to identify the witch hiding among them, but the fear was never far from the surface. Every unexplained death, every shadow passing over a child's face, was enough to send them into a panic, their hearts racing with the dread of who, or what, might be responsible. But Mexico wasn't the only place where stories of blood drinkers took hold. Across the Americas, long before European settlers arrived, indigenous cultures told their own terrifying tales of creatures that fed on life. In the Andean highlands, legends spoke of dark entities that haunted the mountains and forests, spirits that could drain a person of their strength, leaving them frail and weak. These spirits were said to be the souls of the dead, trapped between worlds, hungry for the life they had lost. When the Europeans began to settle in the New World, they brought their own fears and stories of vampires with them. The clash of cultures didn't erase the indigenous myths. Instead, the two began to merge, forming new, strange hybrids of Old World legends and native beliefs. In the early colonial settlements, tales of revenants, those who had died but refused to stay dead, began to mingle with the indigenous stories of vampiric spirits. One of the earliest recorded vampire scares in colonial America occurred in the 18th century, in New England. A series of strange deaths swept through the town of Exeter, Rhode Island. Entire families were being wiped out, one by one, and the survivors believed they were being visited by the spirits of their deceased relatives. People spoke of the dead rising from their graves, returning to feed on the living. These spirits weren't visible in the way vampires are often imagined. They were a more subtle horror, slipping into the homes of their loved ones, draining them from within. The townspeople, desperate for answers, turned to an ancient practice to rid themselves of this evil. In a grim and unsettling ritual, the bodies of the deceased were exhumed, and their hearts were burned in an attempt to stop the spread of the mysterious deaths. The belief was that the corpse had been feeding on the living, and only by destroying the source could the remaining family members be saved. The fear was so real, so visceral, that it drove the townspeople to perform these gruesome acts on their own kin. The idea of the dead returning to feed on the living was not unique to the settlers. In some indigenous cultures of the Americas, there was also a belief that the spirits of those who had died violently, or who had unfinished business in life, would come back to haunt the living. These spirits weren't confined to their graves. They could wander, seeking out those who had wronged them, or even those who were simply vulnerable to their hunger. In parts of the Caribbean, particularly in Haiti, tales of the Lugawu emerged. Much like the European werewolf or vampire, the Lugawu was a shapeshifter, a creature that could transform into a monstrous being at night, feeding on the blood of humans. The Lugawu was said to possess the power to shed its skin, flying through the night in search of victims. Mothers would place special powders near the doors of their homes to prevent the creature from entering, believing that the Lugawu had to count every grain before it could pass. This was a small comfort in a world where the lines between the living and the dead felt so fragile. As the vampire lore spread throughout the Americas, it took on new forms, influenced by the diversity of cultures that existed side by side. The European settlers brought with them centuries of superstitions, blending them with the terrifying stories of the indigenous peoples, and as the two worlds collided, new legends were born. The vampire became more than just a creature of the night. It became a symbol of fear, a representation of the unknown forces that could steal away life in the darkness. For the indigenous cultures of the Americas, these vampiric entities weren't just physical threats, they were deeply spiritual. The idea of a creature that could drain life force, that could take away not just blood but the very essence of who a person was, resonated with the belief that the soul was something precious and vulnerable. To lose that, to have it stolen, was a fate worse than death. In the end, what united these stories, whether it was the Tlahuelpuchi of Mexico, the Lugawu of the Caribbean, or the revenants of New England, was a deep, primal fear of the unknown. These creatures, these vampires, represented something far more terrifying than any tangible threat. They were the embodiment of loss, of death creeping into life, of the familiar becoming monstrous. And that fear, that helplessness in the face of something so unstoppable, was what kept these stories alive, generation after generation. The night air hung heavy with tension in a small village nestled deep within the forests of Brazil. Livestock, once lively and grazing by day, were now found lifeless by morning. Their bodies drained of blood, their eyes wide open in terror, with no clear explanation. The villagers whispered in hushed tones, fearing what might be lurking in the darkness. It was something unspoken, something that crept through the shadows and struck when no one was watching. No footprints, no struggle, only silence and the undeniable feeling that something evil had come. The Chupacabra, a name that sent shivers down the spine, became the monster to blame. Unlike the traditional vampires of old, the Chupacabra was different. This wasn't a humanoid figure cloaked in black or a ghastly spirit wandering the earth. It was an animal-like creature, its eyes glowing with a sinister red hue, its fangs sharp enough to tear through flesh. Some described it as reptilian, others said it looked more like a wild dog or a strange mix of both. But one thing remained consistent: the Chupacabra fed on blood, and its hunger was insatiable. For the farmers and villagers who had once felt secure in their quiet, remote communities, the Chupacabra was a terror beyond understanding. Every night brought new dread, the fear that more animals would be taken, that this creature might even move on to people. Children would lie awake, their parents reassuring them with stories of protection, yet the fear was palpable. Night after night, they waited for the familiar scream of animals in the dead of night, knowing that by dawn, their fields would once again be stained with blood. But the Chupacabra was just one piece of a larger tapestry of vampire-like legends in South American folklore. In Argentina, the Pampas plains held their own tales of terrifying creatures. There, stories of the lobizon filled the imaginations of rural communities. A creature with connections to werewolves, the lobizon was thought to transform under the full moon, not only feeding on livestock but also targeting humans. It was said that a seventh son, cursed from birth, could turn into a lobizon, doomed to wander the earth as a bloodthirsty beast. In many ways, the fear of the lobizon mirrored the European tales of werewolves and vampires. Yet, there was something uniquely haunting about the idea that this curse could pass through generations, lying dormant until the conditions were just right. Families would hide their seventh sons, fearful of the transformation, of the creatures that would roam the countryside, thirsting for blood. It was a fear not just of the monster but of what could come from within their own families. Chile, with its rugged landscapes and harsh wilderness, held its own nightmarish beings. Legend spoke of the Puchin, a flying snake-like creature with the power to hypnotize its victims before draining their blood. The Puchin was feared by many, not just for its lethal bite, but for its ability to blend into the natural environment, striking without warning. Hunters and travelers moving through the Chilean wilderness were often warned of this elusive creature, told never to stray too far from their camps at night, for fear of the Puchin's silent approach. It wasn't just the creatures themselves that terrified the people, but the way they infiltrated the quiet, everyday lives of those who believed in them. The fear of the unknown, of creatures that didn't follow the rules of the natural world, was suffocating. The livestock deaths were one thing, but it was the eerie stillness, the dark, impenetrable forests, and the long, empty stretches of land where anything could be lurking that filled people with a sense of vulnerability. The creatures felt alive in the darkness, as though the very land itself birthed them. In Brazil, a land rich with diverse myths and folklore, vampires of a different sort stalked the edges of the forest and riverbanks. Stories of the Besta-feira, a shape-shifting beast, traveled across villages, especially in the more remote regions. The Besta-feira was said to be a curse, brought down upon those who committed grave sins. Like the lobizon, the Besta-feira could take on different forms, sometimes appearing as a massive, terrifying animal, other times taking on a more ghostly, spectral form. It was known to feed on both the blood and souls of its victims, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. In many ways, these South American legends of blood-drinking creatures became a reflection of the natural environment and the everyday fears of the people. Life in rural communities was hard, filled with the constant challenges of survival. The creatures that haunted their stories were often symbolic of the greater fears they faced, whether it was the loss of crops, the death of livestock, or the threat of sickness. In a world where life and death walked a fine line, these creatures embodied the very real threats of the unknown and uncontrollable forces that surrounded them. But beyond the fear and the superstition, there was always the question: what if these creatures weren't just stories? What if there truly were blood-drinking beings hiding in the shadows, biding their time before striking again? These questions lingered in the minds of those who grew up with the stories. As generations passed, the fear remained. Even as the modern world encroached upon these once remote areas, the legends of the Chupacabra, the Lobizin, and the Puchin still held sway over the imaginations of many. The stories weren't just warnings about the dangers of the night, though they certainly served that purpose. They were also a way of explaining the unexplainable, of giving form to the darkness that every person, in some way or another, feared. The creatures that drained blood, that stole life in the dead of night, were more than just physical threats. They were manifestations of a deeper fear, the fear of the unknown, of loss, and of death itself. For the people of South America, whether they lived in the sprawling pampas of Argentina, the dense forests of Brazil, or the rugged mountains of Chile, these creatures were as much a part of their reality as the natural world that surrounded them. The blood-drinking beings of legend weren't just myths. They were woven into the very fabric of their lives, a haunting reminder that in the darkest corners of the world, something always waited. Something that, no matter how hard one tried, could never fully be explained. As the fire crackled beneath the vast Australian sky, elders gathered the children close, their voices low and filled with the weight of ancient stories. In the flickering light, shadows stretched out long and ominous, dancing as if alive. Eyes wide, the children listened, captivated by the tale of the Yaramawahu, a creature that haunted the deep forests. It wasn't the kind of monster that chased or hunted in the way one might expect. No, this creature waited. Perched high in the branches of a fig tree, it would pounce silently on its unsuspecting prey. The Yaramawahu wasn't like other vampires. It didn't have fangs, nor did it creep through windows in the dead of night. Instead, it had something far more sinister, suction cup fingers. When it latched onto a victim, it drained them not of blood, but of life force itself, leaving them weak and helpless. The creature didn't kill immediately. It swallowed its prey whole, and after a while, it would regurgitate them back, only to repeat the process again. Each time, the victim emerged changed, smaller, weaker, a little less human than before. Over time, they would become one of the Yaramawahu's own kind, forever lost to the world they once knew. This story, passed down through generations of Aboriginal Australians, was more than just a tale to scare children. It reflected the deep connection the people had with their land and the creatures that inhabited it. The Yaramawahu's existence in the fig tree, a tree of both sustenance and mystery, carried symbolic weight. To the Aboriginal people, it was a reminder that danger often lurked where one least expected it, hidden within the very elements that sustained life. Further east, across the Pacific, the vast expanse of ocean stretched endlessly, connecting islands that, while separated by miles of water, shared a common bond of myth and storytelling. In the islands of Polynesia, there were tales of the Vila, a vampiric spirit that wandered the land, feeding on the souls of the living. The Vila, unlike the Yaramawahu, wasn't a creature of flesh and bone but a spectral being, difficult to see but impossible to forget. It was said that once a person felt the presence of the Vila, a sense of dread would descend upon them, a weight that pressed against the chest, making it difficult to breathe. The Vila would target those who wandered alone at night, their souls drawn to its cold, ethereal touch. The islanders spoke of how the creature could enter homes without a sound, slipping through cracks and shadows. Once it had marked its victim, there was little hope of escape. The person would become lethargic, pale, and distant, as if the life had been slowly drained from them. The island healers knew that fighting the Vila required more than just physical strength. It required a spiritual battle, a way of calling the soul back from the brink. Across the waters, in the Solomon Islands, another legend echoed through the whispers of the night. The Adaro, a malevolent spirit of the sea, was known to rise from the ocean depths with a hunger for blood. Described as half human and half fish, the Adaro wasn't just confined to the waters. It could walk on land, its presence felt in the mist and the salty spray of the waves. Fishermen who ventured too far from shore told stories of being followed by the Adaro, its eyes gleaming from beneath the surface as it waited for the right moment to strike. Unlike other vampires, the Adaro didn't need to touch its victims to cause harm. It could hurl poisonous fish at those who crossed its path, leaving them paralyzed and helpless in its wake. For the islanders, the Adaro represented the unpredictable and dangerous nature of the sea. It was a reminder that, while the ocean provided life and sustenance, it also held dark and deadly secrets. In the highlands of Papua New Guinea, the legend of the Sanguma terrorized the villages. The Sanguma wasn't a creature that could be easily seen or described, for it took on many forms. It was a spirit of darkness, capable of possessing humans and driving them to commit unspeakable acts. Those possessed by the Sanguma would feel a hunger they could not control, a hunger for blood. Their eyes would change, becoming wild and unrecognizable, as if something otherworldly had taken hold of their soul. Families feared the Sanguma, for it could take over a loved one without warning, turning them into a monster that fed on the blood of their own people. The fear of the Sanguma ran so deep that entire villages would abandon their homes at the slightest sign of its presence. Rituals were performed to ward off its influence, and healers worked tirelessly to expel the spirit from those who had fallen under its spell. But the Sanguma was relentless, always lurking, always waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. The stories of these vampiric creatures across the vast lands and islands of Oceania were more than just myths. They were woven into the fabric of everyday life, a way for the people to explain the forces of nature that they could not control. The sea, the forest, the mountains, these were not just landscapes, but living entities, filled with spirits and creatures that demanded respect and caution. The Yaramawahu, the Vila, the Adaro, and the Sanguma all served as reminders that the line between the physical and the spiritual world was thin, and that danger often came from the most unexpected places. For those who lived in these remote regions, the stories weren't just told for entertainment. They were warnings, passed down through generations, teaching the young to respect the world around them. To venture too far into the forest, to stray too close to the sea, or to let one's guard down at night was to invite the creatures of legend into their lives. And so, as the fire burned low and the stars twinkled above, the elders continued their stories, their voices heavy with the weight of centuries-old knowledge. The children listened, their eyes wide with both fear and fascination, knowing that, though the creatures might seem like stories, the lessons they carried were real. In the vast, untamed lands of Australia and the Pacific Islands, the vampire wasn't just a creature of the night, it was a reflection of the world's untamed power, always watching, always waiting, just beyond the edge of the firelight. The wind howled through the dense forests as the night sky darkened over the ancient land. Beneath the shadows of towering banyan trees, there was a stillness, an uneasy quiet that blanketed everything. In the heart of this silence, a presence could be felt, an ancient spirit, lurking, watching, waiting. The villagers had long whispered about the Vedala, a being that did not rest, a soul caught between life and death, wandering the earth and inhabiting the bodies of the dead. The Vedala was not like the typical vampire of European legends, but something far more eerie. It did not merely feed on blood, it fed on the essence of life itself. Known in Hindu mythology as a spirit that took over corpses, the Vetala's influence ran deep, its very presence making the air feel heavy, oppressive. It was said that once a body was possessed by a Vedala, it no longer belonged to the world of the living, but became a vessel for chaos and destruction. These creatures thrived in cemeteries, haunting the grounds where the dead were laid to rest, waiting to seize their next host. In the dim glow of the moon, those who ventured too close to these desolate places might find themselves face to face with a body animated by something far more sinister than mere decay. The corpse would move, its eyes gleaming with a cold, unnatural light, driven by the will of the Vedala. To encounter one was to face terror itself, a being that could not die because it was already dead, and yet could not live, forever trapped in the realm of the in-between. For the people who lived near these haunted grounds, stories of the Vedala were shared with an air of quiet reverence and fear. They were warned to never approach the burial sites at night, and rituals were performed to keep these restless spirits at bay. Yet, even with their prayers and offerings, there was always the lingering fear that one day, someone they loved might return, but not as themselves. Beyond the Vedala, the darkness held other creatures too, equally as terrifying. The Pisachas, beings born of darkness and chaos, roamed the night with an insatiable hunger for flesh. In both Hindu and Buddhist mythology, Pisachas were described as deformed, grotesque beings with bulging eyes and twisted limbs, their faces contorted with eternal malice. They thrived in places of suffering, battlefields, sites of murder, or where great sorrow had unfolded. Drawn to human misery, they fed on not just flesh, but the fear and despair of their victims. Wherever there was conflict, the Pisachas were not far behind. They could make their victims sick, whispering twisted thoughts into their minds, driving them to madness. Families who once lived in harmony would suddenly fall apart under the weight of hatred and suspicion, all because a Pisacha had slipped into their midst, feeding on their discord. The sight of a Pisacha was enough to drain the color from any face, its very presence a harbinger of despair. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Pisachas was their ability to possess humans. Once inside the body of a person, the Pisacha would slowly eat away at their soul, leaving them as nothing more than a shell. To those on the outside, it might seem like an illness, as the person grew more and more distant, their eyes empty, their voice devoid of emotion. But those who knew the old stories understood what was happening. This was no ordinary sickness. This was a Pisacha's work, and unless driven out by a powerful ritual, the person was as good as lost. Even the gods themselves were said to fear the Vedalas and Pisachas. While divine beings could wield great power, these spirits were beyond the reach of even the gods' control. They represented the untamable, the wild forces that existed outside the laws of both life and death. For humanity, they were reminders of the fragility of existence, the thin line between the world of the living and the shadowy underworld that lay just beyond. In one famous tale from the Kathasarat Sagara, the great king Vikramaditya encountered a Vedala while on a quest to retrieve its body from a tree. The Vedala, sly and cunning, engaged the king in a series of riddles, threatening that if the king answered even one question wrong, the Vedala would drain his life. But Vikramaditya, brave and wise, answered each riddle correctly, ultimately binding the Vedala to his service. Yet even in this tale of triumph, there was the lingering unease that the Vedala could never truly be controlled. It was, after all, a force of death itself, and death could not be tamed. The forests, the rivers, and the burial grounds of India were steeped in these tales, each one a reminder of the ever-present spirits that lurk just out of sight. The Vedalas and Pisachas were not just creatures of myth, they were reflections of human fears, of the unknown forces that shaped the world beyond understanding. They embodied the darkness that lay within the human soul, the destructive potential of chaos and death, and the inevitable decay that awaited all. For those who lived with these stories, they were more than just entertainment or lessons, they were a way of understanding the fragility of life and the power of death. The Vedalas and Pisachas, with their twisted forms and terrifying powers, represented the ultimate disruption of the natural order, where the boundaries between the living and the dead, between light and darkness, could be crossed at any moment. And so, as the winds howled and the shadows stretched long, the people of these ancient lands held their rituals close, their prayers whispered into the night. For they knew that somewhere, in the darkness, the Vedala watched and waited, and the Pisachas lingered, ready to feast on the despair of any soul caught unawares. The line between the living and the dead was thin, and those who did not heed the warnings of the old tales would soon find themselves lost, their souls consumed by the very creatures they had once thought to be mere stories. In the haunting silence of the desert night, the air crackled with unease. Shadows danced under the flickering light of lanterns, and the moon cast an eerie glow over the dunes. This was a world where legends breathed, where tales of blood-sucking spirits whispered through the wind. In the heart of this ancient land, the Arabic ghoul and the Persian owl lurked, their chilling stories interwoven with the fabric of time, each one a reminder of the darkness that hungered just beyond the veil of reality. The ghoul was a creature of legend, a spirit that fed on the dead and haunted graveyards under the cover of night. With its sunken eyes and skeletal frame, the ghoul was more than just a mere specter, it was a terrifying reminder of mortality and decay. As it roamed the desolate sands, it sought the warmth of life, drawn to the living like a moth to a flame. Those who crossed paths with a ghoul often spoke of a chill that seeped into their bones, a sense of being watched, of being hunted. And tales passed down through generations, the ghouls were said to lure their victims with promises of treasure buried beneath the sand, offering a false sense of safety. As unsuspecting travelers approached, they would reveal their true nature, attacking with a ferocity that was as horrifying as it was swift. No one was safe from their grasp, for the ghoul could blend into the shadows, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. The eerie stories of ghouls spread across the region, feeding the fears of those who lived near graveyards and desolate lands. The haunting figure of a ghoul became synonymous with nightmares, and the very mention of its name sent shivers down spines. People whispered prayers and performed rituals to ward off these malevolent spirits, hoping to keep their loved ones safe from the ghoulish fate that awaited the unwary. In the same breath, the Persian owl cast a shadow of its own over the folklore of the region. This blood-sucking creature, often depicted as a dark and alluring figure, was said to stalk the night, preying on the weak and unsuspecting. Unlike the ghoul, the owl was often portrayed with a seductive grace, able to enchant its victims before revealing its true, monstrous nature. The owl embodied the primal fears of desire and betrayal, a reminder that sometimes the most beautiful faces could hide the darkest intentions. The tales of the owl were woven with themes of love and loss. It was said that once a person fell under the spell of an owl, they were irrevocably changed. Their hearts would be drained, leaving behind a husk, a mere echo of who they once were. Families mourned those who had vanished into the night, believing they had been lured away by the creature's charm, never to return. As dusk fell over the villages, the elders would gather around flickering fires, their voices low as they recounted stories of ghouls and ALS. They warned children never to wander alone, especially after dark. Stay close to the light, they said, for the shadows can hide monsters that feed on fear and flesh. The flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on lives of their own, reminding everyone of the spirits that thrived in darkness. But these stories were not just warnings, they were lessons about life and death, about the choices one made. They served as reminders of the consequences of straying too far into the unknown, of letting curiosity lead one into the arms of danger. The ghouls and ALS were manifestations of the fears that lay buried within the hearts of the people, and to face them in stories was to confront the darker aspects of existence itself. In the eyes of the villagers, there was a quiet understanding. They knew that the tales of ghouls and ALS were rooted in something deeper, something that spoke to the shared human experience of loss and longing. The creatures embodied the darker sides of humanity, the fears that kept them awake at night and the shadows that haunted their dreams. As the night wore on and the stars twinkled overhead, the air was thick with the weight of the past. Each tale of ghouls and ALS was a thread in the intricate tapestry of their culture, a way to preserve the memories of those who had come before. The stories brought comfort and fear in equal measure, reminding the people of their mortality while also instilling a sense of community. And so, with every flicker of the fire and every whispered tale, the legends lived on. The ghouls and ALS were not merely monsters in the dark, they were reflections of the human soul, capturing the complexities of life, love, and loss. The villagers held their breath, feeling the cold winds of the desert wrap around them, a reminder that the shadows were alive, waiting for the next tale to be told, the next heart to be haunted. In the end, as the last embers of the fire faded into the night, the stories remained etched in the minds of those who heard them. They were tales of caution, of understanding, of the eternal struggle between light and dark. The legends of the ghouls and ALS would continue to echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of folklore to connect people to their past, to each other, and to the very essence of humanity itself. In the shadows of the night, a chilling silence fell over the village. It was a silence filled with fear, dread creeping into the hearts of the townsfolk. Whispers of bloodless corpses, strange sightings, and unexplainable deaths haunted their thoughts. They had all heard the tales of creatures that rose from the grave, seeking to drain the life from the living. It was in this atmosphere of fear that the vampire hunts began, a frantic search for answers that often turned into a hunt for blood. In the late hours of the night, torches flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows as villagers gathered in the square. Faces were pale, eyes wide with anxiety as they listened to the tales spun by the town's elders. "We must take action," one of them urged, his voice quivering. If we do not, we will all be lost." The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts pounding in their chests. The thought of a vampire lurking among them was too terrifying to ignore. Led by fear, the townsfolk turned to superstition, desperately seeking a solution to their plight. They dug through dusty tomes, seeking knowledge from ancient texts, looking for signs and symptoms of the vampire's curse. They debated the signs of a vampire's presence, strange occurrences, livestock found drained of blood, and the restless dead rising from their graves. Each whisper fanned the flames of panic, turning neighbor against neighbor, suspicion spreading like wildfire. One fateful night, a small group of men armed with pitchforks and torches set out into the dark woods that bordered the village. Their hearts raced, fueled by a mix of fear and determination. Each step felt heavy with the weight of their purpose, a purpose that felt as dark as the night surrounding them. They were on a mission to rid their village of the evil that had taken root among them, a mission that would lead them into the depths of horror. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees stood like sentinels, their twisted branches clawing at the sky. The men exchanged nervous glances, their courage wavering as shadows shifted around them. Suddenly, a howl pierced the night air, freezing them in place. It was a sound that spoke of despair, of a soul trapped in torment. Panic surged, but they pressed on, emboldened by the belief that they were on the right path. Finally, they arrived at a crumbling graveyard, where the moonlight spilled over ancient stones, illuminating the names of those long gone. The air was thick with tension as they approached the grave of a recently buried villager. The ground was disturbed, fresh earth piled high as if something had clawed its way out. The men exchanged fearful glances, whispering among themselves. "What if it is true?" one of them said, his voice trembling. "What if the vampire has risen?" With trembling hands, they began to dig, desperation pushing them forward. As they unearthed the body, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The figure that emerged was not the lifeless form they expected, it was a ghastly sight. The pale skin stretched tight over its bones, eyes sunken deep into its skull, as if the very essence of life had been drained away. They had found their monster, or so they believed. As rumors of the vampire hunt spread through the village, a trial was set to determine the fate of the accused. The town square filled with fearful faces, villagers eager to witness justice served. The air buzzed with anticipation, tension palpable as accusations flew like arrows. Neighbors turned against neighbors, each voice rising above the others in a cacophony of fear and anger. "Look at the marks on her neck. She must be a vampire," one villager cried, pointing a trembling finger at a woman who stood bound before the crowd. She was pale, her face drawn and weary, but her eyes burned with defiance. "I am no monster." "You have been led astray by fear," she shouted, her voice breaking. But her pleas fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the roar of the crowd. The trial was a farce, a spectacle born from hysteria rather than reason. With each passing moment, the weight of their actions bore down on the villagers like a heavy shroud. They demanded blood, and blood would be spilled. The shouts grew louder, drowning out the woman's cries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the square, and the villagers prepared to claim their vampire. In the weeks that followed, the hunts continued. Innocent lives were snuffed out in the name of protecting the village from imagined threats. Each day brought a new accusation, a new victim, and the town's sense of morality began to crumble under the weight of fear. The hunts were not just about ridding themselves of a vampire, they were a reflection of their own despair, their own helplessness in the face of the unknown. The cold grip of night transformed into the warm embrace of dawn, but the villagers felt no relief. As the sun rose, they were haunted by the faces of those they had wronged. Their laughter turned to cries of remorse, and the weight of their actions pressed heavily on their shoulders. They had become the very monsters they sought to eliminate. One evening, a weary traveler stumbled into the village, his clothes tattered and his face drawn. He brought tales of distant lands, of other villages haunted by the same fears. As he spoke, the villagers listened intently, their hearts heavy with guilt. He told stories of compassion and understanding, of communities that had banded together to face their fears rather than turning on each other. The village began to change. They started to reflect on their actions, questioning the motives behind their fear. They realized that the true monster was not a vampire lurking in the shadows, but the darkness that festered within their own hearts. They sought forgiveness from the spirits of those they had wronged, lighting candles and offering prayers for the lost souls. In time, the vampire hunts faded into history, replaced by a new understanding of the world around them. The villagers learned to cherish their bonds, to stand together against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. As the seasons changed and the sun rose higher in the sky, they began to reclaim their lives, carrying the lessons of the past as a reminder of their journey from fear to unity. And so, the stories of the vampire hunts lived on, not as tales of terror, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the power of compassion to heal wounds that ran deep. The village emerged from the darkness, stronger and wiser, forever changed by the ghosts of their past. In the heart of the night, when shadows danced and the moon cast a haunting glow, a sense of dread lingered in the air. Villagers whispered tales of the undead, creatures that roamed the darkness, preying on the living. Fear wrapped around them like a cold blanket, pushing them to seek answers, to find ways to protect themselves from the lurking horror. They turned to ancient wisdom, rituals passed down through generations, desperate for safety in a world where danger could emerge at any moment. As dusk fell, a mother gathered her children close, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. "Do you remember the stories of the brave souls who stood against the darkness?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The children nodded, shivering at the thought of vampires that craved the warmth of life. "Tonight, we will make our charms," she said, a determined look in her eyes. With hands trembling slightly, she reached for the ingredients that had been passed down through her family for generations. Garlic was the first item. It was more than just a simple bulb. To the villagers, it was a shield. The pungent aroma filled the air as she crushed the cloves, their strong scent driving away fear. She instructed her children to place pieces of garlic at the windows and doorways, each one a barrier against the night. "The vampires hate garlic," she said, a smile creeping onto her face. "It's our little army, standing guard while we sleep." Outside, the wind howled, and the children clutched each other tighter. Their mother's stories of brave heroes and protective spells filled them with a sense of hope. But she knew they needed more than just garlic. She reached for a small vial filled with holy water, a precious liquid she had blessed during a recent visit to the church. With careful hands, she sprinkled it around the house, each droplet a prayer for protection, a plea to the heavens that their family would be safe. As she moved, she recalled the legends of old, how the sight of holy water could send vampires shrieking into the night, repelled by its purity. She remembered her grandmother's words, "When the heart is filled with love and faith, the darkness can never conquer." Her heart swelled as she glanced at her children, their innocent faces a reminder of everything worth fighting for. But it wasn't just garlic and holy water that provided comfort. Throughout the village, people clung to their charms, each one infused with its own story and power. Some wore amulets made of silver, the metal believed to hold a sacred connection to the divine. A woman named Elena crafted hers from silver threads, weaving them into intricate patterns that sparkled in the moonlight. "This will keep the darkness at bay," she whispered, tying it around her neck. As she looked into the mirror, she felt a spark of bravery ignite within her, her resolve strengthening against the fears that haunted her nights. Other villagers turned to nature, believing that certain plants held the key to protection. A wise old man named Tomas would gather the roots of the elderberry plant, known for its powerful magic. He would brew a tea that was said to guard against evil spirits, pouring it into small cups for his family. "Drink this, and let it fill you with courage," he would say, watching as they took small sips, each one fortified by the knowledge of their heritage. As these rituals spread through the village, a bond formed among the people. They shared their charms, their stories, and their hopes. Gathered in circles, they exchanged knowledge and laughter, a tapestry of love woven tightly against the looming threat of darkness. They knew that strength lay not just in the charms, but in their unity, in the way they held each other close, fortified by trust and love. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather in a central square. They would light candles, their flickering flames casting a warm glow that pushed back against the encroaching shadows. With every flicker, they recited prayers and invocations, calling upon their ancestors for guidance and protection. In those moments, fear gave way to hope, a collective heartbeat echoing in the night. Children would run to the front, eager to share their newly crafted charms. "Look, Mama! I made this one just for you," a little girl would cry, holding up a necklace of twine and colorful beads. Her mother would beam with pride, placing it around her neck and whispering words of gratitude. Each charm became a symbol of love and care, a promise to protect one another no matter what the night held. As the weeks turned into months, the villagers learned to face their fears with a brave heart. They gathered at night, sharing tales of their ancestors who had once fought against the darkness. They remembered those who had stood firm in the face of terror, their spirits woven into the very fabric of their lives. It was these memories that ignited a fire within them, pushing back against despair. But the power of belief was not just in the charms and rituals. It was the unity, the way they rallied together in times of need. One winter night, as snow fell softly, a storm raged outside, rattling their homes. Instead of cowering in fear, they opened their doors to each other, sharing warmth and food. Laughter filled the air, mingling with the stories of old, creating a shield of comfort against the raging storm. And so, the villagers became more than just people living in fear of the dark. They transformed into a community bound by love, courage, and shared experiences. They found solace in the power of their rituals, knowing that together they could face whatever the night brought. In their hearts, they understood that it was not just about garlic, holy water, or amulets. It was about the love they had for each other, the bond that fortified them against the shadows. As the years passed, tales of their resilience spread beyond the village, inspiring others to seek protection against the unknown. They became legends, the guardians of the night, and their stories echoed through generations. In every whisper of the wind and every flicker of candlelight, the spirit of their ancestors lived on, guiding them through the darkness, reminding them that love and unity would always triumph over fear. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a tale of power, desire, and danger began to unfold. As shadows danced on the walls, a figure emerged, captivating and terrifying all at once. The seductive vampire, with its allure and mystery, drew people closer, promising both ecstasy and ruin. The legend of the vampire was not just about bloodlust, it was a reflection of deeper truths about gender, sexuality, and the tangled web of power that binds them together. In many cultures, vampires have often been portrayed as figures of immense charm and allure, especially when it comes to their sexual power. They are depicted as beings who can seduce anyone with just a glance, often embodying an irresistible force that pulls their victims into a dangerous embrace. This allure was both fascinating and frightening. Many found themselves enchanted by the idea of being desired so intensely, yet there was an undeniable danger lurking beneath the surface. The seductive vampire became a symbol of unattainable desire, a fantasy that echoed the complexities of real-life relationships. The stories of these captivating creatures often revealed the tensions surrounding gender roles. Female vampires, like the infamous Carmilla or the classic Countess, wielded their sexuality as a weapon. They were not merely victims, but powerful beings who took control, flipping traditional narratives on their heads. These women challenged the norms of their time, demonstrating that desire could be a source of strength rather than weakness. With every kiss, they unraveled the expectations placed upon them, daring to live outside the confines of societal norms. Yet, alongside this empowerment, there was also a sense of vulnerability. The seductive vampire often trapped its victims, drawing them into a world where the line between pleasure and pain blurred. Those who fell under their spell found themselves enchanted and ensnared, losing their identities in the process. The tales served as warnings: the more alluring the vampire, the more perilous the consequences of succumbing to their charms. Each encounter was a dance of power, where vulnerability intertwined with dominance, leaving both the predator and the prey changed forever. For male vampires, the dynamic shifted yet again. Figures like Dracula epitomized the archetype of the masculine vampire, exuding authority and control. They were not just seductive, they were ruthless, embodying a dangerous form of power that demanded obedience. The allure of these vampires lay in their dominance, as they captured not only the hearts but also the very essence of those they pursued. Men, in particular, found themselves fascinated by the idea of being both desired and destroyed, torn between fear and longing. The vampire became a reflection of society's expectations of masculinity, strong, enigmatic, and ultimately, capable of inflicting harm. But within these stories, there were deeper layers to explore. The seductive vampire archetype often highlighted the societal fears surrounding sexuality and desire. The vampire's bite, a symbolic act of intimacy, could also be interpreted as an invasion, an overwhelming act that blurred consent and power. In many ways, these legends mirrored the struggles individuals faced regarding their own desires. The tension between wanting to be desired and the fear of losing control became a central theme, echoing the very real battles of love and lust in the lives of many. As the candle flickered, illuminating the faces of those gathered around to hear the story, it became clear that these legends had more than just an eerie appeal. They spoke to the heart of what it meant to love and be loved. For some, the vampire represented a longing for connection that transcended the mundane. The seduction was not only about the physical, it was about the desire for emotional intimacy and the fear of rejection. In this way, the vampire mythos became a mirror reflecting the insecurities and struggles of the human heart. In contemporary society, these themes continue to resonate. The vampire story has evolved, yet the core elements remain. In books, films, and television, vampires still serve as symbols of desire and danger, showcasing the complexities of relationships and the power dynamics at play. They provoke discussions about sexuality, consent, and the shifting boundaries between attraction and obsession. As tales of vampires spread, so did the conversations about gender roles. Female characters began to assert their identities, reclaiming their power and challenging the narratives that had long sought to define them. No longer mere objects of desire, they emerged as strong figures capable of defying the very creatures that sought to consume them. This transformation echoed a broader societal shift, where women began to take ownership of their sexuality, embracing the strength found in desire without fear. At the same time, male vampires found their portrayals shifting as well. They were no longer just predators, but often complex characters battling their own demons. The allure of the vampire remained, but the narratives began to delve into their vulnerabilities, creating a richer tapestry of emotion. No longer just symbols of dominance, they became embodiments of the struggles men faced in expressing their feelings in a world that often demanded stoicism. In the end, the seductive vampire became a powerful metaphor for the intricacies of human relationships. They captured the essence of desire and the often painful consequences that accompany it. Each encounter, each story told by the flickering light of a candle, held within it the echoes of love, longing, and the delicate dance of power dynamics. With every retelling, the myths continued to evolve, revealing deeper truths about the human experience, reminding all who listen that desire, in all its forms, is both beautiful and dangerous. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a cold, pale light over the village. There was fear in the air, thick and suffocating. Whispers passed between people, eyes darting to shadows that seemed too deep, too dark. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and they needed someone to blame. For centuries, when darkness pressed upon society, people sought out monsters. And none were more terrifying, more perfectly suited for their fears, than the vampire. In the dead of night, when fear clawed at the heart, vampires became more than mere creatures of legend. They were symbols of the unknown, of everything that threatened the fragile order of society. When illness swept through villages, when crops failed, or when political unrest gripped the land, vampires were blamed. But this wasn't about bloodthirsty creatures lurking in the shadows, it was about the deep-rooted fears that society couldn't fully understand or control. Vampires were made scapegoats for the uncertainties of life. Throughout history, vampires have represented the things people feared most but couldn't explain. In the darkest corners of the human mind, they became living embodiments of disease. In the 18th century, when tuberculosis spread like wildfire, the illness became linked to vampirism. Bodies wasting away, victims coughing blood, it all felt too close to the image of a vampire feeding on life itself. Families, desperate to understand the cause of such suffering, sometimes exhumed the bodies of their loved ones, searching for signs of vampirism, hoping that driving a stake through a corpse's heart would end the cycle of death. It wasn't just disease that made people point their fingers at vampires. During times of political unrest and societal upheaval, vampires became metaphors for those in power, draining the life from the people they were meant to protect. Governments, corrupt officials, and oppressive regimes, all of these found themselves personified in the figure of the vampire. The rich, feeding on the poor, seemed no different than vampires draining the blood of their victims, one life at a time. It was a symbol that resonated deeply with those who felt powerless and who wanted to believe that the evil they faced was something more tangible than the faceless cruelty of an unjust system. But the vampire wasn't just a metaphor for those in power, it was also a symbol of the outsider. Immigration, with its waves of new faces, new languages, and new customs, often sparked fear and resentment. Vampires became representations of the other, the foreigner who came not to contribute, but to take. In Victorian England, Bram Stoker's Dracula told the story of an Eastern European nobleman who came to London, spreading corruption and death in his wake. Dracula's foreignness was part of his menace, an allegory for the fears of a rapidly changing world where borders seemed less certain and the unknown seemed too close for comfort. It was a fear that repeated itself throughout history, whenever societies found themselves grappling with the presence of the unfamiliar. In the United States, waves of immigrants from Ireland, Italy, and Eastern Europe were often viewed with suspicion. People worried that these newcomers would change their way of life, take their jobs, and bring crime or disease with them. Vampires, with their ability to move unseen, to blend in until it was too late, became symbols of these anxieties. The threat of the vampire was the threat of the unfamiliar, the unsettling idea that what was foreign could somehow infiltrate and destroy the familiar. But the vampire as scapegoat was not only a tool of those in power. It also provided a way for people to explain the things that seemed beyond explanation. When crops failed, or a family fell into misfortune, it was easier to believe that a vampire had cursed the land than to accept the randomness of life's tragedies. Vampires offered a target for the pain and fear that bubbled up in the wake of loss. Instead of grappling with the complexities of disease, famine, or political oppression, people could rally against a monster they believed they understood. As society grew more complex, so too did the role of the vampire in its myths. During times of moral panic, whether it was over sexuality, religion, or even economic collapse, vampires were invoked as symbols of corruption and decay. In the early 20th century, as the world struggled with the aftermath of industrialization and war, the vampire became a symbol of unchecked capitalism, its insatiable hunger reflecting the greed of those who profited from the suffering of others. The image of a vampire, feeding without remorse, mirrored the growing divide between the rich and the poor, between those who had and those who had not. In the modern era, the vampire continues to serve as a reflection of society's fears. Today, vampires are often linked to fears of environmental destruction and overconsumption. The planet, much like the vampire's victims, is being drained of its lifeblood. And once again, the vampire serves as an easy metaphor for forces that seem too large and too powerful to confront directly. By blaming a monster, society can avoid facing the uncomfortable truths of its own complicity. Through it all, the vampire has remained a powerful tool for explaining the unexplainable, for giving form to the formless fears that haunt society. Whether it's disease, corruption, or the fear of the outsider, vampires have been scapegoats for the things that people couldn't fully understand. And yet, in making vampires the embodiment of their fears, societies also found a way to confront those fears. By naming the monster, by understanding its methods, they could begin to feel as though they had a measure of control, however fleeting. Even today, when we hear stories of vampires, there's a part of us that recognizes the deeper fears those stories represent. The vampire, with its endless hunger, is not just a creature of legend, but a reflection of the anxieties that continue to plague the human soul. And as long as those fears exist, so too will the figure of the vampire, forever lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when society once again needs a monster to blame. The church bells tolled in the dead of night, their haunting chime echoing across the village, a sound meant to ward off evil. But in the hearts of the people, there was a fear deeper than anything bells could chase away. Whispers spread through the candlelit homes, stories of the dead rising from their graves, thirsty for the blood of the living. These were not just tales spun by frightened villagers, but the kind of terror that gripped entire communities, challenging even the faith of the devout. For centuries, the church was the beacon of light, guiding souls towards salvation. Yet, when faced with the mysteries of death, decay, and the unnatural, even the strongest faith could falter. Vampires, with their defiance of death and their hunger for life, stood at the very edge of everything Christianity preached. If life was a gift from God, and death was His will, then vampires were a perversion of that divine order, an abomination in the eyes of both man and God. In the early days, when vampiric legends began to spread, the church was quick to respond. Vampires, in their twisted form, represented a profound spiritual threat. They were seen as souls trapped between heaven and hell, denied their eternal rest. And worse, their return to the world of the living threatened to pull others into their cursed existence. It was believed that vampirism was not just a physical affliction, but a spiritual one. Those bitten by vampires could lose their souls, becoming slaves to the forces of darkness. The church's stance was clear: vampires were agents of the devil. The very nature of a vampire, its thirst for blood, mimicked a twisted mockery of the Holy Eucharist. Where Christians consumed the blood of Christ in communion, vampires consumed the blood of the living, twisting the sacred into something profane. It was not just a violation of the body but a corruption of the soul. In the medieval period, as vampiric legends grew, the church's role became even more intertwined with these tales. Exhumations of suspected vampires were conducted under religious guidance. Priests were called to sanctify graves, to perform rituals meant to protect the living from the restless dead. Holy water, crosses, and prayers were the weapons of choice against these creatures. In the eyes of the faithful, vampirism was not merely a disease or a superstition, it was a spiritual battle, a war for the souls of the afflicted. But there was also a growing fear within the church that these creatures of darkness could undermine its authority. If vampires could escape death, what did that say about the church's teachings on life, death, and the afterlife? For a faith built on the promise of resurrection and eternal life, the idea of the dead returning in such a grotesque manner was terrifying. Resurrection was meant to be pure, a gift from God. Vampires, however, represented a dark parody of that promise, a return to life not for salvation, but for destruction. As vampiric hysteria spread across Europe, the church found itself in a delicate position. On one hand, it needed to quell the panic, to reassure the faithful that they were protected under God's grace. But on the other hand, it couldn't ignore the widespread belief in these creatures. To dismiss the existence of vampires outright would risk losing its influence over a populace that was already living in fear. So, the church adapted. It sanctioned rituals, blessed graves, and offered spiritual remedies, but always with the understanding that vampires were not natural, they were signs of a world where evil had taken root. For many, the church's involvement brought comfort. Holy symbols, like the crucifix, became more than just reminders of faith, they became shields against the darkness. Priests blessed homes and offered prayers for protection, and it was believed that only through the power of God could these creatures be held at bay. Garlic, though not a holy object, was often used alongside crosses and holy water. Its pungent scent was said to repel vampires, but in the church's view, the true power lay in the faith behind these rituals, not in the objects themselves. However, as the Enlightenment began to dawn, and the scientific revolution took hold, the church's grip on the vampire myth started to loosen. Scholars and physicians began to offer more rational explanations for what had once been considered vampirism. Diseases like rabies, tuberculosis, or even premature burial were blamed for the strange phenomena that had once terrified entire villages. But even as the world became more enlightened, the church's relationship with vampirism didn't completely fade away. In many parts of Eastern Europe, where vampire legends were most prevalent, the church continued to play a role in addressing the fears of the people. It wasn't uncommon for priests to be called in when a body was suspected of being a vampire, performing rituals to protect the community. Over time, the church's view of vampirism evolved. What had once been seen as a spiritual war between good and evil became, in some cases, more symbolic. Vampires came to represent the temptation of sin, the dangers of straying from the path of righteousness. Their allure, their seductive nature, mirrored the way sin could corrupt even the most faithful. Just as a vampire could turn its victim into one of its own, so too could sin pull a soul away from God's light, leading them into eternal damnation. Yet, despite the changing times, the image of the vampire as a creature of darkness, one that could only be defeated through faith, has remained a powerful symbol. The church's rituals and symbols, rooted in centuries of belief, continue to offer protection in the stories we tell. The crucifix, the holy water, the power of prayer, these elements have become as much a part of vampire lore as the fangs and blood. In the end, the vampire, in all its terrifying forms, stands as a reminder of humanity's eternal struggle between light and darkness, life and death, faith and doubt. The church, with its centuries-old teachings and rituals, became not only a guardian against these creatures of the night, but also a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, the light of faith could still shine through. The flickering light of the fire cast long shadows on the walls, and outside, the wind howled like a warning. In the distance, the villagers huddled closer, exchanging fearful glances. Someone new had arrived, a stranger. His eyes were too dark, his skin too pale, his voice too soft. Whispers spread quickly, fear curling its way through the crowd like smoke. He wasn't one of them. Something was different, something dangerous. And soon, the rumors began. Perhaps he wasn't alive at all. Perhaps he was a vampire. Throughout history, vampires have been more than just bloodthirsty creatures of the night. They have been symbols of something far deeper, a reflection of the fear that simmers beneath the surface of society, the fear of the other. The other was anyone who was different, anyone who didn't fit neatly into the familiar patterns of life. Outsiders, foreigners, or those who lived outside societal norms were often the ones who became the target of suspicion and fear. The vampire became a convenient metaphor for that dread, representing not just death, but the unknown. When something threatens to disrupt the balance of a community, fear takes root. The arrival of an outsider, whether they come from a distant land or simply live in a way that defies expectation, can spark a panic that is hard to contain. Vampires, with their foreignness and their otherworldly powers, fit perfectly into this narrative. They were often depicted as aristocratic or of mysterious foreign origin, bringing with them strange customs, odd languages, and unnerving charm. In an era when borders were more than just physical, these figures became symbols of everything that society didn't understand and, therefore, feared. In Eastern European folklore, vampires were often tied to foreign invaders. As wars raged and borders shifted, fear of outsiders grew. Those who arrived from foreign lands brought not only unfamiliar faces, but also diseases and strange customs. It was easy, in such a climate of fear, for the figure of the vampire to be woven into these anxieties. A foreigner could easily be painted as a creature who preyed on the local population, draining them not only of their blood but of their strength and identity. But it wasn't just the fear of foreigners that the vampire represented. Societal deviance, those who lived on the fringes of accepted behavior, was equally suspect. The vampire was often portrayed as someone who lived outside of the traditional norms of society. In a world where conformity was expected, those who chose a different path were seen as dangerous, their difference marking them as potential threats. A woman who lived alone, a man who did not marry, someone whose beliefs or practices deviated from the norm, any of these could be accused of vampirism, their very existence a challenge to the tightly held values of the community. The vampire's allure, its seductive nature, was also a reflection of societal fears around sexuality. In many tales, vampires were depicted as having an irresistible charm, drawing their victims in with a combination of fear and desire. This dangerous blend of attraction and repulsion mirrored the complex emotions that surrounded those who deviated from traditional roles of gender or sexuality. In a time when such deviations were seen as dangerous or unnatural, the vampire's ability to charm and seduce became a symbol of the dangers of straying from the expected path. For those who lived on the margins, immigrants, the poor, the socially outcast, the vampire myth could be a terrifyingly real accusation. In the dark corners of villages and towns, where superstition ran deep, it wasn't uncommon for those who were different to be blamed when things went wrong. A poor harvest, a sudden illness, or a mysterious death could all be attributed to the presence of a vampire. And who better to blame than the one who had always been a little too different, a little too distant? Even in the more modern tales of vampires, these themes persisted. In the 19th century, as cities swelled with new immigrants, the fear of the other took on new forms. The vampire became a symbol of the fear that the changing world brought. As the Industrial Revolution transformed society, with people moving from rural areas to crowded urban centers, the vampire myth evolved to represent the fear of the unknown forces at work. Immigrants arriving in droves, with their different languages, customs, and religions, were often viewed with suspicion. They were seen as a drain on resources, much like the vampire was seen as a drain on life itself. Perhaps one of the most well-known examples of this can be seen in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Count Dracula, with his Eastern European origins, arrives in England like a dark storm. He is foreign, mysterious, and utterly terrifying. He preys on the innocent, using his foreignness to slip through the cracks of British society, unseen until it is too late. Stoker's novel reflects the anxieties of the time, fears about immigration, disease, and the erosion of British identity. Dracula, with his ability to cross borders and infect the pure with his foreign blood, became the embodiment of those fears. But vampires have always been more than just monsters. They have served as a way for societies to confront their fears, to project their anxieties onto something tangible. The fear of the other, the outsider, the deviant, the one who doesn't belong, has always been a part of human history. And the vampire, with its seductive power and its ability to blur the line between life and death, has been the perfect vessel for that fear. In a way, the vampire represents the ultimate fear of the unknown. It is the fear of what lies beyond the familiar, beyond the safe confines of one's community. It is the fear that something, or someone, might come and disrupt the fragile balance of life. But it is also the fear of change, of transformation. Vampires, after all, are creatures of transformation. They change from life to death, from human to monster. And in that transformation, they force us to confront the darker sides of ourselves, the parts that fear what we do not understand. As the night deepens and the firelight fades, the shadows grow longer, and the fear of the unknown becomes more palpable. It is in these moments that the vampire takes form, a creature born not just of folklore, but of the very real human fear of what lies beyond the edge of understanding, the fear of the other. And in that fear, the vampire continues to stalk through the pages of history, a timeless symbol of our deepest anxieties. It all began with whispers, shadowy figures creeping through the night, leaving behind only cold fear and pale bodies drained of life. Long before vampires graced the pages of books, they lived in the stories of villages, passed down from one terrified generation to the next. These early tales were not of elegant monsters or charming aristocrats, but of restless corpses rising from the grave, creatures that clawed their way out of the dirt to feed on the living. They were raw, horrifying, and rooted in the real terror that lurked in the dark corners of the human mind. In these folk tales, vampires were not the suave, handsome figures we now imagine. They were grotesque and dangerous, reminders that death was never too far away. In Eastern Europe, villagers would tell of loved ones who returned from the grave, unrecognizable in their thirst for blood. Some spoke of dead relatives visiting in the dead of night, their once kind faces twisted by an insatiable hunger. These stories reflected the very real fear of disease, death, and decay that haunted people's lives. To see someone who had died return as a blood-sucking monster was perhaps the ultimate betrayal, a twisting of the familiar into the horrifying. It was from these ancient fears that the vampire began its journey into the pages of literature. The early vampire stories were dark, disturbing reflections of society's anxiety about death and the unknown. They took those familiar folk tales, filled with dread and superstition, and transformed them into something more complex and haunting. The vampire became not only a creature of horror, but also a symbol of deeper human fears, of immortality, of desire, and of the eternal struggle between life and death. The figure of the vampire, creeping its way into literature, began to change. No longer simply a decaying corpse risen from the grave, the vampire became something more seductive, more dangerous in its allure. It was in 1819, with the publication of The Vampire by John Polidori, that the modern literary vampire was truly born. Polidori's story, inspired by the Gothic atmosphere that had taken Europe by storm, introduced a new kind of vampire, Lord Ruthven, a dark, aristocratic figure who charmed his way through high society, leaving a trail of death in his wake. Lord Ruthven was a far cry from the crude, horrifying figures of folk legend. He was elegant, mysterious, and undeniably dangerous. His power lay not in brute force, but in his ability to manipulate, to seduce his victims with his charm and wit before striking. Polidori's creation marked a turning point in how vampires were portrayed, reflecting the growing fascination with the darker sides of human nature, with desire and temptation. The vampire was no longer just a monster, it was a symbol of forbidden longing, of the dangerous allure of the unknown. As the vampire moved further into the realm of Gothic fiction, it began to take on new layers of meaning. The 19th century was a time of immense social and cultural change. Science, technology, and rationality were beginning to challenge old beliefs, but beneath this veneer of progress lay a deep anxiety about what lay beyond the boundaries of human understanding. Vampires, with their refusal to die and their hunger for life, became perfect symbols of these fears. They were creatures that defied the natural order, that refused to stay dead, and in doing so, they challenged the very foundation of what it meant to be human. In Gothic literature, vampires became the embodiment of the uncanny, the familiar turned terrifying. They were often depicted as once human figures, corrupted by an insatiable hunger for blood and eternal life. These stories played on the fear that beneath the surface of civilization, there lurked something primal and dangerous, something that could not be tamed or controlled. And in these Gothic tales, the vampire's seduction became a metaphor for society's darker impulses, the desire for power, control, and immortality at any cost. Polidori's The Vampire may have introduced the aristocratic vampire to literature, but it was in the later works of Gothic fiction that the vampire truly flourished. Bram Stoker's Dracula, published in 1897, took everything that had come before and transformed it into something iconic. Dracula, like Lord Ruthven before him, was aristocratic, mysterious, and powerfully seductive. But Stoker's novel delved even deeper into the psychological aspects of the vampire myth, exploring themes of sexuality, power, and fear of the other. Dracula was more than just a villain, he was a reflection of society's anxieties at the turn of the century. The Industrial Revolution had transformed the world, and with it came new fears of degeneration, disease, and the loss of control. Dracula, with his ability to cross borders and infect the pure with his foreign blood, became a symbol of these fears. He was a creature that blurred the lines between life and death, between human and monster, between desire and horror. But at the heart of the vampire myth, both in folk tales and in literature, is the tension between life and death. Vampires are creatures that exist in the liminal space between the two, neither fully alive nor fully dead. They represent a kind of monstrous immortality, a refusal to accept the finality of death. And in this defiance, they embody some of humanity's deepest fears and desires. To become a vampire is to live forever, but at the cost of one's humanity. It is the ultimate Faustian bargain, trading the soul for eternal life. As the vampire moved from the realm of folk tales into Gothic literature, it became not just a creature of horror, but a complex symbol of human nature itself. The seductive power of the vampire, its ability to charm and destroy, mirrored the dark desires that lurked within the human heart. And in the hands of writers like Polidori and Stoker, the vampire became a tool for exploring the deepest fears of society, the fear of death, the fear of desire, and the fear of the unknown. Even today, the vampire continues to haunt the pages of literature, a figure that refuses to die. Its allure lies not only in its terrifying hunger for blood, but in its ability to reflect the darker sides of human nature. In the flickering candlelight of those early Gothic tales, the vampire stepped out of the shadows of folk legend and into the heart of the human imagination, where it continues to hold its deadly sway. The air was thick with mist as Jonathan Harker approached the dark, looming castle. Every instinct told him to turn back, to escape the chilling grasp that seemed to stretch out from the shadows. But it was too late. Once you crossed into Dracula's world, there was no turning back. Bram Stoker's Dracula was not just another story, it was a spell, a nightmare that captured the world's imagination and forever changed the way we saw vampires. In its pages, fear and fascination twisted together, creating a new breed of vampire that would haunt us for generations. Before Dracula, vampires were little more than whispers of ancient legends, hideous creatures that crawled out of their graves to feed on the living. They were monsters, primitive and cruel. But Stoker gave the vampire a new face, one that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Count Dracula was no mindless beast, he was a creature of intelligence, charm, and unspeakable power. He could move through society unnoticed, hiding his monstrous nature behind a facade of elegance and grace. And that was perhaps what made him most frightening of all. Dracula's charm was dangerous. He was a predator who didn't need to use force to claim his victims. He could seduce them, draw them into his web with promises of eternal life, of power and pleasure. In Stoker's hands, the vampire became more than just a symbol of death, it became a symbol of desire. Dracula was a creature who embodied our darkest cravings, tempting us to abandon our humanity in exchange for the seductive promise of immortality. It was a promise that came with a terrible price. The genius of Dracula lay in how it tapped into the fears of its time. The late 19th century was a period of tremendous change. New technologies, new ideas, and new people were flooding into Europe, bringing with them a sense of excitement but also unease. Dracula, a foreign invader from the distant mountains of Transylvania, became a symbol of those anxieties. He was an outsider who crossed borders with ease, infiltrating English society and spreading his corruption. His bite was an infection, a disease that threatened to transform the pure and the innocent into monsters like himself. Yet Dracula was not simply a villain to be defeated. There was something disturbingly appealing about him. His immortality, his freedom from the limitations of ordinary life, his ability to shapeshift and control others, all of these things made him a figure of dark allure. And that's why he endures. Dracula is not just a figure of fear, he is also a reflection of our own desires. He is what we fear we might become if we gave in to our baser instincts, if we embraced the darkness within ourselves. Stoker understood the power of suggestion. Much of Dracula's horror lies in what is not said, and the unspoken menace that hangs over every encounter with the Count. When Jonathan Harker first meets Dracula, there is something off, something unsettling about him, but it's not immediately clear what. It's in the way his eyes gleam in the candlelight, the strange stillness in his movements, the way his touch lingers just a little too long. Harker can't quite put his finger on it, but the sense of dread is palpable. We, the readers, feel it too. We know something terrible is coming, and yet we are drawn deeper into the story, unable to look away. Dracula's influence is felt not only in his physical presence, but also in the way he affects those around him. His victims don't just die, they are transformed. Lucy Westenra, the beautiful, innocent young woman who falls under Dracula's spell, becomes a creature of the night, her sweetness replaced by a voracious hunger. The tragedy of her transformation is that it is both horrifying and strangely erotic. Her death is not just a loss of life, but a loss of purity, a surrender to the dark desires that Dracula awakens in her. But for all his power, Dracula is not invincible. There is something profoundly human about his vulnerability to sunlight, to garlic, to the holy symbols of Christianity. Stoker's portrayal of Dracula as both powerful and fragile reflects the duality of the vampire myth itself. Vampires are creatures of strength, but they are also bound by ancient rules and rituals. They represent the fear of losing control, but also the possibility of being controlled, of being brought to heel by forces greater than themselves. And so, the hunt for Dracula begins. The small group of brave souls who stand against him, Harker, Mina, Van Helsing, and the others, represent the triumph of reason and morality over darkness and chaos. But even as they close in on Dracula, there is a sense that he is not truly gone. Vampires, after all, have a way of returning, of rising again when we least expect them. Bram Stoker's Dracula did more than just tell a story, it defined the modern vampire. It took an ancient, primal fear and gave it a new face, one that was both familiar and alien. The Count's shadow has stretched far beyond the pages of the novel, influencing countless films, books, and television shows. From Bela Lugosi's iconic portrayal to the glittering vampires of modern fantasy, every vampire owes something to Dracula. But no matter how many times the vampire is reinvented, there is something about Stoker's original creation that remains unparalleled. Dracula is more than just a monster, he is a mirror, reflecting back our deepest fears and desires. He shows us the part of ourselves that we try to hide, the part that longs for power, for freedom from death, for the ability to transcend the limits of the human body. And yet, even as we are drawn to the vampire's dark allure, we are reminded of the cost. Dracula's immortality comes at the price of his soul. He is condemned to an existence of endless hunger, never truly satisfied, always seeking more. In the end, Dracula is not just a figure of fear, he is a tragic figure, doomed to wander the earth in search of something he can never have. And perhaps that is what makes him the most terrifying of all. Because in Dracula, we see not just a monster but a reflection of our own mortality, our own fear of death, and our own longing for more. In the stillness of the night, under a pale, silvery moon, there's a figure lurking just beyond the veil of reality, beautiful, tragic, and eternal. It's not just a vampire of blood and fangs, but a creature of longing, of desire that transcends mortal boundaries. In the Romantic era, poets like Byron and Coleridge breathed life into this figure, painting their souls with words that spoke of love, death, and the unbearable weight of immortality. The Romantic poets were drawn to the darkness within themselves, and in that darkness, they found the vampire, a being who mirrored their own pain, their passion, and their fear of a world that could not be controlled. For them, the vampire wasn't simply a monster, it was a symbol, a shadow of human desire, doomed to wander endlessly between life and death, always craving, always unsatisfied. Byron, the man whose very name evokes an image of brooding, stormy passion, gave us one of the earliest and most influential depictions of the vampire in his poem The Giaour. There, hidden in the lines, the vampire emerges as a cursed figure, doomed to walk the earth after death, torn away from the possibility of peace. Byron's vampire, like the poet himself, is consumed by love and guilt, unable to escape the consequences of his own desires. The lines speak of damnation, of a fate worse than death, where the soul is denied the rest it so desperately seeks. But first, on earth as vampire sent, thy corse shall from its tomb be rent. Then ghastly haunt thy native place, and suck the blood of all thy race. In Byron's vision, the vampire is not just a predator but a victim of its own insatiable hunger. It's a reflection of human weakness, a metaphor for the way love, once twisted by jealousy or hatred, can destroy everything it touches. The blood it drinks is not just life, it's the remnants of a once pure emotion, corrupted and turned into something monstrous. The vampire, in the hands of the Romantics, is a tragic figure, more than just a creature of fear. It's the embodiment of yearning, the kind of yearning that never fades, that follows you into the grave and beyond. Byron's verses drip with this agony, a pain that no amount of blood can quench. Then there's Coleridge. His work may not scream vampire in the conventional sense, but Christabel, a haunting, half-finished poem, presents a figure just as chilling. The mysterious and beautiful Geraldine, with her pale skin and her hypnotic power, seduces the innocent Christabel in ways that feel disturbingly vampiric. There's no mention of blood, no overt attack, but the energy between them is filled with dark enchantment, as if Geraldine is draining Christabel's spirit, feeding on her innocence. Again the wildflower wine she drank. Her fair large eyes gone glitter bright. and from the floor whereon she sank. The lofty lady stood upright. Coleridge masterfully builds tension, making the reader feel the slow, inevitable pull of something unnatural. Geraldine, like the vampire, is an outsider, a presence that disrupts the world of the living. She's alluring, but there's something wrong, something terrifying about her beauty. The danger she brings is subtle, creeping, as though her very presence drains the life from Christabel, leaving her vulnerable, powerless. The air around them thickens with unspoken dread, and as the poem unravels, we feel the weight of Geraldine's power, a silent and visible drain on the soul. In both Byron and Coleridge's works, the vampire-like figures are not mere creatures of darkness, but beings bound by their own tragic nature. They haunt not because they want to, but because they must. Love, in these poems, is often intertwined with death. It's a force that can sustain life, but can also destroy it, leaving nothing but empty desire in its wake. And yet, these vampires also represent a longing for something more, something eternal. The Romantics were obsessed with the idea of immortality, not just in the physical sense, but in the emotional and spiritual realms. Their vampires do not merely seek to survive, they want to transcend the limitations of human existence. They crave an endless experience, unbound by time or mortality. But in this craving lies their curse. Immortality, as Byron and Coleridge seem to say, is a hollow victory. The vampire may live forever, but it's a life without peace, without fulfillment. It's a life defined by loss, by the constant hunger for something it can never truly possess. There's something heartbreakingly beautiful in this. The vampire becomes a metaphor for the artist, the lover, the dreamer, anyone who has ever yearned for more than life can offer. The Romantic poets, with their boundless passion and their tortured souls, saw themselves in these figures. They too were outsiders, wandering between the worlds of light and shadow, always reaching for something just out of grasp. Their poetry, like the vampire's kiss, is a cry for connection, for meaning in a world that so often feels empty and fleeting. The vampiric themes in Romantic poetry also reflect the tension between desire and morality. Byron and Coleridge's works are filled with characters who are torn between their need for something forbidden and their fear of losing themselves in the pursuit of it. This tension is the heart of the vampire myth. It's the temptation to give in to the darkness, to surrender to the seductive allure of immortality, knowing that it will come at the cost of everything that makes us human. But perhaps what makes these romantic vampires so powerful is their vulnerability. Beneath their immortal facade, they are fragile, haunted by their own desires and regrets. They remind us that no matter how far we try to escape our fate, we can never outrun the darkness within. The vampire is eternal, but it is also eternally broken, forever seeking what it can never have. In the hands of Byron and Coleridge, the vampire became more than just a creature of the night, it became a symbol of the human condition. Through their poetry, they captured the essence of what it means to long for something more, to be consumed by love, by desire, and by the fear that, in the end, we may never truly find what we're looking for. And so, the vampire lives on, not just in the shadows, but in the heart of every soul that has ever dared to dream, to love, and to lose. The dim light of Victorian gas lamps flickered on foggy streets, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like hungry fingers. It was in these shadowy corners of 19th century literature and theater where the vampire began to truly emerge, no longer just a figure of folklore, but a creature of elegance, seduction, and terror. Vampires in Victorian tales were not just monsters, they were reflections of the hidden fears and forbidden desires that the rigid society tried to suppress. In this world, one name stands out like a chill on the back of the neck: Carmilla. Sheridan Le Fanu's creation was one of the earliest female vampires to take center stage in literature, and her presence was as unnerving as it was alluring. Carmilla was not just a predator, she was a figure of beauty, cloaked in the mystery of her ancient existence. There was something intoxicating about her, something irresistible, even though death seemed to follow in her footsteps. She didn't merely hunt her victims, she wove herself into their lives, making them love her before taking everything they had. When she first appeared to the innocent Laura, Carmilla was vulnerable, an enigmatic stranger who seemed lost in the night, stirring both sympathy and fascination. But as their relationship grew, so did the unease. The strange dreams, the slow wasting of Laura's health, and the deepening connection between the two left readers unsettled. In Carmilla's embrace, the boundary between life and death blurred. It wasn't just blood that she wanted, it was something deeper, more intimate. The relationship between predator and prey in Carmilla was one of seduction, a slow and deliberate process of luring her victim into a state of helplessness. Carmilla was different from earlier depictions of vampires, particularly because she wasn't an outright monster. She was portrayed as elegant, graceful, and even caring. But beneath her charm lay something cold, something ancient. The way she touched Laura, the way she gazed at her, held a promise of both pleasure and destruction. The vampire of Victorian literature became a symbol of repressed sexuality, particularly the forbidden love between women, in an era where such things were not spoken of. It was this combination of beauty and death, of love and destruction, that gave Carmilla her lasting power in literature. But Carmilla was only the beginning. As the century unfolded, vampires began to creep into the heart of Victorian culture, transitioning from the pages of books onto the grand stages of theater. The idea of the vampire became something that could be felt, not just read about, something alive in the breath of actors and the gasps of audiences. Theater, with its intimate blend of reality and performance, was the perfect place for vampires to thrive. The audience could feel the palpable tension as a caped figure prowled the stage, eyes gleaming under the flicker of candlelight. These productions brought the vampire closer than ever before, and the line between fantasy and reality began to blur in the minds of the people. They were no longer just reading about the undead, they were seeing them, hearing their voices, and watching them feed under the eerie lights of the theater. Vampires in Victorian theater were depicted as suave and sophisticated, dressed in fine clothing, moving among the upper class, hiding in plain sight. They were no longer hideous monsters hiding in crypts, they were mingling at society balls, lurking in darkened parlors. This transformation made them all the more terrifying. The idea that a vampire could be sitting next to you, hidden behind a mask of civility, filled people with dread. The stage became a place where the fears of an increasingly uncertain world came alive. Vampires represented the unknown, the unseen threat that could strike without warning. As these stories gained popularity, they started to reflect the anxieties of Victorian society. The 19th century was a time of immense change, with industrialization, shifting social structures, and increasing exploration of foreign lands. The vampire became a symbol of everything that frightened the Victorians: foreign threats, disease, and moral decay. The idea that something could look human, could move within society undetected, and yet carry within it the seed of destruction, that was a fear that resonated deeply with audiences. In the years following Carmilla, vampire stories continued to evolve, and by the time they reached the stage, they had become more than just tales of horror. They were performances of human fears and desires, played out under the dim glow of theater lights. People came to see the vampire as a reflection of their own secret fears, their fear of death, of passion, of losing control to something greater than themselves. This connection between the vampire and repressed human desires was something that theater played on masterfully. As an art form, theater allowed the actors to bring to life the seductive, almost hypnotic allure of the vampire. With each performance, audiences were drawn into the same trap as the vampire's victims. They were captivated, knowing that danger lurked just beneath the surface, but unable to turn away. Victorian vampires also became entwined with the supernatural, as occultism and spiritualism grew in popularity during this period. People were fascinated by the idea that death might not be the end, that spirits could return, and that the dead could walk again. Vampires embodied this fascination, representing the ultimate return from the grave, a return that was not just physical but filled with dark, otherworldly power. As the theater adapted these stories, the vampire became more than just a villain. It became a tragic figure, a being trapped between two worlds. The vampire was not alive, but neither was it dead. It existed in a liminal space, forever hungry, forever searching for something it could never truly possess. This made the vampire not just a monster to be feared, but a figure of sorrow, one who had lost its humanity but still yearned for connection. Theater, with its ability to evoke powerful emotions, allowed audiences to feel sympathy for the vampire even as they feared it. The actors on stage breathed life into these undead characters, making them seem real, making them seem human. The vampire became a tragic hero of sorts, doomed to wander the earth in eternal torment, unable to ever find peace. By the end of the 19th century, vampires had fully transitioned from folklore into the realm of literature and theater. They had evolved from mindless monsters into complex characters, full of contradictions, beings of both beauty and horror, desire and destruction. They represented the fears and longings of an entire generation, capturing the imagination of readers and audiences alike. The vampire had become a reflection of the human condition, a creature that mirrored the darkest parts of our souls. Through the pages of books and the flickering light of the stage, they came to life, offering a glimpse of the forbidden and the unknown, and reminding us all of the fragility of our own humanity. In the cold silence of a late night, when shadows stretch long and deep, the vampire emerges once again, but this time, it's different. The creature we thought we knew, lurking in the dark corners of Victorian literature, transformed in the 20th century, slipping into new forms that both terrified and captivated readers in ways never imagined before. And Rice's interview with the vampire changed everything. Her vampires weren't the evil, one-dimensional monsters of earlier times. They were creatures of depth, burdened with immortal lives and cursed with eternal hunger. Lestat, with his charm and arrogance, was not just a villain but a tragic figure. His need for power and control was matched only by his desire for companionship, for understanding. Beneath the glittering veneer of beauty and elegance, Rice's vampires carried with them the weight of their immortality, an endless life that slowly consumed not just blood, but their very souls. Lewis, Lestat's reluctant companion, embodies the struggle of a creature caught between two worlds. His despair, his yearning for humanity, and his guilt for every drop of blood he takes reflect a profound internal battle that resonates deeply with anyone who has ever grappled with guilt or loss. Rice's portrayal of vampires brought them closer to us, not as fearsome demons, but as reflections of our own struggles with morality, loneliness, and the weight of existence. It was no longer about simply fearing the vampire, but understanding its suffering. And then there was Stephen King. In Salem's Lot, King took the vampire myth and placed it in the heart of America, where small-town life collided with unspeakable evil. The horror crept slowly, like a whisper in the night, until it was too late. The terror in King's work wasn't just in the fangs or the blood, but in the unsettling realization that evil could be hiding right next door. King masterfully painted a world where the line between normalcy and the supernatural blurred, where the monsters that haunted the night were as much a part of the landscape as the people themselves. The character of Barlow, the ancient vampire who descends upon the town, is a creature of both sophistication and brutality. He is terrifying not because he is a monster, but because he represents the darkness within, corruption, decay, and the inevitable end of innocence. In Salem's Lot, the vampire is not just an external threat, it symbolizes the internal rot of a community, the creeping fear that something is inherently wrong, festering beneath the surface. King's genius was in making the vampire a metaphor for the collapse of societal norms, for the hidden sins that everyone in the town tried to ignore. But the 20th century wasn't just about these two giants. The vampire myth evolved and morphed in countless other stories, each reflecting the changing fears and desires of a world in flux. As society faced new challenges, wars, nuclear threats, civil rights movements, and technological advances, the vampire adapted, becoming a symbol for everything from the fear of the other to the alienation brought on by modern life. Vampires in 20th century literature were no longer bound to the Gothic castles of Eastern Europe or the shadowy streets of Victorian England. They roamed the bustling cities, walked among us, sometimes unnoticed, sometimes feared, but always present. They could be found in the pages of horror novels, of course, but also in science fiction, fantasy, and even romance. In works like Richard Matheson's I Am Legend, the vampire took on a new form, a plague, a sickness that spread like wildfire, consuming the world. In Matheson's post-apocalyptic vision, vampires were everywhere, and the last man on Earth, Robert Neville, was left to fight not just for survival, but for his sanity. The vampires in this story were a metaphor for isolation, for the crushing loneliness that comes when everything you know and love is gone. Matheson's vampires were less about individual evil and more about the overwhelming force of a world turned upside down, a reflection of Cold War anxieties and the fear of humanity's self-destruction. As the century wore on, the vampire became more than just a monster to be feared. In some stories, it became a symbol of rebellion, of freedom from societal constraints. In The Hunger by Whitley Strieber, for example, vampires were portrayed as beings of infinite beauty and power, existing beyond the limitations of mortality and morality. They were alluring, not because of their danger, but because they offered an escape from the mundane, a promise of eternal life and eternal pleasure. But with that immortality came a price, a slow, inevitable decay. Strieber's vampires, much like Rice's, were beings trapped by their own existence, forced to watch as everything around them withered and died while they remained, untouched by time, but forever yearning for connection. The vampire in the 20th century was not just a predator, it was a being out of place, out of time, forever searching for meaning in a world that had moved on without it. Throughout the century, vampires also became entangled with themes of sexuality and power. In many stories, the act of feeding was portrayed as an intimate, almost erotic exchange, one that blurred the lines between pleasure and pain, domination and submission. The vampire's bite became a metaphor for forbidden desire, for the things that society tried to repress but could never fully eradicate. Vampires in 20th century literature were often depicted as creatures of seduction, wielding their immortality as a weapon, luring their victims not just with fear, but with the promise of something more, something deeper, darker, and infinitely more dangerous. By the end of the 20th century, the vampire had been transformed from a figure of pure horror into a complex, multifaceted symbol. It represented everything from existential dread to forbidden desire, from societal decay to personal redemption. The vampire had become a mirror, reflecting the deepest fears and desires of a world that was constantly changing, constantly evolving. And yet, no matter how much it changed, the vampire remained a creature of the night, forever lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was this tension, this constant push and pull between fear and fascination, that kept the vampire alive in the pages of 20th century literature. Whether it was in Rice's Tortured Immortals, Stephen King's Small Town Terror, or Matheson's post-apocalyptic Plague, the vampire continued to captivate, to terrify, and to seduce, reminding us all that no matter how much the world changes, some fears are eternal. The screen flickers to life, and there he is, his shadow long, his figure hunched, his face grotesque and inhuman. Nosferatu. A silent film, yet his presence screams louder than any dialogue could. His eyes, black and hollow, seem to pierce through the screen, seeping into your soul. There's something terrifying in the way he moves, slow yet deliberate, like a predator savoring the moments before the kill. Nosferatu wasn't just a movie, it was the first true glimpse of what a vampire could be on film. It was haunting, raw, and unforgettable. Max Schreck, the actor who played Nosferatu's Count Orlok, became a figure of legend in his own right. The character he brought to life was not suave or seductive, like many of the vampires we know today. Instead, Orlok was a creature of nightmare, gaunt, rodent-like, with clawed fingers and elongated limbs. The dark beauty of Nosferatu lay not just in its story but in its atmosphere. Every scene felt drenched in shadow, every moment steeped in dread. There was no need for elaborate special effects, the fear came from something more primal. The mere sight of Orlok creeping up a staircase, his shadow climbing the walls as if it had a life of its own, was enough to send chills down the spine. The movie was a silent scream, an echo of all the things we fear but cannot explain. And when it first appeared in 1922, it changed everything. This was the birth of the vampire in cinema, a new way to bring an ancient myth to life. But Nosferatu was more than just the first. It was the template, the foundation upon which all future vampire films would be built. Not long after Nosferatu, Hollywood began to cast its own shadows over the vampire myth. In 1931, Dracula, starring the unforgettable Bela Lugosi, brought a very different kind of vampire to the screen. Lugosi's portrayal was sleek, elegant, and menacing in a way that was more hypnotic than monstrous. His Dracula was suave, a gentleman with a dark secret. He didn't need to hide in the shadows like Nosferatu. Instead, he moved through the world with confidence and charm, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous allure. Bela Lugosi's Dracula set the standard for what a vampire could be in Hollywood. His rich accent, his sharp tuxedo, his piercing gaze, they all created a vampire that could seduce and kill with equal ease. Where Nosferatu's Orlok was a symbol of death, Lugosi's Dracula was a symbol of desire. He wasn't just hunting for blood, he was hunting for souls, for power, for control. And with that change, the vampire became something new, something both terrifying and tantalizing. Through the decades that followed, the vampire became a fixture in cinema. Each new film added another layer to the myth, each new portrayal brought a fresh take on what it meant to be undead. But no matter how much vampires changed on screen, the darkness at their core remained the same. In the 1950s and 60s, the British film studio Hammer Films breathed new life into the vampire genre. Their films were darker, bloodier, and more explicitly violent than what had come before. Christopher Lee, with his towering presence and fierce intensity, became the new face of Dracula. His portrayal was a blend of aristocratic charm and raw brutality, a monster who could both terrify and captivate. The Hammer films were not subtle in their horror. Blood flowed freely, and the sexuality of the vampire was brought to the forefront in ways that had never been seen before. It wasn't just about fear anymore, it was about desire. The vampire became a symbol of repressed passion, of forbidden pleasures. In a world that was slowly becoming more open about sexuality, the vampire was the perfect metaphor, a creature who existed outside the bounds of morality, who could give in to every urge without fear of consequence. As the years rolled on, vampire films continued to evolve. The 1980s saw a resurgence in the genre, with films like The Lost Boys and Fright Night, which played with the idea of vampires in a modern world. These vampires weren't trapped in ancient castles or dark, misty forests. They lived in the suburbs, they partied in nightclubs, they blended in with the crowd. But even in these modern settings, the core of the vampire remained the same, an outsider, a predator, someone who lived by different rules, who reveled in the night while the rest of the world slept. One of the most significant moments in vampire cinema came in 1992 with the release of Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. This film returned to the roots of the vampire myth, pulling heavily from the gothic atmosphere of Stoker's original novel. Gary Oldman's portrayal of Dracula was both terrifying and tragic, a creature of immense power and deep sorrow. This Dracula was not just a monster, but a man cursed with eternal life, trapped in a cycle of violence and loss. The film was visually stunning, dripping with gothic horror, but it was Oldman's performance that made it unforgettable. His Dracula was more than just a villain, he was a broken soul, a man who had loved and lost and was doomed to wander the earth in search of something he could never truly have. The vampire's journey from Nosferatu to Hollywood is one of transformation, of evolution, but also of consistency. No matter how much the vampire changes, no matter how many different forms it takes, there is always something familiar about it, something dark, something dangerous, something that speaks to the deepest fears within us. Whether it's the grotesque, rat-like figure of Orlok creeping through the shadows, or the elegant, seductive form of Lugosi's Dracula staring into the eyes of his next victim, the vampire remains a creature that fascinates and terrifies in equal measure. In the quiet moments, when the lights flicker and the shadows grow long, we remember why vampires have always held such power over us. They are the embodiment of death, of desire, of everything we fear but cannot resist. And as long as there are stories to tell, as long as there are screens to fill, the vampire will never truly die. The world of comics and graphic novels is filled with heroes and villains, gods and monsters. But amidst all the flashing lights and capes, there is a figure that lurks in the shadows, cold, dangerous, and eternal. The vampire. It slinks through the pages, drawing readers into a world of darkness, where life and death blur, and blood is the currency that sustains an endless hunger. In the dim corners of a city, a lone figure in black leather walks the streets. His eyes scan the horizon, searching for creatures like him, but not him. He's half vampire, half human, a warrior caught between two worlds. This is Blade, a name that, in the world of comic books, has become synonymous with the fight against the undead. Born out of Marvel Comics in the 1970s, Blade brought something new to the vampire mythos. He wasn't a victim, and he wasn't a monster. He was a hunter. Armed with his silver sword and his thirst for vengeance, Blade hunted the very creatures that had made him what he was. He wasn't just fighting for survival, he was fighting for his soul. Blade's story is steeped in pain. His mother, bitten by a vampire while pregnant, gave birth to him moments before her own death. This moment defined Blade's existence, a life forever tainted by the shadow of death, always teetering on the edge of becoming the very thing he despised. Readers couldn't help but feel the weight of his burden, the loneliness that came with being neither fully human nor fully vampire. His strength, both physical and emotional, made him a hero to root for, but it was his inner struggle that made him unforgettable. Blade's presence in comics also marked a shift in how vampires were portrayed. No longer were they simply lurking monsters. Now, they were part of a larger world, where superheroes and vampires could exist side by side. And yet, despite the fantastical setting, the core of the vampire legend remained intact. Vampires in these stories still embodied fear, fear of the unknown, fear of losing control, fear of what lies in the dark. Blade, as the half-vampire hero, became the perfect character to navigate these fears, both confronting and embodying them. But Blade was just the beginning. Vampires found their way into other corners of the comic book world, each time evolving, adapting to new stories, new themes, and new audiences. In the 1990s, another vampire hunter stepped into the spotlight, but this one didn't carry a sword or wear leather. She was a high school girl, blonde and full of life. Her name was Buffy Summers, and she was the Slayer. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, originally a cult favorite TV show, found new life in comic books and graphic novels, and it wasn't long before Buffy became one of the most iconic vampire hunters in pop culture. But Buffy's story was different. Where Blade was dark and brooding, Buffy's world was colorful, even funny at times. She wasn't just fighting vampires, she was juggling high school, friendships, love, and all the confusion that came with growing up. Vampires in Buffy's world were metaphors for the real-life struggles that teenagers face: loneliness, fear of rejection, the pressure to fit in. They represented all the monsters we battle in our own lives, the ones that don't have fangs but are just as terrifying. Buffy's strength lay not just in her physical ability to fight vampires, but in her resilience, her refusal to give up, even when everything seemed stacked against her. Through the pages of the Buffy comics, readers saw a different side of the vampire myth, a side where humor and horror could coexist, where a teenage girl could save the world one stake at a time. The vampires in Buffy's world weren't just enemies, they were symbols of everything that threatened to tear her apart, and with every fight, she grew stronger. Beyond Buffy and Blade, vampires have sunk their teeth into countless other comic books and graphic novels, each time bringing something new to the myth. In American Vampire, created by Scott Snyder and Stephen King, vampires take on a uniquely American twist. Set against the backdrop of American history, from the Wild West to the 1950s, the series explores how vampirism changes with the times, how it evolves alongside the society it infects. These vampires are not the aristocratic creatures of European lore, they are something rougher, more brutal, reflecting the gritty, violent history of America itself. In graphic novels like 30 Days of Night, vampires are stripped down to their most primal form. Set in the isolated town of Barrow, Alaska, where the sun disappears for 30 days, the story plunges readers into a world of total darkness, where vampires reign supreme. There's no escape, no safe place to hide. The vampires in 30 Days of Night are not tragic figures or seductive anti-heroes. They are predators, pure and simple. They come not for love or revenge, but for blood. The fear in this story is palpable, and as the snow falls and the nights stretch on, the reader is left wondering, how long can you survive in a world where the darkness never ends? But even in the bleakest vampire stories, there is always a glimmer of humanity. Whether it's Blade's quest for redemption, Buffy's struggle to balance her two worlds, or the characters in American Vampire trying to hold onto their humanity in the face of unimaginable horror, vampires in comic books and graphic novels are never just monsters. They are reflections of the human condition, of our fears, our desires, our need to find meaning in the darkness. Through the vibrant, visual medium of comics and graphic novels, vampires have taken on new forms, new identities, but they have never lost their power to haunt us. In every frame, in every shadow, there is the lingering sense that they are always watching, always waiting. And perhaps that's what makes them so timeless, so unforgettable. Vampires, whether they're lurking in a Gothic castle or stalking the streets of New York, remind us of something we can't escape, the darkness that lies within us all. And as long as there are stories to be told, as long as there are pages to be turned, vampires will continue to thrive, feeding off our fears, our hopes, our very blood. When you think of vampires, what comes to mind? Is it the image of a terrifying creature lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment? Or is it the seductive allure of a vampire, a figure of mystery and danger? As television shows and films brought vampires into the living rooms of families around the world, these creatures morphed into something much more complex. They became symbols of love, desire, and fear, reflecting the deepest corners of human emotion. One show that set the stage for this new wave of vampires was Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It started in the late 1990s and quickly captured hearts and minds with its mix of horror, humor, and humanity. Buffy Summers, a high school girl chosen to battle the undead, became an instant icon. She wasn't just a fighter, she was relatable. Her struggles with friendships, school, and love resonated deeply with audiences. Viewers saw themselves in Buffy, facing their own monsters, whether they were supernatural or all too real. The vampires in Buffy weren't just evil beings, they represented the darker parts of teenage life, heartbreak, betrayal, and the search for identity. The show transformed vampires from mere monsters into deeply flawed characters, each with their own story and pain. As Buffy paved the way, a new wave of vampire stories began to emerge, each with its own unique spin on the mythos. In 2008, Twilight hit the big screen and introduced a different type of vampire, one that sparkled in the sunlight and fell in love with a human girl. Bella and Edward's love story captivated millions, stirring emotions of longing, desire, and the pain of being different. The saga turned vampires into figures of romance rather than horror, portraying them as creatures struggling with their nature, longing for acceptance. This was a pivotal moment in vampire lore, as the focus shifted from fear to love. Young people around the world swooned over Edward's brooding nature and Bella's innocence, creating a cultural phenomenon that defined a generation. Yet, the magic of vampires didn't stop there. In the 21st century, shows like True Blood brought a raw and gritty view of vampire society. Set in a world where vampires had come out of the shadows and lived openly among humans, the series tackled issues like prejudice and acceptance. Here, vampires were not just the stuff of nightmares, they became metaphors for marginalized communities, struggling to find their place in a world that feared them. The complex relationships between humans and vampires echoed real-life issues of discrimination and societal division. It forced viewers to confront their own biases while rooting for characters that blurred the line between hero and villain. As these portrayals evolved, so did the representation of female characters. No longer were they just victims, they became powerful figures, taking control of their own narratives. Characters like Sookie Stackhouse in True Blood and Elena Gilbert in The Vampire Diaries embraced their strength and agency, standing alongside their vampire counterparts. This shift resonated with viewers, especially young women, who saw themselves reflected in these stories of empowerment and resilience. The dynamic relationships explored in these series captured the complexities of love, loyalty, and sacrifice, leaving audiences emotionally invested. As vampire stories continued to spread across screens, the horror elements faded into the background, making way for more romantic and dramatic portrayals. Films like What We Do in the Shadows brought a comedic twist, allowing vampires to reflect on their long lives with humor and sarcasm. It showed that even the most fearsome creatures could find themselves in ridiculous situations, making them more relatable. This lighthearted approach demonstrated that the vampire mythos could be both terrifying and entertaining, with room for laughter amid the darkness. The shift in vampire storytelling also mirrored changes in society. As fears and concerns about identity, love, and acceptance grew, so too did the portrayal of vampires. They became mirrors, reflecting societal issues like immigration, race, and sexuality. In series like The Strain, vampires represented infection and disease, tapping into fears about pandemics and uncontrollable threats. This timely commentary added layers of meaning to the stories, allowing audiences to confront their fears in a safe environment. At the same time, classic tales were reimagined. With adaptations of Bram Stoker's Dracula appearing in various forms, the narrative of the tragic, misunderstood vampire took on new life. Each retelling brought fresh perspectives, showcasing the internal struggles of the vampire as they wrestled with their identity, desire, and the human experience. These adaptations kept the essence of the original story while making it relevant to modern audiences, exploring themes of love and loss, power and vulnerability. Through it all, vampires have held a special place in our hearts, evolving into complex beings that embody our deepest fears and desires. They have become symbols of love, sacrifice, and the struggle for acceptance, allowing us to confront our own demons in the process. The portrayal of vampires in popular TV shows and films transformed these creatures from mere monsters into multifaceted characters, prompting us to reflect on our own lives and choices. As the screen fades to black, we are left with lingering questions. What does it mean to be human? How do we navigate the darkness within us? The stories of vampires challenge us to look beyond the surface, reminding us that sometimes the monsters we fear are not so different from ourselves. Through the captivating tales of Buffy, Twilight, and countless others, we discover that the real horror lies not in the vampires themselves, but in the fear and misunderstanding that often keeps us apart. Imagine stepping into a world where the night is alive with shadows and secrets. The air is thick with tension, and every corner hides a story waiting to be told. In this world, you become a vampire, embracing the thrill of darkness while facing the struggles of humanity. The rise of vampires in video games and tabletop role-playing games has transformed these mythical creatures from mere characters into immersive experiences that touch on deep themes of power, identity, and morality. One of the most iconic games that shaped the landscape of vampire storytelling is Vampire: The Masquerade. This tabletop role-playing game invites players into a gothic world where vampires live among humans, concealing their true nature through a set of unwritten rules known as the Masquerade. Here, players take on the role of vampires from various clans, each with unique abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. The choices you make are not just about survival, they delve into the complexities of existence. Will you embrace your monstrous side, feeding on the blood of the living? Or will you strive to hold onto your humanity, battling the darkness within? These choices resonate on a personal level, as players grapple with what it means to be truly alive, even when they're not. The emotional depth of Vampire: The Masquerade stems from its ability to reflect real-life struggles. Players often find themselves at a crossroads, facing dilemmas that echo their own experiences. Themes of betrayal, loyalty, and the quest for power are prevalent, creating an atmosphere where every decision weighs heavily. In the dim light of a candlelit room, players might feel their hearts race as they navigate relationships with other characters, balancing friendships with rivalries and love with danger. This blend of fantasy and reality draws players in, creating connections that extend beyond the gaming table. Video games like Bloodlines expand on this emotional landscape, providing a visceral experience that immerses players in a rich narrative. In Vampire: The Masquerade, Bloodlines, you step into the shoes of a fledgling vampire, discovering the complexities of vampire society while unraveling a sinister plot. The game allows players to form relationships with NPCs, each with their own desires and agendas. As you navigate the treacherous underworld, your choices have real consequences, often leading to heartbreak and triumph. The vibrant city of Los Angeles serves as a backdrop for exploration, where every decision can alter the course of the story. One of the most powerful aspects of these games is the portrayal of identity. Players confront their own sense of self as they choose which path to take. Do they embrace their vampire nature, succumbing to the seductive allure of power? Or do they strive to maintain their humanity, even when faced with overwhelming darkness? These questions resonate with anyone who has ever grappled with their identity, forcing players to reflect on their values and choices. Each character embodies different aspects of the human experience, and their journeys can evoke a sense of empathy and understanding. In the world of video games, the vampiric experience extends to titles like Dark Watch and Castlevania, where players battle not just against supernatural foes, but also against their own inner demons. These games take the vampire mythos in new directions, presenting players with thrilling combat and dark narratives. The stakes are high, as players are often forced to confront their fears and desires, reflecting the duality of human nature. With each level completed, there's a sense of accomplishment, but also an awareness of the moral complexities that come with power. The rise of vampire-themed games also includes social elements. Multiplayer experiences in games like Vampire: The Masquerade, Bloodlines 2 allow players to connect and collaborate in a world filled with intrigue and danger. Here, the camaraderie formed among players mirrors the relationships found in traditional storytelling. Sharing the highs and lows of the game creates a sense of community, where players support one another in their quests, share strategies, and celebrate victories. These interactions foster connections that often transcend the digital space, leading to lasting friendships built on shared experiences. Role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons have also embraced the vampire archetype, allowing players to create their own stories within a framework that encourages creativity and imagination. By introducing vampires into campaigns, dungeon masters can challenge players with moral dilemmas and unexpected plot twists. The thrill of facing a vampire lord, battling for the fate of an entire realm, brings a unique sense of excitement to the gaming experience. Each session becomes a shared narrative, where players contribute their voices and choices to shape the outcome of the story. As players lose themselves in these worlds, the boundary between fiction and reality often blurs. The emotion stirred by these games can linger long after the screen fades to black. Players might find themselves reflecting on their choices, questioning their values, and considering the impact of their actions. The themes explored in vampire games resonate on a personal level, encouraging players to confront their own fears and desires, ultimately leading to self-discovery. The gamification of vampires has opened up a rich tapestry of storytelling, one that is both entertaining and thought-provoking. Whether through the strategic maneuvering of tabletop role-playing games or the immersive narratives of video games, players are given the chance to explore the complexities of their own existence. The thrill of becoming a vampire, embracing the darkness while grappling with the implications of that choice, creates a powerful emotional journey. As players navigate the haunting worlds filled with danger and desire, they come to realize that the true horror may not lie in the vampires themselves, but in the choices they make and the consequences that follow. In these moments, players find not only excitement, but also a deeper understanding of what it means to be human, even in a world where the undead roam. The legacy of vampires in video games and role-playing continues to captivate hearts and minds, ensuring that these creatures of the night will remain a source of inspiration and exploration for generations to come. The soft glow of candlelight flickers against the canvas, illuminating a haunting figure draped in shadow. The face is pale, eyes gleaming with a hunger that speaks of an ancient curse. It is the vampire, immortalized in brushstrokes, trapped in a moment of eternal night. For centuries, artists have been captivated by this dark, seductive figure, finding in it a symbol of both fear and desire, death and the forbidden. From the earliest days of classical art to the modern era, vampires have appeared in countless forms, each interpretation reflecting the era's anxieties and fascinations. In classical paintings, the vampire was often portrayed as a spectral figure, barely human, more a ghastly reminder of mortality than the romanticized version we are familiar with today. Artists like Edvard Munch captured this sense of horror in works like Vampire, where the viewer is drawn into the intimate, yet chilling embrace of a woman, her mouth near her lover's neck, suggesting a moment both tender and terrifying. The dark reds and shadowy figures evoke a sense of suffocation, as if life itself is draining from the canvas. It is in these early works that vampires are closely tied to themes of death and decay. In many ways, they were representations of society's greatest fears, the inevitability of death, the ravages of disease, the unknown. Yet, there was also an undeniable allure. These depictions, while terrifying, held a strange beauty, as if the very act of destruction was something to be revered. The contrast between life and death, beauty and horror, was at the heart of these works. As time passed and modernism crept into the art world, the image of the vampire began to shift. Gone were the gaunt, deathly figures. Instead, vampires took on a more human form, their allure growing stronger, their danger less obvious but ever present. The lines between predator and prey, human and monster, began to blur. In the works of modern artists, the vampire became a symbol of more than just death. It came to represent society's forbidden desires, the things we are afraid to confront in ourselves. Take, for example, the works of modern artists who drew inspiration from Gothic literature and cinema. The vampire in these paintings is often sensual, draped in flowing garments, their eyes smoldering with hidden intent. In these pieces, there is an undeniable seduction at play. Artists are no longer depicting the vampire as merely a monster but as a figure of power and control, playing with the dangerous line between attraction and repulsion. The influence of literature on vampire art cannot be overstated. The image of Dracula, for instance, has seeped into every corner of visual art, from portraits to comic book illustrations. Artists draw on the rich descriptions found in Bram Stoker's text to create a figure that is as iconic as it is feared. In many ways, Dracula's appearance, his flowing cape, pale skin, and piercing eyes, has become the blueprint for how we imagine vampires in visual culture. It is a look that has been reinterpreted countless times, but its core remains the same, a figure that embodies both aristocratic charm and animalistic hunger. But perhaps the most striking evolution in vampire iconography came in the 20th century, as artists began to use the vampire as a metaphor for the darker aspects of the human psyche. In surrealist and abstract works, the vampire is often depicted as fragmented, distorted, or hidden within other forms. These pieces reflect the idea that vampirism is not just about literal blood-sucking creatures, but about the psychological vampires in our lives, the people and systems that drain us, the inner demons we struggle to control. In works like those of Francis Bacon, the vampire becomes something internal. His figures are grotesque, distorted, as if the very act of being consumed has twisted them into something barely recognizable. These paintings are uncomfortable to look at, forcing the viewer to confront the uncomfortable truths about fear, power, and vulnerability. Here, the vampire is not just an external threat but a reflection of the darkness within all of us. In contemporary art, vampires have continued to evolve, reflecting the ever-changing fears and fascinations of society. In a world obsessed with youth and beauty, the vampire has become a symbol of immortality, but at a cost. Modern artists explore this theme through sleek, minimalist designs, often focusing on the vampire's eternal beauty contrasted with the decay of the world around them. These works tap into our modern anxieties about aging, consumerism, and the price we pay for trying to cheat death. At the same time, vampires in art have become more inclusive, representing not just societal fears but also marginalized identities. In many ways, the vampire has always been an outsider, existing on the fringes of society. Modern artists have embraced this, using the vampire as a way to explore themes of alienation, otherness, and nonconformity. Queer artists, in particular, have found in the vampire a powerful symbol for their own experiences, beings who exist outside the norms, who must hide their true selves or risk persecution. These works are often vibrant, defiant, and deeply emotional, reclaiming the vampire as a figure of empowerment rather than fear. The symbolism of the vampire in art is as complex and varied as the creature itself. Whether as a symbol of death, desire, power, or alienation, the vampire continues to captivate artists across all mediums. There is something timeless about the vampire, something that speaks to the deepest parts of the human experience. The fear of death, the allure of forbidden desires, the struggle for power, these are themes that will always resonate, and the vampire embodies them all. As we stand before these works, whether they are the haunting, classical depictions of death or the vibrant, modern interpretations of power and identity, we are reminded of the enduring power of the vampire myth. It is a symbol that transcends time and culture, evolving with each new generation of artists, but always reminding us of the things we cannot escape: death, desire, and the darkness within us all. The hunger never leaves. It claws at the edges of the mind, gnawing, demanding to be fed. It's a thirst that can never truly be quenched, no matter how much blood is consumed. In the stillness of the night, the vampire stands as a creature bound to an endless cycle of need and consumption. But beneath the fangs and pale skin lies a deeper, darker truth, one that mirrors the human experience in a way far more terrifying than any monster lurking in the shadows. The vampire, with its eternal craving, has become a powerful symbol for addiction. The insatiable thirst for blood is not unlike the way addiction grips the soul, taking hold with a force that is both seductive and destructive. It starts as a whisper, a temptation, something that seems harmless at first, a need that promises to soothe, to fill the void. But soon, it consumes. It takes over. It turns life into a desperate search for the next fix, the next drop of blood, the next moment of fleeting satisfaction. For those who have experienced addiction, the vampire's endless cycle of craving, indulgence, and regret is all too familiar. In every story of vampirism, there is a loss of control, a surrender to something larger, darker, and more powerful than oneself. The act of feeding, once a choice, becomes a necessity, a compulsion. And with each feeding, the vampire becomes less human, more distant from who they once were, consumed by their need. Just as addiction strips away the parts of a person that once defined them, the vampire loses touch with its humanity, reduced to a shadow of its former self. But it is not just blood that vampires crave. Their hunger can be seen as a metaphor for excess and consumption in all its forms. Whether it's material wealth, power, or pleasure, the vampire's desire knows no bounds. In a world that often glorifies indulgence, the vampire serves as a chilling reminder of what happens when the line between need and want is crossed. They are creatures who have everything: immortality, beauty, strength, and yet, they are never satisfied. There is always more to take, more to consume. And in that endless pursuit, they lose everything that once mattered. This theme of consumption is reflected in modern society's relationship with excess. We live in a world where there is always something more to desire: more money, more status, more pleasure. And just like the vampire, we chase after these things, convinced they will make us whole. But the more we consume, the emptier we feel. The vampire's unquenchable thirst is a mirror held up to a world that is constantly seeking more, never realizing that what it truly craves cannot be bought, taken, or consumed. There is a tragedy in the vampire's existence that is all too human. Beneath the surface, they are creatures who long for connection, for meaning, for something real to fill the void inside them. But every time they try to satisfy that need through consumption, they only sink deeper into despair. The blood, the power, the pleasure, it is never enough. And so, they continue the cycle, forever searching, forever hungry. In some stories, the vampire recognizes this futility, and it is in those moments that their suffering becomes most poignant. They see the destruction they have caused, the lives they have taken, the relationships they have destroyed. But by then, it is too late. The addiction has taken hold. They are trapped, bound to a fate they can no longer escape. They cannot stop feeding, just as an addict cannot stop using, even when they know it is killing them. And yet, there is a strange beauty in the vampire's plight. In their endless search for satisfaction, they remind us of the universal human longing for something more, something beyond the physical, beyond the immediate. Their hunger is not just for blood, it is for meaning, for connection, for a way to fill the emptiness inside. In a world that often reduces people to consumers, the vampire stands as a tragic figure who embodies the consequences of living without purpose, of seeking fulfillment in things that cannot truly satisfy. As much as the vampire is a monster, they are also a reflection of the human condition. Their hunger is our hunger. Their need is our need. Their downfall is our downfall. And in that, there is a deep, emotional resonance that transcends the boundaries of myth and legend. We see in them the dangers of giving in to our darkest impulses, the pain of being trapped in a cycle of consumption, and the longing for something more. The modern vampire, as portrayed in literature and film, often grapples with this sense of existential emptiness. Whether it's Lewis from Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire, who is tormented by his inability to find meaning in immortality, or more contemporary characters like Edward Cullen from Twilight, who struggles to reconcile his need for blood with his desire to lead a moral life, these vampires are not just predators, they are souls searching for redemption in a world that offers none. The metaphor of addiction and consumption in vampire lore also extends to society as a whole. Vampires, as creatures who feed off others to sustain themselves, can be seen as representations of systems that exploit and drain the vulnerable. Whether it's the wealthy feeding off the poor, corporations consuming the earth's resources, or governments exploiting the powerless, the vampire myth speaks to the darker side of human nature, the side that takes without giving, that consumes without regard for the consequences. In the end, the vampire's hunger is a warning. It reminds us of the dangers of living a life driven by consumption, whether that be of blood, wealth, power, or pleasure. It shows us what happens when we give in to our darkest desires, when we allow ourselves to be consumed by the very things we thought would bring us satisfaction. The vampire is both a monster and a mirror, reflecting back the fears, desires, and struggles that lie at the heart of the human experience. And as we stand on the brink of a world consumed by its own excesses, the vampire's story feels more relevant than ever. Their hunger is ours. Their need is ours. And their fate, if we are not careful, could one day be ours as well. The allure of eternal life has captivated the human soul for centuries. The thought of living forever, of escaping the inevitable grasp of death, seems like a gift beyond measure. Yet, as with all great desires, there lies a shadow, a hidden cost that few are willing to see. Vampires, immortal creatures of the night, embody both the dream and the nightmare of eternal life. They live beyond the reach of time, unbound by the decay of age, but at what price? To never age, never fall ill, never face the unknown of death, what a tantalizing vision. But as the vampire roams through centuries, this immortality becomes less of a gift and more of a burden. Time, once precious and fleeting, stretches endlessly before them. The world around them changes, people they once knew wither and die, and they are left wandering, untouched by the passing years. The curse of immortality reveals itself in the vampire's endless solitude. In the darkness, where the vampire makes its home, there is a sense of loss. With every passing year, the weight of memory grows heavier. Faces once loved blur into shadows, places once cherished crumble into dust. Immortality, while seductive, strips away the connections that make life meaningful. The vampire, though alive, is forever trapped in a liminal space, unable to fully belong to any time or place. They live, yes, but it is an existence marked by distance and detachment. The hunger for eternal life often stems from a fear of death, an unwillingness to confront the end. Vampires, however, remind us that escaping death is not the same as truly living. Their immortality is fraught with consequences, a constant craving for blood, a need to take life in order to sustain their own. The price of living forever is the endless cycle of feeding, of taking, of losing the very humanity they once possessed. The vampire's immortality is not a state of grace, but of torment, where they are forever chained to the night, unable to break free. There is also the question of identity. Who are we without the passage of time, without the natural stages of life that shape who we become? Vampires, frozen in the moment of their transformation, are denied the ability to grow or change. They are stuck in a perpetual state of being, forever who they were at the time of their turning. The young vampire remains youthful, but with an old soul burdened by centuries of existence. The loss of identity is perhaps the cruelest aspect of their immortality. While humans grow, evolve, and find meaning through the passage of time, the vampire stagnates, locked in a body that defies nature. This stagnation feeds into their deep sense of isolation. As centuries pass, the vampire becomes increasingly detached from humanity. They no longer experience life as mortals do, no longer feel the same joys, fears, or pains. The world they once knew fades, replaced by a new one they struggle to comprehend. Their immortality, once a promise of limitless time, becomes an eternity spent as an outsider, watching, but never truly belonging. What once seemed like a blessing reveals itself as a curse, an existence devoid of true connection or purpose. And then there is the thirst, the endless, gnawing thirst for blood. It is the price they must pay to maintain their immortality, a price that forces them to confront the darkest parts of their nature. Each life they take to sustain their own is a reminder of the monstrous nature of their existence. They are trapped in a cycle of violence, taking what they no longer deserve, haunted by the knowledge that they must continue to kill in order to live. The thirst becomes more than just a physical need, it is a symbol of the deeper emptiness that comes with eternal life. The more they take, the less human they become. For some vampires, this loss of humanity becomes unbearable. They long for an end, for release from the endless cycle of feeding and isolation. Yet death, the one thing they can no longer have, eludes them. The very thing they once sought to escape becomes the thing they crave the most. Immortality, once so desirable, becomes an eternal prison from which there is no escape. This paradox lies at the heart of the vampire's existence. To live forever is to be condemned to an eternity of longing for an end that will never come. Even in the face of this torment, there are those who are drawn to the idea of immortality. The promise of eternal youth, of endless beauty, of power beyond imagination, all of these things seem worth the sacrifice. But the vampire serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that the things we desire most may carry with them unforeseen consequences. Eternal life may seem like the ultimate escape from death, but in reality, it is a trade-off that comes at the cost of one's soul. In stories of vampires, we see reflections of our own fears and desires. We fear death, but we also fear the idea of living forever without meaning. We desire power, but we fear the loss of our humanity in its pursuit. The vampire's immortality forces us to confront these contradictions, to question what it truly means to live. Is life defined by its brevity, by the knowledge that it will one day end? Or is it something more, something that can be stretched out indefinitely without losing its essence? As we follow the vampire through the centuries, we see that eternal life is not what it seems. It is not a state of blissful immortality, but one of perpetual longing. The vampire, forever trapped in the night, reminds us that life without death, without change, without growth, is no life at all. The allure of immortality is powerful, but it is also dangerous, leading those who seek it down a path of darkness and despair. In the end, the vampire is both a symbol of our deepest desires and our greatest fears. They show us that the things we think will save us, eternal youth, boundless time, limitless power, can, in fact, be the very things that destroy us. Their immortality, far from being a gift, is a curse, one that strips them of the very things that make life worth living. And in that, we see the true cost of escaping death, an eternity spent not living, but merely existing, forever hungry, forever alone. There is something haunting about the vampire's existence, a creature caught between life and death, forever lingering in the shadows of both worlds. The vampire is neither fully dead nor truly alive, embodying the cycle of death and rebirth in its very nature. The moment they are turned, they die a human death, only to be reborn into something darker, something eternal. And in this transformation, the vampire becomes a powerful symbol of the endless cycle of existence, where death is not an end, but merely a doorway to something else. For the vampire, death is not the final chapter, but the beginning of a new, twisted form of life. The process of becoming a vampire, that first painful surrender to death, echoes the deeper themes of rebirth that run through all of human existence. Just as the seasons turn from winter's stillness to spring's new life, the vampire moves from the end of their human life into a form of immortality. But this rebirth comes at a cost. The vampire is forever altered, no longer the person they once were, trapped in a body that defies the natural order of life and death. They emerge from the grave, but what they leave behind is the very essence of their humanity. This cycle of death and rebirth is not unique to vampirism, it mirrors the way humans have long understood existence itself. Across cultures and time, people have looked at death not as the end, but as part of a larger cycle. In nature, death gives way to new life. The decaying leaves of autumn nourish the earth for spring's blooming flowers. The vampire, in their own unnatural way, reflects this truth, but with a dark twist. Their rebirth does not bring new life, but a perpetual existence tied to death, feeding off the living in order to continue. In becoming a vampire, there is both a loss and a gain. They lose their humanity, their connection to the warmth of life, but they gain something so many people desire, the chance to live forever. But this form of living is far from the joyful rebirth humans imagine when they think of immortality. It is an existence shadowed by death, where the vampire's very survival depends on the death of others. They are caught in an endless cycle, feeding, surviving, living in the spaces between night and day, life and death. The vampire's cyclical nature also speaks to the idea of rebirth as something painful, something that comes with sacrifice. To be reborn as a vampire is to give up the things that made life meaningful in the first place, the ability to grow, to change, to connect deeply with others. The vampire is reborn into a life that is static, unchanging, where each night bleeds into the next with no end in sight. There is no true death for the vampire, but also no real life, only the endless repetition of feeding, existing, and surviving. In this way, the vampire can be seen as a symbol of the fear of stagnation, the dread of living forever without purpose or meaning. While humans fear death, they also fear the idea of life without progress, without change. The vampire's rebirth is a dark reflection of this fear, showing what happens when one is reborn into a life that no longer has the potential for growth. Their immortality traps them in a cycle that mirrors life, but lacks the soul of it. They wake each night to face the same hunger, the same desires, the same endless existence, unable to escape the pull of death that forever lingers over them. Yet, there is also a seductive allure to this cycle. To rise again after death, to live on when others cannot, it is a dream as old as humanity itself. The vampire embodies this desire for immortality, for the chance to cheat death and continue living in some form, even if it is a cursed one. In the vampire's rebirth, there is a promise of power, of survival against all odds. They are the ultimate survivors, rising from the grave to continue their existence, no matter the cost. And in that, there is something undeniably captivating, something that speaks to the deepest human fear of being forgotten, of simply ceasing to exist. The vampire's cyclical existence also raises questions about the nature of life itself. If life is defined by its impermanence, by the knowledge that it will one day end, what does it mean to live forever? The vampire's unending existence forces us to confront this question, to ask what makes life valuable in the first place. For the vampire, the answer is elusive. Their endless cycle of death and rebirth strips life of its meaning, leaving only the hunger, the need to survive. In their immortality, they lose the very thing that makes life precious, the knowledge that it is fleeting, that each moment matters because it will one day be gone. And so, the vampire becomes a tragic figure, forever caught in the cycle of death and rebirth, never fully alive, never truly dead. Their existence forces us to look at our own lives, to question what it means to live fully, to embrace the inevitability of death as part of the cycle that gives life its meaning. The vampire, in their endless night, is a reminder that life's beauty comes from its brevity, from the knowledge that we only have so much time to make our mark, to connect with others, to truly live. In the end, the vampire's cycle of death and rebirth is both a warning and a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. They show us the dangers of longing for eternal life, for rebirth without consequence. Their immortality is not a gift, but a curse, one that traps them in an existence that mirrors life but lacks its essence. They rise from the grave each night, But what they gain in rebirth is outweighed by what they have lost: their humanity, their soul, their ability to truly live. And in that, the vampire becomes a powerful symbol of the endless cycle of existence, where death is not the end, but a part of the journey that gives life its meaning. Becoming a vampire is not just a change of form, it's a haunting, irrevocable loss of humanity. It begins with a moment that forever alters the course of a life, a moment that shatters the delicate balance between life and death. For those who are bitten, cursed, or marked in some other way, there is no going back. The myths and legends surrounding the transformation are varied and mysterious, but they all share one terrifying truth: once the change begins, the soul is no longer their own. In the darkness of night, when the world is asleep, the bite of a vampire feels like the most intimate invasion. A puncture, barely felt at first, blooms into a slow, burning heat. The victim doesn't always realize what is happening at first. The bite is strangely tender, almost like a lover's touch. But beneath the surface, something far more sinister is taking place. The vampire drains their life, pulling out their essence with every beat of the heart. And in that moment, as life slips away, something darker enters, an insidious, unholy energy that begins the process of transformation. The blood is the carrier. In most legends, it's not just the bite that condemns someone to become a vampire. It's the exchange of blood. After the initial feeding, the vampire offers their blood in return, a dark communion that binds them to their victim. The moment the fresh, undead blood enters the human system, it begins its wicked work. It floods the veins with death, twisting and corrupting the body from the inside out. But this is not the kind of death that leads to peace. This is death with open eyes, death that leads to something far worse. For those cursed to become vampires, the process can be slow and agonizing. The body begins to reject its own mortality, pushing away the warmth and vitality that once defined it. Food no longer nourishes. Sunlight becomes unbearable. The very air feels different, heavier, as though the soul itself is being crushed beneath the weight of an ancient, inescapable darkness. The victim is trapped in a state between worlds, no longer fully alive, but not yet fully dead. It's a limbo that can last for days, weeks, even months, as the body wrestles with its fate. But not all become vampires through a bite. In many tales, a curse is what brings this terrible fate. A wronged lover, a vengeful spirit, or even a dark, ancient magic can turn a person into a creature of the night. These cursed souls never asked for their fate, yet they find themselves waking in the night with an insatiable thirst. Their transformation is not something they chose, it was forced upon them by forces beyond their control. Theirs is a life marked by bitterness, resentment, and a hatred for the power that now rules them. In some stories, it's not even necessary to be bitten or cursed by a vampire to become one. Merely dying in the wrong place, under the wrong circumstances, can bring about this horrific transformation. Those who die unbaptized, those who die violently, or those who die with unfinished business may find themselves rising from the grave as a vampire, even if they never encountered another vampire in life. The earth itself seems to spit them back up, unwilling to let them rest. They claw their way out of their graves, confused and enraged, driven by a hunger they can't understand. The first feeding is always the hardest. For new vampires, the moment they give in to their thirst is the moment they lose the last piece of their humanity. At first, they try to resist. They cling to the person they once were, refusing to believe that they could take a life just to sustain their own unnatural existence. But the hunger is too strong. It gnaws at their insides, burning hotter with each passing night. And eventually, they break. Whether they feed on a stranger, a lover, or even a family member, the moment they take their first life, they are no longer the person they were. They are something else, something monstrous. This transformation process is not just physical, it's deeply psychological as well. With each passing night, the vampire begins to lose touch with their former self. Memories fade, emotions grow cold, and the desires of their old life seem distant, almost like a dream. What replaces them is a new set of instincts, darker and more primal. The vampire craves power, control, and most of all, blood. It's no longer about survival, it's about domination. The thrill of the hunt, the ecstasy of feeding, it becomes their reason for existence. But for some vampires, there remains a shred of who they once were, buried deep beneath the layers of darkness. They remember love, they remember warmth, and they cling to it like a lifeline, desperately trying to hold onto the last fragments of their soul. They may refuse to kill, feeding only on animals or blood donations. They may isolate themselves, living in the shadows, far from the temptations of human life. But no matter how hard they fight it, the hunger is always there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for a moment of weakness. In other myths, becoming a vampire is seen as a gift, a dark, seductive promise of eternal life and power. There are those who willingly seek out vampires, offering themselves up to be turned in exchange for immortality. They see it as an escape from the fear of death, a way to cheat the natural order and live forever. But they fail to understand the cost. Yes, they will live forever, but it will be a life without light, without warmth, without the things that make life worth living. They will live in a world of shadows, where every moment is consumed by the need to feed, the need to survive. The transformation into a vampire is not just a change of body, it's a change of soul. It strips away the person's essence, leaving behind only a shadow of who they once were. They may retain their memories, their thoughts, and even some of their feelings, but they are no longer the same. They are driven by something darker, something that cannot be undone. And so, the vampire walks through the night, forever changed. Their existence is a constant reminder of what they have lost, what they have become. They are trapped in a body that defies nature, cursed to wander through a world they no longer belong to. The transformation may be complete, but the true torment has just begun. For now, they must live with the consequences of their new life, caught between the hunger that drives them and the remnants of the person they used to be. In the dead of night, as shadows stretch long and the air chills, there are those who step into the darkness. They are not drawn by fear or bloodlust, but by a sense of duty, a need to fight the monsters that lurk in the world's forgotten corners. These are the vampire hunters. Some see them as saviors, others as cold-hearted killers. But their path is one marked by sacrifice, loneliness, and the constant dance with death. Vampire hunters carry the weight of an ancient burden. Theirs is not just a battle of flesh and blood, but one of morality. Are they truly heroes, saviors protecting the innocent from the creatures that prey on them? Or are they villains, driven by an obsession, hunting beings that once were human? The line between righteousness and cruelty blurs with each swing of a blade, with every sharpened stake driven into the heart of a creature that was once alive, once loved. Take Van Helsing, for example. In Bram Stoker's Dracula, he is portrayed as a man of knowledge, a physician, a scientist, but more than that, he is a warrior. His fight against Count Dracula is not just about destroying a vampire, but about saving the soul of his beloved friend, Mina, and freeing her from the vampire's control. He is calm, methodical, and relentless. His actions may seem heroic, but beneath the surface, there is something tragic about Van Helsing. He is a man who has seen too much, who has lost too much. He fights not out of glory but out of necessity, haunted by the knowledge that evil exists, and he must be the one to stop it. His righteousness burns hot, but his heart grows colder with each encounter. And yet, there's an underlying sadness to the vampire hunter's life. They are often outsiders themselves, unable to lead a normal life, estranged from the very people they wish to protect. Their world is filled with violence, mistrust, and an overwhelming sense of isolation. Van Helsing's life is a stark example of this. He is respected, yes, but his personal life is nearly non-existent, consumed entirely by his quest to rid the world of vampires. As time moved forward, the role of the vampire hunter evolved, taking on new forms. Enter Blade, the half-vampire, half-human who exists in a space between worlds. Unlike Van Helsing, Blade is not merely a man trying to fight off evil, he is fighting the evil that resides within himself. Born of a mother bitten by a vampire during childbirth, Blade is cursed with the thirst for blood, but also gifted with their strengths. He is an anti-hero, one who hunts not only out of duty but out of vengeance. His war against vampires is personal. He seeks to destroy the creatures that made him who he is, even as he struggles with the very same instincts. Blade's struggle is visceral, raw, and painful. There's no romanticizing the hunt for him. It's brutal, bloody, and merciless. His weaponry is high-tech, his tactics ruthless, and yet, there's a deep sense of loss in his journey. He can never fully belong to the human world, nor can he embrace the monstrous life of a vampire. His existence is one of endless conflict. Blade's fight is not just against vampires, but against himself. With each kill, he is reminded of what he could become, of the darkness he carries inside. And in that, there's a sense of tragic nobility. He fights so that others do not have to. But his fight will never end, not until either the vampires are wiped out or he himself falls. The duality of the vampire hunter's role reflects our own complicated relationship with the idea of justice. Are hunters like Van Helsing and Blade simply doing what must be done, or are they taking too much into their own hands? After all, vampires, however cursed or evil, were once human. They had lives, families, and in many cases, did not choose their fate. The hunter's duty, therefore, becomes a morally ambiguous one. Are they saviors, or are they executioners? Even within folklore, vampire hunters were often seen as both feared and revered. In some cultures, they were revered as the last defense against evil, chosen by destiny to protect the living. In others, they were feared as much as the vampires they hunted, seen as grim, heartless men who could cross the line into violence and cruelty just as easily as their prey. The tools of their trade are laden with symbolism. Wooden stakes, the cross, holy water, all these represent not just physical weapons, but spiritual ones. The hunter's fight is not just against a physical being, but against the evil that inhabits the vampire. Yet, there's always the question, does the vampire hunter, in their relentless pursuit, become too much like the thing they hate? Are they consumed by the need to destroy, losing their humanity in the process? The stories of vampire hunters also reflect the fears of society. The hunter is the force that rises up when order has been broken, when the familiar world is threatened by something unnatural. But the methods they use, the brutality they must embrace, also raise questions. How far can someone go in the name of justice before they themselves become monstrous? For some, the vampire hunter is the ultimate hero, the one who sacrifices everything for the good of others. But for others, there's a darkness in their role. The hunter, like the vampire, is part of the night. They live in the shadows, and in those shadows, the line between good and evil is never clear. They might save lives, but they are also the bringers of death. And then, there are those vampire hunters who feel sympathy for their prey. In modern retellings, we sometimes see hunters who hesitate, who wonder if redemption is possible for the creatures they hunt. They are not driven by bloodlust or vengeance, but by a deep, often painful understanding that the vampire was once human, that they too are victims of fate. These hunters are more reluctant, more sorrowful, and their battles are not just against vampires, but against the very act of killing. Vampire hunters stand at the crossroads of humanity and monstrosity. They are tasked with fighting what is unnatural, but in doing so, they risk losing the very thing they fight to protect, their own humanity. Whether they are seen as heroes or villains, their lives are defined by sacrifice. They take on a burden that few could bear, walking a path of blood and darkness, always one step away from becoming the very thing they fight against. In the stillness of the night, when the world lies asleep and the veil between the living and the unknown thins, a presence stirs. Eyes that burn with an unnatural glow, skin pale as the moon, and a silence that chills the soul, vampires have haunted human imagination for centuries. Their allure lies not only in their immortal nature but in the powers they wield. Yet, with great power comes a curse, for every strength a vampire possesses is met with a crippling weakness, balancing their terrifying abilities with vulnerabilities that speak to the fragility of existence. One of the most captivating aspects of vampires is their sheer, unimaginable strength. They move with the grace of a predator, their footsteps so silent it's as if they walk on air. In every legend, vampires are depicted as having a strength beyond human comprehension. A single hand, cold and deadly, can shatter bones or crush a heart. They seem unstoppable, almost invincible. And in their strength, they find their hunger, an endless thirst for life itself, for the blood that pulses through the veins of the living. But their power is more than physical. Vampires possess a mesmerizing charm, an ability to bend the wills of others with nothing more than a glance. This power of compulsion, to influence and control, weaves a dark seduction around their victims. In some tales, their eyes burn with an unnatural light, pulling their prey into a trance where resistance becomes futile. This hypnotic allure speaks to humanity's deepest fears, the loss of control, the surrender to something greater, darker. And yet, as powerful as these creatures of the night may be, they are not without their weaknesses. The sight of a wooden stake drives fear into their undead hearts. A simple, unassuming piece of wood can be their undoing, plunging through their flesh to end their cursed existence. It's a haunting reminder that, no matter how strong, even the most powerful beings have their breaking points. One of the most famous vulnerabilities of vampires is their hatred of sunlight. The dawn, which brings life and warmth to the world, is deadly to them. Caught in the golden light of the morning, their skin burns, their bodies disintegrate. It is the light of the living world that repels them, trapping them in an eternal twilight where they can never truly bask in the glow of day. To imagine a life where every rising sun brings death is to understand the tragic nature of their existence, a life forever relegated to the shadows. Garlic, too, has long been believed to ward off these creatures. Its pungent smell, sharp and biting, is said to repel the vampire's unnatural essence. The idea that something so simple, so commonplace, could keep at bay a being so fearsome speaks to the fragile balance between life and death in vampire folklore. And yet, perhaps one of the most poignant weaknesses of the vampire is their relationship with holy symbols. Crosses, crucifixes, holy water, these are not mere objects, but representations of faith, of light, of purity. The vampire, born from darkness and sin, recoils in the face of what is sacred. In this struggle between good and evil, the vampire's very existence is a defiance of the natural order, a blasphemy that faith seeks to destroy. The image of a vampire writhing in agony before a simple crucifix is one of the most powerful symbols in all of folklore. It is a reminder that no matter how powerful evil becomes, it will always be vulnerable to the forces of good. But the story does not end with crosses and sunlight. In some cultures, vampires can be kept at bay by salt or running water. In others, they are powerless against silver, a metal long associated with purity and the moon. These weaknesses, while varied across different traditions, all serve to remind us that for every dark force, there is always a way to combat it, always a flicker of hope. Then, there are the more peculiar beliefs. Some say vampires are obsessive creatures. Scatter grains of rice or seeds, and they are compelled to count each one before moving forward. It is a strange, almost tragic detail that these powerful beings could be reduced to such a mindless task. It speaks to their eternal restlessness, their inability to find peace, even in death. Vampires also possess the ability to transform, to take on the shapes of creatures of the night, bats, wolves, mist. This shape-shifting ability adds to their elusiveness, making them nearly impossible to track or kill. In the form of a bat, they fly through the night sky, a silent predator seeking their next victim. As wolves, they stalk the forests, their primal instincts heightened by their vampiric nature. And as mist, they become ethereal, slipping through cracks, undetected, a whisper of darkness moving through the world. But as with all things tied to magic, their transformations have limits. They cannot cross thresholds uninvited. The sanctity of a home, the protection it offers, is a boundary they cannot break without consent. This rule of invitation adds an element of humanity to their lore, reminding us that even creatures of the night respect certain laws of the living world. And finally, there is the hunger, the endless thirst for blood. It is their greatest power, the source of their immortality, but it is also their greatest curse. The hunger defines them, drives them. It is insatiable, a burning need that can never be quenched. And in that hunger lies their tragedy. They are bound to an existence of endless consumption, feeding on life to prolong their own cursed existence. It is not a choice, it is a need, a primal urge that defines them, that traps them in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth. In many ways, vampires reflect the human condition, the struggle for power, the fear of mortality, the desire for eternal life, and the tragic consequences of those desires. Their powers are magnificent, their weakness is humbling. And through them, we are reminded that even the most invincible beings are not immune to the fragility of existence. Every power comes at a cost, and every creature, no matter how dark or fearsome, has its breaking point. A chill lingers in the air, and as shadows stretch long over the landscape, a towering structure rises from the horizon. The castle, old and decaying, stands like a monument to forgotten times. Its spires reach toward the dark sky, where storm clouds gather, swirling in endless turmoil. The wind howls, echoing through the hollow halls, and the stones, worn and cracked, seem to weep as they crumble under the weight of centuries. This is no ordinary place, it is the heart of Gothic architecture, a symbol of mystery, fear, and the supernatural. And it is here, within these ancient walls, that vampires dwell. Vampires and the Gothic are intertwined like the creeping ivy that clings to the stone walls of their castles. The dark, atmospheric aesthetic of the Gothic world shapes the very essence of the vampire. Every cobwebbed corner, every shadowed alcove, whispers of secrets long buried. The architecture of this world isn't just a backdrop, it becomes a living entity, breathing dread into the bones of anyone who dares to step inside. Picture the heavy, ancient doors of a Gothic castle groaning open. The air inside is thick with dust and the faint scent of decay. Long corridors stretch into the unknown, lit only by flickering candlelight. These castles, like the vampires that inhabit them, are frozen in time, trapped in an eternal twilight where day never fully breaks. Each stone, each creaking floorboard, seems to pulse with a life of its own, watching and waiting, as though the very structure is an extension of the vampire's soul, or perhaps its prison. The Gothic castle is more than just an eerie setting, it is a reflection of the vampire's own existence. Crumbling and decayed, yet impossibly grand, these structures mirror the eternal life of the vampire, who, despite their immortality, is trapped in a decaying body and soul. The grandeur of these old fortresses speaks to a time long past, a time when the vampire was not a creature of legend, but of power and nobility. Now, much like the stones that form these castles, they are weathered by time, by centuries of hunger, solitude, and longing. Step outside, and the Gothic atmosphere stretches beyond the walls of the castle, seeping into the natural world. The forests are dense and dark, the trees towering like skeletal sentinels guarding the secrets within. Leaves rustle underfoot, and every snap of a twig feels like a warning. The forest, like the castle, is untamed, wild, and ancient. It hides things in its depths, creatures that only come alive at night, lurking in the shadows. The moonlight barely penetrates the thick canopy, casting everything in an eerie half-light. It is here, in these dark, foreboding woods, where the line between the living and the undead blurs. There is something deeply unsettling about these Gothic landscapes, something primal. It is as if the land itself remembers the blood that has been spilled, the lives that have been taken. The landscape becomes a reflection of death, not in its finality, but in its haunting, ever-present cycle. The crumbling gravestones, the winding paths that seem to lead nowhere, the oppressive silence that fills the air, all serve to remind those who walk these grounds that they are not alone. Death is always near, watching, waiting. But within this world of decay and darkness, there is also beauty, an unsettling, haunting beauty that draws us in despite the fear it ignites. The Gothic aesthetic is filled with contrasts, the grandeur of towering castles set against the slow rot of time, the elegance of a vampire's movement amidst the savagery of their hunger. The moonlight that spills over the jagged rooftops casts everything in an ethereal glow, turning the decayed and ruined into something otherworldly, almost sacred. There is a pull to this beauty, a temptation that mirrors the allure of the vampire itself. Vampires, like the Gothic architecture that surrounds them, are beings of contradiction. They are creatures of death, yet they live forever. They inspire terror, but they also captivate with their elegance and charm. And in the Gothic world, this duality is reflected everywhere. The landscape may be haunted, but it is also hypnotic. It draws us in, much like the vampire's gaze, holding us in thrall even as we fear what might come next. And then, there are the tombs, the crypts where vampires slumber during the daylight hours. These tombs, carved into the earth, hidden beneath stone and shadow, are the ultimate symbol of the Gothic's obsession with death and the afterlife. The heavy stone slabs, the intricate carvings of angels and demons, and the eerie silence that hangs in the air, all speak of a world that exists just beneath the surface of our own, where death is not an end but a continuation, a cycle that repeats itself endlessly. In these tombs, the vampire sleeps, waiting for nightfall, waiting to rise once more and walk among the living. The tomb is not just a resting place, it is a womb of sorts, where the vampire is reborn night after night, in an eternal cycle of death and life. It's impossible to separate the Gothic aesthetic from the vampire mythos. They are inextricably linked, each feeding off the other in a cycle as old as the myths themselves. The Gothic world is one of contrasts, light and dark, beauty and decay, life and death, and the vampire embodies all of these contradictions. The crumbling castles, the dark forests, the hauntingly beautiful landscapes, they are more than just settings, they are extensions of the vampire's soul, reflections of their eternal existence. The atmosphere of the Gothic world is thick with emotion. There is fear, yes, but also sadness, longing, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The vampire, despite their power, is a creature of isolation, cut off from the world of the living. They walk through these ancient halls, these decaying forests, as though they are the last remnants of a world long forgotten. And in a way, they are. The Gothic landscape, with all its grandeur and decay, is a reflection of the vampire's own immortality, an existence that stretches on forever, but at what cost? This haunting beauty, this atmosphere of dread and longing, is what makes the Gothic so inseparable from the vampire myth. The architecture, the landscape, the very air of these stories, all combine to create a world where the vampire feels at home, a world of shadows, of secrets, of death, and rebirth. It is a world that pulls us in, much like the vampire's gaze, leaving us breathless, captivated, and just a little afraid. There is something terrifying about the unknown, about the things that hide in the dark. For centuries, vampires embodied that fear, a fear of death, of night, of what lies beyond our understanding. There were the monsters lurking in the shadows, and their insatiable hunger for blood sent shivers down the spine. But as science and medicine began to advance, people started to wonder if perhaps there was a different explanation for these ancient legends. Could there be something more human behind the fangs and pale skin? The concept of vampirism, once thought to be purely supernatural, started to shift. The medical community began to look at the stories, the symptoms described, and the horrors experienced by villagers long ago. In these ancient tales, vampires weren't always seductive or noble creatures. They were often portrayed as sickly, deformed beings, gaunt and pale, with sunken eyes and sharp teeth. They would rise from the grave, stealing the life from their loved ones. To the terrified townsfolk, it was a curse. But to modern doctors and scientists, it began to look like something else entirely. One of the first medical conditions linked to the vampire myth is porphyria, a rare genetic disorder that affects the body's ability to produce heme, an essential component of red blood cells. People with this condition can experience extreme sensitivity to sunlight, leading to painful blisters and disfigurement when exposed. Their skin becomes fragile, scarred, and pale, reminiscent of the descriptions of vampires who could not bear the light of day. In some severe cases, the gums recede, making the teeth appear more prominent, almost fawn-like. The transformation is slow, but devastating, much like the creeping, cursed existence of a vampire. Imagine living in a time when science was not yet advanced enough to understand the cause of such a condition. Someone afflicted with porphyria, hiding away from the sunlight, scarred and changed, might have seemed like a creature from another world. Their appearance would have sparked fear, and their need to avoid the light would have only fueled the suspicion that they were not human. To survive, they would need to live in darkness, isolated from the world, much like the vampires of folklore. But it wasn't just physical conditions that were linked to vampirism. As doctors and scholars delved deeper into these legends, they found connections to psychological conditions as well. One such disorder is clinical vampirism, also known as Renfield syndrome. Named after the character in Bram Stoker's Dracula, who was obsessed with consuming living creatures' blood, this rare psychiatric disorder manifests in individuals who believe they must drink blood to sustain themselves. The craving for blood, the fascination with life and death, and the uncontrollable impulse to harm others or oneself, all these symptoms mirror the behavior of a vampire, but with a tragic twist. Those suffering from Renfield syndrome are not supernatural beings, they are humans caught in the grip of a mental illness, often driven by trauma, deep-seated pain, or a profound sense of alienation. Their thirst for blood becomes a symbol of their longing for control, for power, or for healing something broken inside. In the dim light of medical understanding, these individuals might have been feared and shunned, much like the vampires of legend. Their behavior would have seemed monstrous, but behind it lay the fragility of the human mind. The vampire, once thought to be an unholy predator, now took on a new face, that of someone suffering, lost in a darkness they could not escape. Another theory that medical science explored is rabies, a disease that affects the central nervous system. The connection between rabies and vampire legends is both eerie and compelling. In the late stages of rabies, a person may become hypersensitive to light, water, and strong smells such as garlic, features often attributed to vampires. Those infected might also develop aggressive tendencies, lashing out at others, and foaming at the mouth, which could be seen as the vampire's insatiable bloodlust. In areas where rabies outbreaks occurred, it's easy to imagine how villagers, already gripped by fear and superstition, might interpret such symptoms as something otherworldly. If an infected person bit another, transmitting the disease, what would that have looked like to those who did not understand the science behind it? The spread of rabies could have easily been mistaken for the spread of vampirism, especially when death soon followed. Even sleep disorders found their place in the study of vampires. Sleep paralysis, for example, has been linked to some of the older myths about nocturnal creatures attacking the helpless in their sleep. People who suffer from sleep paralysis often wake to find themselves unable to move, their bodies frozen, as if under a spell. Many describe a terrifying presence in the room, sometimes sitting on their chest, making it difficult to breathe, an experience that echoes the vampire feeding in the dead of night, draining the life from its victim. For those who lived centuries ago, without the benefit of modern medical knowledge, these experiences would have been terrifying and inexplicable. The idea that an invisible force could hold them down, steal their breath, or take their blood would have seemed like an attack from a dark, malevolent being. To call it a vampire was a way to give shape to their fear. As medical science advanced, the legends of vampires were revisited with a new lens. Diseases and disorders that had once seemed mystical or demonic were now understood in the language of cells and nerves, blood and bone. But even with all this knowledge, the vampire continued to endure, not just as a myth, but as a symbol. The vampire represents the things we cannot control, the forces within and around us that consume, transform, and sometimes destroy. Whether it is the hunger of disease, the ravages of mental illness, or the grip of addiction, the vampire remains a haunting metaphor for our deepest fears about the body, the mind, and the soul. It stands at the crossroads between life and death, health and sickness, sanity and madness, reminding us that even in an age of science, there are still mysteries we cannot fully unravel. In these medical interpretations, the vampire becomes something more than just a figure of folklore. It becomes a reflection of the human condition itself, fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. The legends that once filled us with dread now offer a window into the complexities of the human body and mind, showing us that sometimes the real monsters are not the ones with fangs and claws, but the ones that dwell within. The night is thick with mystery, where shadows dance just out of reach, and in that darkness, the boundaries between life and death blur. There is something unsettling, something that lingers beneath the surface when thinking about vampires. It isn't just their insatiable hunger for blood or their immortality that haunts us, but the world they seem to inhabit, the world of magic, spirits, and necromancy. In the ancient whispers of folklore, vampires aren't solitary creatures, they belong to a universe teeming with supernatural forces. Long before the polished images of modern vampires emerged, they were considered part of a much darker realm, closely linked to witches, ghosts, and necromancers. These figures all seem to draw their power from the same well of forbidden knowledge, each one an embodiment of humanity's deepest fears. They were not just creatures to be pitied or feared, they were intertwined with dark magic, with forces beyond comprehension. And perhaps that is what made them so terrifying. They didn't merely represent death, but a disruption of the natural order, a crossing over into something we were never meant to understand. Witches, in many traditions, were said to have the power to command or summon vampires. It was believed that the same spells used to communicate with the dead could be twisted into creating something worse, the undead. Both witches and vampires were outcasts in society, often living in the fringes and forgotten forests or decaying ruins. Together, they shared a common bond, a defiance against the natural world and a mastery over things humans could only fear. In some tales, witches would even send vampires to do their bidding, using them as instruments of terror. Vampires were never far from spirits either, those who had already passed into the realm of the dead. Ghosts were often seen as tragic figures, souls unable to rest, while vampires took it a step further, they were the souls who refused to stay dead. In this way, they seemed to mock the very concept of death, challenging the idea that there was any finality to it. While ghosts would haunt a house or a person, vampires embodied a more intimate, more physical kind of haunting. They didn't just linger in the corner of your eye, but in the flesh. They came back with a purpose, with hunger in their hearts and darkness in their veins. There's something chilling about the idea of a vampire rising from the grave, not just as a revenant, but as a creature forged by magic. The rituals that surround them, spells cast under the moon, blood drawn in sacrifice, words whispered in forgotten tongues, bring them into the realm of necromancers. Necromancers, the dark sorcerers who could raise the dead or control them, were often seen as the keepers of the darkest secrets. They could bend death to their will, but not without paying a terrible price. Vampires, with their ties to death and their ability to cheat it, were seen as a product of these black arts. The connection between vampires and necromancers is one of manipulation, of life, of death, of the soul itself. Necromancers were often portrayed as those who could summon a vampire, enslave them, or perhaps even become one. In some stories, necromancers sought out vampirism as the ultimate prize, a way to escape their own mortality. But like any forbidden magic, it came with its own curse. The power over life and death was never without consequence, and those who tried to wield it often found themselves consumed by it. The vampire, then, was a reminder of what happens when you try to control forces beyond your understanding. But what is most haunting about these supernatural connections is how they blur the lines between the living and the dead, between the natural and the unnatural. The vampire doesn't just live in the physical world, it occupies a space that is both familiar and foreign, both human and monstrous. It is a symbol of what happens when these boundaries are crossed, when the laws of life and death are broken. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing of all. Vampires challenge everything we think we know about our world, and in doing so, they draw upon every other force of darkness, witches, ghosts, necromancers, anything that defies the order of nature. In some traditions, vampires were even said to have been created through curses, dark magic cast by vengeful spirits or powerful witches. These curses didn't just bring death, they brought something worse. The cursed soul would rise again, bound to the earth in a twisted form, forced to live out an eternity of suffering, feeding on the very life it once cherished. These cursed vampires weren't glamorous, they were tragic figures, forever haunted by the magic that bound them to their unholy existence. Yet, despite the horror, there is something seductive about these supernatural ties. Vampires represent the allure of forbidden knowledge, of power over death itself. Witches, ghosts, and necromancers all offer a glimpse into worlds we cannot fully understand, and vampires walk the line between them. They are creatures of both magic and flesh, of spirit and body. Their existence is proof that the supernatural isn't just a fantasy, it's something that lurks at the edges of our world, always just out of reach, always just a heartbeat away. The stories that emerge from these connections are filled with tragedy, terror, and a strange beauty. A vampire, summoned by a necromancer, stalks the night, but it is bound by chains of magic it cannot break. A witch, seeking revenge, curses a man to walk the earth for eternity, never knowing peace, always hungering for what he once had. A ghost, unable to move on, drifts through the night, while vampires, those who defy death itself, feast on the living. Each story is a reflection of the fear that comes from stepping beyond what is natural, what is safe. At the heart of it all is the idea that vampires are more than just creatures of myth, they are symbols of everything that haunts us. They remind us that death is not the end, that the supernatural is always waiting, just beneath the surface. The vampire, with its ties to witches, ghosts, and necromancers, is a figure that challenges everything we know about the world. It is a creature born of magic and death, of the supernatural forces that have always terrified and fascinated humanity. And in the dark corners of our minds, the vampire still lingers, a reminder that the world is far more mysterious and far more dangerous than we could ever imagine. In the shadows of twilight, when the sun dips low and the world is wrapped in a soft veil of mystery, the allure of vampires rises once more. These creatures of the night, once feared and shunned, have undergone a transformation that reflects our own evolving desires and fears. They are no longer just symbols of dread, they have become the heartthrobs of a generation, whispering secrets of love, longing, and the search for identity. The resurgence of vampires in contemporary literature and film, especially in young adult fiction, has breathed new life into their stories, inviting us to fall in love with them all over again. Take Twilight, for example. The story begins in a small, unassuming town where Bella Swan, an ordinary girl, stumbles into the extraordinary world of vampires. Edward Cullen, the mysterious and brooding vampire, becomes the object of her affection. Their love story unfolds with all the tension of forbidden romance, where danger lurks at every corner. What makes this story captivating is not just the thrill of the supernatural, but the deep emotional connection between the characters. Bella and Edward navigate a world filled with challenges, yet their love feels all-consuming, drawing readers into a whirlwind of passion and fear. The magic of Twilight lies in its ability to blend the mundane with the mystical. As Bella grapples with her own identity and desires, readers experience her journey of self-discovery. This theme resonates with many young adults who are trying to find their place in the world, making Bella's struggles relatable and poignant. The vampire in this tale becomes more than just a monster, he embodies the complexities of love and sacrifice. Edward's internal conflicts, his desire to protect Bella versus his instinct to feed, reflect the struggles many face when balancing their passions and responsibilities. Then there's The Vampire Diaries, where the allure of vampires takes a different turn. Here, the story is woven with layers of family, friendship, and betrayal. Elena Gilbert finds herself caught between two brothers, each representing a different facet of love and danger. Stefan is the gentle soul fighting against his nature, while Damon is the wild, unpredictable force of attraction. The emotional turmoil and romantic tension create a gripping narrative that keeps viewers on the edge of their seats. The Vampire Brothers, with their rich histories and contrasting personalities, symbolize the duality of human emotions. Love can be tender and nurturing, or it can be dark and consuming. The connections formed in these stories extend beyond the page or screen. Readers and viewers find themselves invested in the lives of these characters, feeling their joys and heartaches as if they were their own. The relationships portrayed are intense, often mirroring the complexities of real-life love. The characters' struggles with their identities, morality, and desires strike a chord in an audience grappling with similar issues. As Bella transforms into a vampire and Elena navigates her complicated relationships, they embody the search for belonging, acceptance, and understanding in a world that can often feel isolating. But the resurgence of vampires in contemporary storytelling isn't just about romance. It delves into deeper themes of humanity, mortality, and the consequences of choices. The vampires in these tales are often portrayed as misunderstood beings, caught between their dark instincts and the desire to connect with the living. This complexity adds depth to their characters, turning them into figures of empathy rather than mere monsters. Readers can see their struggles as reflections of their own, allowing them to connect with these creatures in unexpected ways. Even in the darker corners of modern vampire stories, there is a sense of longing for connection. What We Do in the Shadows, a mockumentary about a group of vampire roommates, blends humor with an exploration of friendship and companionship. The vampires' comedic antics highlight their isolation in a modern world that doesn't understand them. Yet, despite their otherworldly nature, their yearning for human connection is universal. This blend of comedy and heartfelt moments reminds us that the vampire experience mirrors our own struggles for acceptance and love. Vampires have also emerged as symbols of resilience in the face of adversity. In the Mortal Instruments series, Clary Frey encounters a world filled with shadow hunters, demons, and vampires, all fighting against dark forces. The vampire Magnus Bane, with his vibrant personality and fierce loyalty, becomes a beacon of hope and strength. His character embodies the idea that even in the darkest times, there is light to be found, and love can bloom amidst chaos. Through these narratives, vampires inspire us to confront our fears and find courage in vulnerability. The visual aesthetics of modern vampire films and literature also play a crucial role in their appeal. The brooding landscapes, dark castles, and moonlit nights create a hauntingly beautiful backdrop for these stories. Cinematic choices, like soft lighting and atmospheric soundtracks, envelop viewers in a world where reality and fantasy blur. This immersive experience draws us in, making us feel the weight of the characters' struggles and triumphs. We find ourselves longing for the thrill of the night, caught in a seductive dance between danger and desire. Ultimately, the resurgence of vampires in contemporary storytelling has become a mirror reflecting our own fears, desires, and questions about identity. As these creatures of the night take center stage, they invite us to explore the complexities of love, mortality, and self-acceptance. In a world where uncertainty looms large, vampires remind us of the beauty that can be found in darkness. Their stories serve as a reminder that, just like them, we are all searching for connection and understanding in a world that often feels isolating. As we turn the pages of these stories or lose ourselves in their on-screen adaptations, we realize that vampires are not just monsters of our nightmares. They are symbols of what it means to be human, flawed, searching, and ever longing for love and belonging. In their shadows, we find the light that guides us through our own darkest nights. The heartbeat of modern vampire narratives resonates with hope, passion, and the eternal quest for understanding, allowing us to embrace the complexities of our own lives. In the ever-changing landscape of the digital age, where connection and creativity intertwine, vampires have emerged as unexpected stars in online culture. These enigmatic beings, once confined to the pages of books and the frames of movies, have found a new life on the internet. They now inhabit memes, fan fiction, and digital communities, reminding us of their timeless allure while adapting to the rhythms of modern life. The way we share, discuss, and laugh about vampires reflects our own desires for connection and expression. As you scroll through social media, it's hard to miss the playful and sometimes absurd vampire memes that pop up. From quirky vampire cats to hilarious takes on classic vampire tropes, these images capture the imagination in an entirely new way. They blend humor with the supernatural, allowing us to engage with the vampire mythos in a lighthearted manner. These memes serve as a reminder that even the most feared creatures can inspire laughter, bringing a sense of joy to the darkness. This playful interaction with vampires creates a sense of community among those who share a love for the strange and unusual. In the world of fan fiction, the vampire genre has exploded with creativity. Writers around the globe pour their hearts into stories that reimagine beloved characters or invent new ones. With each word, they breathe life into tales of romance, adventure, and heartbreak. The digital age allows these stories to be shared instantly, enabling connections that transcend geographical boundaries. Readers find solace in these narratives, exploring their own desires and fears through the eyes of vampires and their human counterparts. This creativity is not just an escape, it's a way for individuals to express their emotions and connect with others who feel the same. Digital platforms also provide spaces for communities to form around shared interests in vampire lore. Online forums, social media groups, and fan pages bring people together, fostering connections that feel deeply personal. Within these spaces, individuals share their favorite stories, artwork, and thoughts about the vampire phenomenon. They discuss the complexities of characters, the intricacies of lore, and the nuances of representation. Here, the vampire transcends mere fiction. They become a symbol of belonging, a way to bond with others who understand the struggles of love, identity, and mortality. This online vampire culture also allows for discussions about representation and identity. Fans actively engage in conversations about how vampires can symbolize various experiences, whether it's the feeling of being an outsider, the struggle for acceptance, or the quest for understanding. Many see vampires as reflections of their own lives, navigating a world that can feel isolating and harsh. This sense of connection deepens the emotional weight of the vampire narrative, making it more relevant than ever in a digital age that craves authenticity and understanding. Moreover, the digital landscape has paved the way for new interpretations of the vampire mythos. Creators are free to challenge traditional stereotypes, presenting vampires in diverse ways that reflect contemporary societal issues. From LGBTQ+ representation to discussions about mental health, these modern tales expand the vampire narrative, allowing for a richer and more inclusive exploration of identity. In this space, vampires are no longer limited to their dark origins. They evolve into symbols of resilience and transformation. Social media platforms have also become stages for artistic expression. Fans create stunning illustrations, animations, and short films that capture the essence of vampire stories. These artistic endeavors showcase the talent and creativity of individuals who draw inspiration from the depths of their imaginations. Each piece of art tells a story, echoing the themes of love, loss, and the search for belonging that resonate deeply with audiences. Through these creative outlets, fans find not only a way to connect with the vampire mythos, but also a platform to express their own emotions and experiences. As the internet continues to evolve, so too does the portrayal of vampires. The rise of digital content creators has birthed a new wave of vampire-themed videos, podcasts, and online series. These platforms allow fans to explore the lore in fresh ways, combining entertainment with discussion. Viewers can engage with their favorite characters and narratives, adding layers to their understanding of what it means to be a vampire. In this way, vampires become more than just figures of horror. They symbolize the complexity of human emotions and relationships. With the rise of virtual reality and interactive experiences, the world of vampires expands even further. Fans can immerse themselves in these stories, stepping into the shoes of characters and navigating their fates. This level of engagement allows for a unique exploration of the vampire experience, creating an emotional connection that resonates on a profound level. The fear and excitement of facing a vampire become personal, making the experience all the more real. As these digital avenues continue to flourish, they also bridge the gap between generations. Older fans reminisce about the vampire stories that shaped their youth, while younger audiences discover the rich tapestry of lore through a contemporary lens. This exchange of ideas and experiences fosters understanding, creating a tapestry of shared memories and emotions that span time and space. In this vast digital landscape, the vampire stands as a symbol of our desire for connection, creativity, and expression. They remind us that, whether through laughter or tears, we are all part of a larger story. Each meme, each fan fiction piece, and each discussion is a thread that weaves us together, highlighting our shared humanity. In celebrating these creatures of the night, we find a sense of belonging, a place where we can explore the complexities of our emotions and experiences. Through the lens of modern media, vampires continue to captivate our hearts and minds, evolving with each passing moment. They serve as mirrors reflecting our desires, fears, and dreams, allowing us to connect with one another in ways that are both profound and beautiful. As we navigate this digital age, the vampire remains a timeless figure, reminding us of the importance of connection and creativity in a world that can sometimes feel overwhelming. In this enchanting dance of pixels and stories, the vampire thrives, embodying the essence of what it means to be human. In the shadows of society, there exists a community that embraces the idea of vampirism in a way that is both profound and heartfelt. This is not the fictional world of sparkling vampires or dramatic tales of bloodlust. Instead, it is a real subculture filled with individuals who identify as vampires, seeking connection, understanding, and a sense of belonging in a world that often overlooks them. They share a common bond, not just in their love for the mythos surrounding vampires, but in their quest for acceptance and authenticity in their lives. Imagine a gathering of people dressed in elegant black clothing, adorned with unique jewelry, and perhaps a touch of theatrical makeup. At first glance, it might seem like a scene from a Gothic novel, but these individuals come together for something much deeper. They are part of a community that accepts them for who they are. Many of these self-identified vampires live everyday lives, going to work, caring for families, and pursuing their passions. Yet, they carry a hidden truth within them, a desire to connect with others who share their feelings and experiences. For some, being a vampire is more than just an identity, it's a way of life. Many self-identified vampires do not drink human blood. Instead, they often seek out alternative ways to express their vampiric tendencies. They may participate in ritualistic gatherings, engage in energy work, or practice forms of lifestyle vampirism where they draw energy from their surroundings and those they interact with. This quest for energy can take many forms, from the emotional connections they forge with others to the appreciation of art, music, and literature that feeds their souls. This community often finds solace in the shared experiences of feeling different or misunderstood. Many members have faced struggles in their lives, whether it's feeling like outsiders in their own families or facing discrimination in society. Through the shared understanding of what it means to be part of the vampire subculture, they find a safe haven where they can be themselves without fear of judgment. This is a space where vulnerability is welcomed and where the complexities of their identities can be explored openly. In many cases, these gatherings are about more than just expressing their vampiric nature, they are also about fostering deep connections. Friendships formed within this community can be incredibly strong. Members often rely on one another for emotional support, understanding, and encouragement. In a world that can feel isolating, the vampire subculture becomes a family, a place where individuals can share their stories and be met with empathy and compassion. The warmth of these connections can be felt even through the most intimate discussions about struggles with self-identity or societal acceptance. Social media has played a crucial role in bringing the vampire community together, allowing individuals from different parts of the world to connect, share experiences, and provide support. Online forums and groups serve as platforms for discussing everything from vampire lore to personal challenges. Here, members can find resources, share advice, and create friendships that span borders. The anonymity of the internet offers a level of safety, allowing individuals to express their true selves without fear of ridicule. For many, this online presence becomes a lifeline, bridging the gap between isolation and community. However, not everything about the vampire subculture is smooth sailing. Misunderstandings often arise, fueled by the myths and stereotypes surrounding vampires. Many people outside this community view self-identified vampires with suspicion, believing they are engaging in dangerous or harmful practices. This can lead to feelings of alienation and fear, as the community often struggles against the stigmas attached to their identity. Yet, those within the subculture remain resilient. They continue to share their truths, hoping to educate others about their experiences and the realities of their lives. Conventions and gatherings are another way for this community to celebrate their identities. Events dedicated to vampire culture often feature discussions, performances, and art that highlight their experiences. Here, self-identified vampires come together to celebrate their uniqueness and share their passions. The atmosphere is electric, filled with laughter and camaraderie. People can openly express their love for all things vampire without fear of judgment. These events foster a sense of pride, reminding everyone that they are not alone in their journey. Through it all, the vampire subculture embodies the longing for connection that resides in all of us. The individuals who identify as vampires are not just playing a role, they are seeking to understand themselves and their place in a complex world. Their stories are filled with struggles, joys, and a deep desire for acceptance. Whether through rituals, gatherings, or online interactions, they create a tapestry of experiences that weave together their identities. In a world often obsessed with conformity, the real vampire subculture stands as a testament to the power of embracing individuality. Their journeys reveal the beauty of connection, the importance of understanding, and the strength found in community. Each member carries a story worth telling, a unique perspective that enriches the collective narrative of what it means to be human. Ultimately, the real vampire subculture is a mirror reflecting the complexity of our own lives. It invites us to consider our own identities and how we connect with others. In their quest for acceptance, self-identified vampires remind us that everyone has a place in the world, and that connection, love, and understanding are the true lifeblood of humanity. Their stories are a reminder that, no matter how different we may feel, we all share the same desire for belonging and acceptance. What is it about vampires that captivates our hearts and minds, pulling us into a world filled with mystery, allure, and a hint of danger? This fascination runs deep, touching on our deepest fears and desires. Vampires have haunted our stories and imaginations for centuries, but the reasons for their continued appeal stretch far beyond mere entertainment. Modern psychological and sociological theories shed light on this enduring obsession, revealing the complex emotions that keep vampires alive in our culture. At the core of our fascination lies a profound struggle with mortality. The idea of immortality, of living forever, stirs something primal within us. We fear death, it's the ultimate unknown. The vampire, with its eternal life, becomes a symbol of our desire to escape that fate. It represents not only the fear of dying, but also the longing to hold on to youth, beauty, and vitality. In many stories, vampires remain forever young, never showing the ravages of time. This idea strikes a chord with people who grapple with the passage of time and the inevitability of aging. Then there's the thrill of the forbidden. Vampires often operate on the edges of society, breaking rules and defying norms. They are creatures of the night, often romanticized in ways that make them appear glamorous and powerful. This sense of rebellion is attractive, especially in a world filled with restrictions and expectations. We are drawn to the danger they represent, the seductive whisper of crossing boundaries that they embody. The tension between desire and danger ignites our imaginations and fuels our interest in these creatures. Psychologically, vampires can also serve as projections of our inner conflicts. They embody both our darker sides and our hidden desires. In many stories, the vampire is a tragic figure, cursed with the burden of their existence. This duality resonates with our own struggles, the parts of ourselves we sometimes hide from the world. The vampire's struggle with their nature reflects our own internal battles, whether it's battling addiction, grappling with the consequences of our choices, or dealing with isolation. The relationships that vampires forge with humans can also be seen through a psychological lens. Often, these stories explore themes of longing, obsession, and connection. The bond between vampire and victim can symbolize our yearning for intimacy and the fear of rejection. This dance between predator and prey plays out in powerful ways, capturing our emotions and making us question our own desires for love and acceptance. From a sociological perspective, vampires are a mirror reflecting societal fears and anxieties. As our world evolves, so do the characteristics and roles of vampires in our stories. During times of uncertainty, vampires often symbolize our fears about outsiders and the unknown. They can represent societal fears of difference, the other who threatens our sense of safety. In this way, vampires become a way for us to confront our anxieties about change, be it cultural shifts, technological advancements, or fears surrounding health and safety. The portrayal of vampires in modern media, especially in young adult fiction, taps into the emotional turbulence of adolescence. Stories like Twilight and The Vampire Diaries resonate with young audiences navigating their own feelings of love, identity, and belonging. These tales often center around themes of first love and the struggle for acceptance, mirroring the intense emotions that come with growing up. The vampire becomes a metaphor for the passionate and tumultuous nature of youth, capturing both the excitement and the heartbreak that accompany those formative years. Moreover, the vampire subculture invites discussion about the nature of power and control. Many vampire stories explore the dynamics of dominance and submission, often mirroring real-world issues of power imbalances in relationships. This exploration can provide a space for examining our own desires for control, vulnerability, and consent. As readers and viewers engage with these narratives, they find themselves reflecting on their own experiences and the complexities of human relationships. The enduring appeal of vampires can also be linked to their ability to evolve. Just as our society changes, so too do the vampires that inhabit our stories. They adapt to new cultural landscapes, reflecting the changing fears and desires of each generation. This adaptability ensures that vampires remain relevant, drawing in new audiences while keeping the old ones captivated. Furthermore, the rise of online communities and digital storytelling has allowed fans to connect with one another and share their own interpretations of vampire lore. This sense of community fosters a deeper connection to the mythos, as fans create their own narratives and explore the themes that resonate with them. The vampire becomes not just a character in a story, but a vessel through which fans can express their own feelings and experiences. The fascination with vampires also touches on themes of isolation and belonging. Many people find themselves drawn to these stories during times of loneliness, seeking solace in the idea of a community that accepts them for who they are. Vampires often embody a sense of otherness, which resonates with those who feel marginalized or misunderstood. Through these characters, individuals can find a sense of belonging, even in a fictional world. As we navigate our complex emotional landscapes, the vampire stands as a figure that encapsulates our deepest fears, desires, and struggles. The theories surrounding our fascination with these creatures illuminate the intricate layers of our own humanity. Whether it's the allure of immortality, the thrill of the forbidden, or the desire for connection, vampires continue to haunt our stories and our hearts. Their presence reminds us of the complexities of life, the battle against our darker instincts, and the ever-present yearning for understanding and acceptance. Through these stories, we explore not just the world of vampires, but our own souls, grappling with what it means to be truly alive. What does the future hold for vampires, those captivating creatures of the night that have haunted our stories for centuries? As society evolves and technology advances, the vampire myth is poised for a transformation that could take us in unexpected directions. These changes stir both excitement and trepidation as we ponder how these iconic figures will adapt to our shifting world. The rise of technology has already begun to reshape many aspects of our lives, and the vampire myth is no exception. In a world increasingly driven by digital connections, the vampire might emerge as a symbol of our fears and fascinations with technology. With the growth of social media and online communities, the very essence of connection has changed. Imagine a vampire that navigates the virtual world, using technology to find victims and build relationships. This new vampire could embody the complexities of modern love, exploring themes of intimacy and alienation in an age where connections can often feel shallow. With the advent of artificial intelligence and virtual reality, the vampire myth could take on even more fascinating dimensions. What if we could experience a vampire's world through virtual reality? We might find ourselves in haunted castles, navigating dark forests, or feeling the thrill of seduction in ways we never imagined. This immersive experience could bring forth an entirely new understanding of fear and desire, forcing us to confront our emotions in a visceral way. The vampire, once a figure of folklore, could evolve into a character shaped by the very technology that connects and isolates us. Moreover, as our understanding of science grows, so too might our interpretation of vampires. The line between myth and reality continues to blur. Scientific advancements might lead to new explanations for vampire-like characteristics. For instance, diseases that cause sensitivity to sunlight or a craving for blood could be reimagined as modern afflictions, leading to a new generation of characters who grapple with their condition. These stories could bring to light real struggles, such as addiction or mental health issues, and challenge societal perceptions of what it means to be different. The conversation around identity is also rapidly changing, reflecting broader societal movements toward acceptance and inclusivity. As issues of gender, sexuality, and race continue to be explored in modern narratives, vampires can serve as powerful symbols for those who feel marginalized. Characters that break traditional molds, be they non-binary vampires, vampires of color, or those who challenge gender norms, could redefine the vampire mythos in meaningful ways. This evolution would resonate deeply with those who see their own struggles reflected in these figures, fostering a sense of connection and understanding. The concept of morality in vampire stories is also ripe for transformation. Historically, vampires have often been portrayed as either purely evil or tragically misunderstood. But what if the future of vampire storytelling leans toward complexity, exploring shades of gray? Stories might focus on vampires grappling with their own nature, seeking redemption, or finding ways to coexist with humans. This moral ambiguity could open up discussions about forgiveness, understanding, and the human condition, making the vampire a mirror reflecting our own inner conflicts. Furthermore, as environmental concerns rise, the vampire could become a symbol of our relationship with nature. These stories might explore themes of consumption, excess, and sustainability, positioning the vampire as both a predator and a victim of a world in crisis. Imagine vampires who are protectors of nature, challenging humanity's disregard for the environment, or who face the consequences of their actions in a rapidly changing world. This new narrative could resonate deeply with audiences concerned about climate change, forcing us to reflect on our own responsibilities. The vampire's allure might also evolve as cultural perspectives shift. With the globalization of media, vampires from diverse backgrounds could emerge, enriching the mythology. This blending of cultures could lead to stories that incorporate various folklore traditions, each adding their unique spin to the vampire legend. Characters from different regions and eras might share their stories, creating a tapestry of experiences that resonate with global audiences. These narratives could bridge cultural divides, encouraging empathy and understanding. As the lines between reality and fiction blur, the idea of vampires in contemporary society may also shift. In an era where reality television and social media have blurred the lines of authenticity, vampires might reflect our fascination with personas and the masks we wear. Characters could embody the idea of living double lives, mirroring our own struggles with authenticity and self-expression. This connection between the vampire's need to hide their true nature and our own desires for privacy and individuality could create a profound emotional bond with audiences. The future of vampires will undoubtedly be shaped by our ongoing societal changes, offering endless possibilities for storytelling. As we grapple with our fears and desires, vampires will remain powerful symbols that resonate with the human experience. The darkness they embody will continue to evoke both fear and fascination, drawing us into a world where the line between predator and prey, love and longing, is forever blurred. With each evolution of the vampire myth, we are reminded of the power of storytelling. These creatures have the ability to reflect our deepest anxieties, our struggles, and our hopes. Whether through the lens of technology, identity, or morality, the future of vampires promises to be a rich tapestry of emotion and exploration, inviting us to confront our own humanity in ways that are both thrilling and poignant. As long as we continue to tell stories, vampires will always find a way to exist, reminding us of the complexity of life and the shadows that dwell within us all.